We have been bringing him to New York when his little girl was a little girl. And you know, I was reading the program today and getting an update and said 24 years of age.
Well, today is her birthday. She's 26.
Oh, today is the birthday. All right, let's go around. All right, today is the birthday. All right, that is so wonderful. And no better date because we have chosen to bring Brother Browder to us than on the birthday, on the Earth Day of his beloved daughter. Let's give a warm round of applause, put our hands together, stand on our feet for the man of the hour, Brother Anthony Browder.
Good evening, brothers and sisters. How are you? Brother Maddox was right. You know I must love you if I'm spending my daughter's birthday with you instead of my daughter. A daughter understands that liberating our people is a full-time job, and that it requires that we travel far away from home sometimes. But the important thing is we do our job and we come back home so that we can leave again. But we come back home again. And it's great to have a home to come back to. Dr. Jeffries in the house. How you doing? Yes, indeed. Well, I'm so pleased to be here. Always pleased to be with my brothers and sisters here at UAM. You all have been extremely supportive. I see a brother back in the back wearing one of our Egypt on the Potomac t-shirts. Those of you who take the field trip, next Sunday we'll have the opportunity to really see what that trip is all about. It is not a tour, it is a field trip. It's a field trip in the literal sense of the word. A field trip like the field trips you took when you were in school. It is an extension of the classroom where you're going to be exposed to historical, cultural, scientific, architectural, and symbolic information that will help you begin to understand what I refer to as secrets which have been literally hidden in plain sight. And the whole concept behind hiding secrets in plain sight is that if you want to keep something hidden from the people, you don't have to put it in a safe. You don't have to put it under 24-hour guard. The best way to hide a secret is to hide it in the open where everyone can see it. All you need to do is to separate people from their ability to understand what they see. So they'll walk past it, they'll drive past it, and they'll never know that the key to their mental salvation is right at their feet. So, you know, the field trip that I've done in Washington is something that I've been doing all over the country, because I found our fingerprints, our historical, cultural, architectural, and symbolic fingerprints everywhere I've gone in the world. It just so happens that they are probably a bit more plentiful in Washington than there are any place else, because it shows the extent to which white men value African knowledge, such that they use that knowledge in order to create what has become the capital of the wealthiest and most powerful nation in human history. They knew the value of African knowledge, and part of their job was to keep us on mental lockdown so that we could never truly understand who we were, what we came from, and what our contributions were to culture and civilization. So as long as we remain Negroes, as long as we remain mentally dispirited, then we will never be able to access that which is right within our grasp. And so these meetings that you all have here and have had through UAM for so many, many years are vital, because it is your opportunity to begin to re-immerse yourself in your history, your culture, into those traditions that will help you begin to recover your mind. Because Brother Maddox was right in terms of doing those radio interviews. You really begin to realize how sick we are. We are a sick people. But I understand the depth of that sickness. I understand the source of that sickness. And before we can truly heal ourselves, we must first acknowledge that we are sick.
That's the problem.
That's the hardest part of the problem. To acknowledge that you are sick and that you need help. And once you begin to cross that very small threshold. It may look like a major threshold, but once you cross that small threshold, then you can begin to open the door to transformations, physical transformations, mental transformations, and spiritual transformations that you have always had the power and the ability to access. And so these meetings here are significant because they help you unlock those mysteries and begin to know that which you weren't supposed to know. So I'm pleased here tonight to add to your mental development and your spiritual liberation. And the topic that I chose for my presentation this evening is entitled Barack or Not Barack, an analysis of the historical and spiritual significance of a Barack Obama presidency to America, to Black America, and to the world. And so this analysis is going to be based on investigating 6 different areas. The first area is, who is Barack to America? Who is he to Black America? And who is he to the world? The second point of interest is, does Barack really care about Black people? So this is going to be a critique of the Black critics of Barack. The third point is the significance of Obama as America's first Black president. The fourth point is racism in America dead or in a state of suspended animation? And how wrong was Jeremiah Wright? The fifth point is Barack Speaks. I want to analyze 3 of his speeches and look at the content of his words. And then the final point is, it's not about me, it's about you. Direct quote from Obama for his acceptance speech. It's not about me, it's about you. The role that African Americans must play in the upcoming presidential election. So those are the 6 areas that I'm going to examine. So the first one, who is Barack to America, Black America, and the world? The important thing is, if you look at what this man has done, he has raised in the 18 to 20 months of his presidential candidacy, he has raised approximately $500 million. More money than any presidential candidate in history. Most of this money has been raised via the internet, via $25, $50, $100 contributions that have come in from all over this country. And what's important for us to realize is that most of this money has come from white people. Particularly white women. Particularly white women. So we have to begin to look at what is the appeal of Barack Obama to white America, and specifically white women. Well, the main appeal is that he's a mulatto. That his mother is European American and his father was African. Not African American or Black, he's African. He doesn't have the stain of slavery. He doesn't have the stain of the civil rights movement. He is apart from this country. So he is separated from the guilt that white folk have about what they did to our ancestors. So they can see him through a different light. And so because of the fact that so many whites have taken to Barack, many blacks have questioned his blackness. You know, who is he? Why do white folk like him so much? And in response to all of the criticism, or much of the criticism about him, in Washington, D.C., where I now live, there's a brother who I'm sure some of you are familiar with, a brother by the name of Haile Gerima. Wrote, produced, and directed a film called Sankofa. And he has a bookstore and video store on Georgia Avenue, 2 blocks north of Howard University. And one of his close colleagues, a good brother from the Caribbean, a good brother from Trinidad by the name of Ackland Lynch, who's a professor, a brilliant mind, retired professor from Howard University. And they talk a lot. And so Ackland is very politically astute, was talking about this Barack phenomenon. And so he encouraged Haile Gerima to sponsor a 3-week lecture series at his space so that they could bring in scholars, activists, community organizers, and have them discuss before the community who Barack is to me. So Brother Lynch structured this program, which was held over the course of 3 weeks. The first week, you had community organizers. The second week, you had a number of scholars from Howard and several other educational institutions. The third week, you had artists, spoken word artists, and other social activists. And those 3 weeks of activities were profoundly engaging in so many different levels. So you had folk who talked about the validity of Barack running for president. You had others who said that, well, he's nothing more but an extension of this country. He won't be able to do anything for black folk. You know, so all kinds of issues came out during this discussion. And what we found is, and what I found as I was sitting in the audience observing everything, was that there were a number of people in the audience, majority of people in the audience, who weren't in favor of Barack, who were not supportive of Barack. So let me kind of put this in context for a minute. I've had the pleasure of traveling throughout this country and throughout the world, specifically within the last 6 months, 12 months. You know, my travels have taken me to India, to England twice, to Mexico, to Belize, to Egypt, and everywhere I've traveled outside of this country, everyone that I have encountered, once they found out that I was from America, they all expressed to me with great excitement about Barack running for president. Outside of this country, everybody is rooting for this man. Why? Because they hate America. They don't hate Americans. As one Egyptian told me, I don't hate Americans, I hate your government. I hate your government because your government has exported terrorism and war all over this world. Your government is disenfranchising governments and people all over this world. And in their mind's eye, to have a person of color at the helm of this government might make a difference. It might make a difference, okay? And that's one of the reasons why when Barack was in Berlin in July, over 200,000 people came out to support this African man. 200,000 people. Now you know Berlin is a nation that doesn't have a whole lot of love for black folk. But those folk in Germany are hurting financially because of what is happening in this country. And how this country's manipulation of wealth is affecting people's pocketbooks all over the world. And so the people who don't live here know that America will be better off, that the world will be better off with someone else at the helm. And that someone that they're looking for is Barack. That someone that they're hoping for is Barack. George W. Bush has run this country in the ground. Both of them. But this son, the latest one, is done far worse than any other president in history. He will go down in history as the worst president of the United States in the history of this nation. He is the worst. He has manipulated the government. He has manipulated your pocketbook, my pocketbook. He has created wars based on lies and cost the lives of thousands of American citizens, but hundreds of thousands of foreigners all throughout the world. He is the worst. And when he was re-elected president the second time, or re-selected president, I stand corrected. When the election was stolen the second time, I remember the front page of a newspaper in London, England, asked the question, the headline read, "How stupid are Americans to have allowed him to steal the election twice?" And we did nothing. We didn't protest. We didn't demonstrate. We just said, oh well, that's the elected process, and we went on with our business. And he went on with his business, which was the continued destruction of this nation, and by extension, the rest of the world. And so others that I've encountered throughout this country know what we need to begin to understand on a very basic and fundamental level, that Barack is America's last chance to redeem itself. If they don't get it right this time, we can kiss it all goodbye. So let's look at point number 2. Does Barack really care about black people? And I want to look at some of the critiques, some of the critics of Barack. At the 3-week lecture series that Acton Lynch held at Sankofa, when he saw that there was so much overwhelming, not hatred, but distrust for Barack, Brother Ackman stood up and just asked one simple question of the audience. How many of you all have read his book? And of the 50 or 60 people in the audience, maybe 2 read his book. So he asked the question, how can you critique him? If you haven't read his book, you can't critique him based on what you've seen on television or what you read in the newspaper. Have you read his own words? Do you know how he thinks? And if you haven't done that, then you need to shut up. Plain and simple. So, Ackman's declaration made me read his book because I hadn't read it. And because he's a man who I respect, who I love, who I appreciate, I decided to read the book. And as I've read the book, I've come to understand his first book, Dreams from My Father. When I read this book, I came to understand that Barack Obama is blacker than most black folk that I know, including a whole lot of folk who consider themselves to be African-centered. I'm telling you the honest God truth, based on my reading of his book. His book is a soulful telling of a black man in search for his father, in search for his identity. And as he talked about this search, I can relate to it. Because I spent my life as a black man searching for my father. I don't know who my father was. Never met him. I spent my life searching for my identity as a black man in the world. And so I can identify with his quest, the basic quest that every person has. Who am I? Where did I come from? And what is it in me that drives me to do the things you do? If you're lucky and have 2 parents, then part of that question can be answered. Because you can look at your parents and see yourself in them, their speech, their walk, their talk. But if you're separated from one of your parents, then 50% of you will never know. And you don't know how deeply that bothers someone until you're missing that 50%. So his book deals with that. He talks about the fact that he was raised by a white mother from Kansas who introduced him to black literature. Talked about the fact when he was a child, his mother was the one who introduced him to the works of Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, James Baldwin. Because she knew that as a black man living in America, or a white man's world, he would need to know who he was. She didn't raise him to be a colored guy, or a black-white person. She knew that he was going to be a black man. And so she prepared him to deal with life as best she could as a black man. So remember in his presidential acceptance speech, he talked about the fact that his mother woke him up at 4 o'clock in the morning to do his homework because she wanted to prepare him for a world that was going to be anti-black male. How many mothers do you all know check their children's homework, let alone wake them up at 4 o'clock in the morning to do it? So let's get serious. Let's be honest with ourselves as we assess this man. He talked about the fact that after his mother remarried and he was in high school, he decided to come back to Hawaii to stay with his grandparents so that he could go to school in Hawaii. And as he talked about this relationship with his grandfather, who was more like a father to him, and if you read the story about his grandfather and his grandfather's relationship with his grandfather's life was kind of similar to the life of most black men I knew. He was struggling to make ends meet. He was struggling living in a household where the female in the household was making more money than he was. He was frustrated with life. had hopes, had high hopes, but was never able to achieve his high hopes. He talked about when they were living in Hawaii, he would always go down with his grandfather every night to a local bar. His grandfather would have a drink, and it just so happens, based on his description, the bar was in the black part of Hawaii. It was a black bar. Everybody in the bar was black. They knew him on a first name basis, and he hung out with black folk. So while Granddad was sitting down, drinking his beer, talking with the brothers, Barack was sitting down at the bar, drinking his Coke, talking with other folk in the bar. So he grew up around us. He knows our issues, and he's very clear about who he is. And then after college, after he graduated from Columbia, he moved to Chicago, my hometown. Moved to Chicago. And specifically, he got a job as a community organizer working in Argyle Gardens. Now, I grew up on the west side of Chicago. Argyle Gardens is on the far south side of Chicago. I didn't go to Argyle Gardens, all right? I didn't go to Argyle Gardens because as a black man living in Chicago, you knew that there were certain places you don't go because white folk would beat you up and your own folk would beat you up if you're from the wrong neighborhood. So he worked in Argyle Gardens. So I can respect him going back into the community to work with our folk. He could have got a decent job working on Wall Street here in New York, or working in downtown Chicago or DC or Philadelphia, but he chose to work with his own people. So we have to acknowledge that. And in the book he talks about his relationships with people in Chicago. He talks about the various communities that he lived in and worked in Chicago. So I can relate to this book again on many different levels because he was talking about my city. He was talking about people that I knew, that I grew up with. And there's a passage in the book where he talks about meeting this brother, this older brother, who was training young men or preparing young men for high school. And I want to read you this passage, a couple of passages from this section of the book because it describes his understanding of what black children, specifically male children, have to go through in this country. He met this brother, he was introduced to this brother named Asante, who was a counselor for young men. He said that we followed Dr. King's directions to a small office toward the rear of the building. It was decorated with African themes, a map of the continent, posters of ancient African kings and queens, a collection of drums and gourds, and a kente cloth wall hanging. Behind the desk sat a tall, imposing man with a handlebar mustache and a prominent jaw. He was dressed in an African print, an elephant hair bracelet around the thick wrist. He seemed a bit put off at first, and he had a stack of SAT papers. Let me go on. He said the first thing, and so he was talking to Barack and his assistant about the work that they were doing as community organizers and the people that they were interacting with. So I want you to listen to this statement from Brother Asante here. The first thing you have to realize, he said, looking at Johnny and me in turn, is that the public school system is not about educating black children. Never has been. Inner city schools are about social control, period. They operate as holding pens, miniature jails, really. It's only when black children start breaking out of their pens and bothering white people that society even pays attention to the issue of whether or not these children are being educated. Just think about what a real education for these children would involve. It would start by giving a child an understanding of himself, his world, his culture, his community. That's the starting point of any educational process. That is what makes a child hungry to learn. The promise of being part of something, of mastering his environment. For the black child, everything is turned upside down. From day one, what is he learning about? Someone else's history, someone else's culture. Not only that, this culture he's supposed to learn is the same culture that has systematically rejected him and denied his humanity. Right, and that's a foundation, that's a discourse on education, a basic understanding of education. And then he talks about the fact that he chooses to give them, he chooses to expose these children to African history, African geography, artistic traditions. I try to give them a different values orientation, something to counteract materialism and individualism and instant gratification that's fed to them the other 15 hours of the day. I teach them that African people are a communal people, that Africans respect their elders. So he lays out a basic foundation, and he incorporated this conversation in his book, which means that this conversation had meaning and value to him. What's important in this description of coming into the Sante's office, he describes the poster on the wall with the African kings and queens. You all have seen those posters, haven't you? The Budweisers, great kings and queens of Africa, all right? And what's so interesting about it is that I remember in the conversation I had with Dr. Clark, Dr. Johnny Clark, years ago, Dr. Clark had shared with me that he wrote the narratives for those posters. And as he was discussing that with some of his colleagues ragged on him for being associated with Budweiser. Now, you know Budweiser, I mean, they're producing this alcohol that's killing our people. And Dr. Clark said, well, listen, fool, our people gonna drink the Budweiser anyway. So we might as well give them something to learn while they're drinking the Bud. That's real. That is real. And I can't tell you how many thousands, hundreds of thousands of lives were touched by those posters. You don't understand the extent to which something small, something seemingly insignificant and anti-African can plant seeds in the minds of someone, whether they are conscious of it or not. And so we've got to begin to look at our situation from multiple perspectives before we start criticizing our people for what they do. A couple of other passages in the book, Wright describes his journey to Africa to visit his father's relatives after his father died. Now the book begins with him receiving a phone call from his sister in Africa that his father died in a car accident. Barack only knew his father for 1 month. His father met his wife when they were students at the University of Hawaii. Got pregnant, he lived with them for about 2 years, and then he left, returned to Africa. He didn't come back until Barack was about 10 for Christmas, stayed for a month, and then he was gone again and never saw his father again. So he spends this book, dreaming about his father. Because everyone said how bright his father was. Everyone talked about how much character and how he could walk into a room and just change the energy in the room with his presence. And so he tried to imagine the presence, the power of this man. He tried to imagine that power manifesting itself in him as he tried to find his place in the world. And then there's a description here where he finally goes to Kenya to visit his father's relatives and to go to his father's grave. And there's an interesting conversation that takes place when he's in the airport in Nairobi. His baggage is lost. And so he meets with the teller to fill out the form to secure his luggage. And let me just read you this short passage, which again gives you some insight into the mind of this man. He said, I completed the form and gave Miss Omoro, and gave it back to Miss Omoro, who gave it the once-over before looking back at me. She said, you wouldn't be related to Dr. Obama by chance? He said, well, yes, he was my father. Miss Omoro smiled sympathetically. I'm very sorry about his passing. Your father was a close friend of my family's, and he would come often to our house when I was a child. He said, the very fact that she recognized my name, that had never happened before, I realized. Not in Hawaii, not in Indonesia, not in LA or New York or Chicago. For the first time in my life, I felt the comfort, the firmness of identity that a name might provide, and how it might carry an entire history in other people's memories, so that they might nod and say knowingly, oh, you're so-and-so's son. No one here in Kenya would ask how to spell my name or mangle it with an unfamiliar tongue. My name belonged And so I belong, drawn into a web of relationships, alliances, and grudges that I did not yet understand. So it's about finding self and appreciating those little things that we take for granted, those little things that we aren't even conscious of, that help to ground you in a greater sense of self than we can ever imagine. Even the title of the book is significant. The book is entitled Dreams from My Father, a story of race and inheritance. Dreams from my father. Not dreams of my father, but dreams from my father. And as a graphic artist, as I look at the cover of the book, I noticed that in the design of the book, all of the words are initial caps, except from, which is in all lowercase. So this was designed in order to draw your attention to the word from, so that you can understand on a very basic and fundamental level, he is not dreaming of his father, he is tapping into the ancestral memory of his father. All right? Understand what is here. It's hard to see it if your mind is filled with hatred, or if your mind is filled with confusion. It's hard to see reality if you're blinded by other issues. And so it's important to realize that we have to look at this man on several different levels. There's another passage in the book that I'd like to share with you that again deals with this issue of identity and also reinforces this quest for a black man to find his father, to identify with positive aspects of his father. This next passage I want to read to you is a conversation between Barack and one of his co-workers, a brother named Johnny. And in this particular passage, Johnny is talking about his father. So here's a black man talking about his father. And I want you to listen to this discussion, because it's an apt description of how most black men feel about their fathers. He says here, Johnny says, it's funny, he said, how listening to Asante back there made me think about my old man. And then he goes on to talk about his father. He said, never seemed like he really enjoyed life. You know what I mean? On weekends, he'd just hang around the house with some of my uncles, and they would come over and drink and listen to music. They complained about what their bosses had done to them this week. The man did this. The man did that. But if one of them actually started talking about something different or had a new idea, the rest of them would tear the guy up. How some no-count nigga like you gonna start some business, one of them would say. And then somebody else would say, take that glass away from Jimmy. That wine done gone to his head. And they all be laughing. But I could tell that they weren't really laughing inside. Sometimes if I were around, my uncles started talking about me. Hey boy, that's some knobby head you got there. Hey boy, you starting to sound just like the white man with all those big words. Johnny blew a steam of smoke into the hazy air. When I was in high school, I felt ashamed of him, my old man, I mean, working like a dog, sitting there getting drunk with his brothers. I swore that I would never end up like that. But you know, when I thought about it later, I realized that my old man never laughed when I talked about wanting to go to college. I mean, he never said anything one way or the other, but he always made sure that me and my brother got up for school, and that we didn't have to work, and that we had a little walking around money. The day that I graduated, I remember he showed up in a jacket and a tie and just shook my hand. That's all. He just shook my hand, and then he went back to work. So Barack says to him, but he was there, Johnny. Who? Your father. He was there for you. Yeah, Barack, I guess he was. Did you ever tell him that? No, we're not really good at talking. Johnny looked at the window, and then he turned to me. Maybe I should, huh? Yeah, John, I said, nodding. Maybe you should. All right? Black men, searching to find identity, searching to find relationships with other black men. Particularly the most important black man in your life, your father. But too many black men don't have fathers, don't know their fathers. So I want you all to understand very clearly that without that 50% of yourself, you are not whole. I don't care who you are, I don't care how much education you have, you are not whole. So in this book, he talks about trying to complete himself, trying to get whole. And he did that by trying to find his roots, something that many of us can't do by virtue of the fact that many of us don't know where in Africa our foreparents came from. But he was fortunate in that he was able to go to the village, see his grandparents, go to his grandfather's tomb, and participate in the rituals that have been passed down from generation to generation to generation. The third point I want to look at is the significance of Obama as America's first obviously black president. And in doing so, I want to do a quick overview of J.E. Rogers' little pamphlet, which was published in 1965, Five Negro Presidents. I'm surprised, I'm shocked at the number of our folk that have never heard of this book, let alone read it. And it's 18 pages.
Yeah, right.
It's 18 pages.
Read that on your coffee break.
The title of the book, the working title of the book is Five Negro Presidents According to What White People Say They Were, by J.E. Rogers, and was published in 1965. The five Negro presidents were Thomas Jefferson, third president of the United States, who served 2 terms from 1801 to 1809. The second black president was Andrew Jackson, the 7th president of the United States, who also served 2 terms from 1825 to 1837. The third Negro president was Abraham Lincoln, the 16th president of the United States, who served from 1861 until 1865 when he was assassinated, going into his 2nd term. The 4th Negro president was Warren G. Harding, the 29th president of the United States, who served from 1929 to 1923 when he died of food poisoning. And on the cover of this book is Warren G. Harding and a photograph of his grandfather, his black grandfather. Okay? And the 5th Negro president was not listed in the book. He made reference to him, but he wasn't listed because he was still alive. But that president was Wright D. Eisenhower. And I don't know how many of you all are familiar with Dr. Edward Nichols, who's a psychologist from Washington, D.C. But when I first met Dr. Nichols, he talked about the fact that after Kennedy was elected president, Life magazine did an expose, cover story, on all of the living presidents of the United States. And they had on the cover a photograph of Dwight D. Eisenhower as a child and his mother. And his mother was black. His mother was a mulatto, all right? And so that was on the cover of Look magazine. It was on newsstands all throughout the country. Somebody saw that cover, made a telephone call, and in 24 hours, every single magazine was taken off the newsstand and was placed with a different cover. All right? Now, all 5 of these men were black, according to the 1 drop rule. You know, they were either quadroons or octoroons. This term was popularized by Thomas Jefferson in his book, Notes on the State of Virginia. And according to him, 1 drop of black blood made a white man black. Now that's black power if I ever heard it. 1 drop makes you me. All right? And so because of the fact that these men were living in a racist country and they were light enough to pass, they passed. They passed. And they became president of the United States. There's a whole lot of black folk who are passing.
Oh, yeah.
Did you all know that J. Edgar Hoover is passing? The Hoover family, are Negroes who have passed for white. And it's something about the hatred of self that we have that causes us to aggress against our own even when we're passing. So it helps you understand Hoover's hatred for Dr. King because of who Hoover was, not who King was. All right? So we've got to look at these issues. So if Barack Obama is elected president, we will have to understand that he is a mulatto. All right? And thus he would be the first phenotypically identifiable black president of the United States. So the question is that we have to raise, as everyone is talking about, Barack Obama could potentially be the first black president, why aren't we talking about this history? This is a great opportunity to educate our own and maybe white America in the process. This is an opportunity that we should not be passing by. Every child in every classroom should have a copy of this book so that this could be discussed. This is a hot topic. The important thing about understanding the significance of moments in time. Certain moments in time are pregnant with possibility. And so you have to be able to recognize those moments and impregnate those moments with the possibilities of changing the world. This is one of those moments. So we have to look at ourselves. What are we doing to capitalize on these moments? These are opportunities that you must first recognize as opportunities and then have the knowledge to know what to do to take advantage of this opportune moment. You can't just sit back and complain because you don't like what's going on. There's something that you can do. Anybody can complain. Matter of fact, that's the easiest thing in the world to do, to sit on your butt and talk about somebody who is doing something. Issue is, what are you doing? What are we doing to take advantage of these moments? And so, one of the reasons why we aren't talking about these issues is because we don't know our history. We don't know our history, and we don't know that we don't know our history. Talk about with black folks, but we don't even know our history from 40 years ago, let alone 100 years ago. And there's no excuse for that. There's no excuse whatsoever for us to be as ignorant as we are. As Alton was saying, the reason why we talk so crazy is because most of us are ignorant. We're not illiterate because we can read. We're illiterate because we don't read. If you have the capacity to read and to internalize what you've read, it will dramatically change the quality of your thinking and the quality of your conversation. That's something that we can do. That's something that we have control over. So, I want us to understand that we cannot expect our former enslavers to teach us our history. That's not going to happen. That's not their job. That's our responsibility. To educate ourselves, educate our children, to educate the children on our block. To spend some time talking to them, reading to them, helping them begin to understand this process called life so that they can make better choices. I'd like for you all to do something for me. I'd like for you to close your eyes for me. Close your eyes. And I want you to use your imaginations. And I want you to imagine the front page of your local newspaper on Wednesday, November the 5th. And I want you to look at that headline. Obama wins the election. Now, how does that make you feel? Looking at that, how does that make you feel? Internally, deep inside. Now, there's a passage in the book when Barack first came to Chicago, he went to a barbershop to get a feel get a pulse of the community. And this is shortly after Harold Washington had been elected mayor of Chicago. And the brothers were talking about how Harold Washington, being elected president, just so profoundly impacted every black person in America. He said it was just like when Joe Louis beat Max Mellon. Everybody was excited. Everybody was rooting for him because it was the first time that we got control. Now granted, there were some folks who had some issues with Harold Washington because politics, now you know, politics is a dirty game. And if you're in the game, you gotta play dirty. I mean, there's no question about it. But Harold knew how to work that game, knew how to work it enough in order to win that election. He didn't do everything to change, but he did make some profound changes. And changes come with time. You need opportunities and time. I want you to imagine that if Obama is elected president, or I saw Dr. Fukuyama. You all familiar with Dr. Fukuyama?
Yes.
He was in Washington last month to do a lecture. And when he walked in the door, he was wearing an Obama pin. And I said to him, it's obvious who your candidate for president is. And he looked at me with all seriousness, because Dr. Fukuyama was a very serious brother, a deep brother, very serious brother. And he said, the ancestors have said that Obama is going to win. So he was dealing with this situation from a totally different perspective than I was. The ancestors said that he is the right man for the job at this particular point in time in history. I want us to understand how just on a psychological level, how Barack will affect everybody in this country, not just black folks, but everybody in this country. Do you realize that his photograph will be in every federal office in this country? So even white folk who don't like black folk, I'm going to have to see his picture on that wall for at least 4 years. Understand the psychological effect that that image of that black man is going to have on them on a conscious and subconscious level. Understand that in every military installation throughout the world, every embassy throughout the world, his picture is going to hang on that wall. We can't just deal with things on a superficial level. We got to begin to understand that things manifest themselves on a spiritual and a mental level. And all of these things are going to be working within the next couple of months. So we got to begin to broaden our perspective of this moment in time, where we are in this moment in time, and how we must use our time to take advantage of every single second. Fourth point I want to talk about is racism dead or in a state of suspended animation. Barack addressed the issues of race in his book, Dreams of My Father, a story of race and inheritance. So he was very clear about these issues of race. The book was published in 1995, 4 years after he graduated from Harvard Law School, 9 years before he spoke at the Democratic Convention in 2004, where he delivered a keynote address. So this book was written before anybody ever heard of Barack Obama. And he laid out his heart and soul. He talked about what life was like for him as a child. Talked about getting high. Talked about shooting school. He's talking about all the things that any young child does growing up. And he talked about how he found himself and charted the course for his life. Again, the issue that impressed me was that Barack chose to work as a community organizer in the south side of Chicago. Chicago was, in the early 80s, and still is today, and it certainly was the 21 years that I lived in Chicago, from actually 20 years, from 1951 to 1971, Chicago was and still is the most racially segregated city in the United States of America. It still is, even more so than New York, even more so than New York. If you all recall, in the 60s, Dr. King decided to move his civil rights movement from the South, came to Chicago. He came to Chicago, not Cicero, not Cicero. Cicero has changed. Chicago has changed a lot over the years. Black folk live in Cicero now, you know. But Martin Luther King decided that he was going to integrate community in Marquette Park. Marquette Park was on the near south side, around 35th Street. Black folk, when I was growing up in Chicago, you don't drive through Marquette Park. Marquette Park was a lot like Bensonhurst. You don't drive through Marquette Park. You don't walk through Marquette Park. But Dr. King decided that he was going to integrate this all-white community. And those of you all who are old enough to remember when King was living in Chicago, you probably remember the images in the newspaper and on the television news where there were crowds of white folk, hundreds and hundreds of white folk, men, women, and children, protesting his presence in their neighborhood, spitting at him. You would think that these things were taking place down in Birmingham, Alabama, or Meridian, Mississippi. This is on the south side of Chicago. And in one event, up south, exactly right. And one particular occasion, as Dr. King was walking through this crowd with Jesse and all of his other lieutenants, someone took a brick and threw it at King, hit him in the head. And Dr. King, when he got into the department, began to reconsider his decision, trying to integrate this community in Chicago. He said, now, I've dealt with racism all throughout the South, but I have never experienced racism like he was experiencing in my hometown, Chicago. Matter of fact, Mayor Daley, Richard J. Daley, came into his apartment and said, look, I can't protect you in this neighborhood. You know, so if you want to make your point, I would suggest you do it someplace else. So what did King do? He left the south side and he went into a project on the near north side. So he changed his focus, but he still talked about the disparities of housing in Chicago. Now, Chicago housing projects, some of the worst housing projects in the world. New York is bad, but Chicago, some of the worst in the world. And I didn't really understand how bad it was. I mean, I knew folk who lived in the projects, and they would tell me stories about the murders that took place within the projects on a regular basis, the rapes that took place in the projects, all of the beatings and shootings and stabbings that took place. Our folk killing our folk every single day. And it wasn't until I was older that I began to understand what this whole process is all about. It's really a process of social engineering. When I was a freshman in Chicago, freshman in college, I was majoring in architecture. And I attended the University of Illinois. And I remember that in the School of Architecture, the lobby of the building, there was this display that the senior class had built. It was a display of modular housing that was made out of cardboard for a rat population that was encased in plexiglass. And so I would see it every day coming in and out of this building. And then after about a month into the semester, our instructor told us that the other professors in the department needed our help because the rat population in this modular city had grown faster than the upperclassmen could make additional modular units for them. So they asked us, the lowerclassmen, to come and assist them in making these modular units, because what was happening was that once this city of rats had become overpopulated and there wasn't enough space for the rats to have their own comfort zone, they started fighting each other. They started killing each other and cannibalizing the dead. So after about a week, when we made additional units and put those units within that plexiglass enclosure, the violence went down. The murders went down within this rat population. And so it was about a decade later when I came back to Chicago to visit John Jackson, who was living in a nursing home on the near south side of Chicago. And as I was walking to his nursing home, I walked past the Illinois Institute of Technology. Now I remember, being in that building for a couple of projects when I was working in the School of Architecture, being in that building for a couple of projects. And then right a block down the street was the beginning of the projects. And these projects, Robert Taylor projects, these projects are about 13 stories high. Each building would hold maybe 1,000, 1,500 people. And mostly it's women, children, no men. Because in order to get into public housing, there couldn't be a man in the household. As a matter of fact, social workers would often knock at the door 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning to do a home inspection. And if there was a man in the house, then you and your children would be kicked out of public housing. And so, when in these buildings, there were 4 buildings to a block, and they stretched for over a mile. And they were all throughout the city. So as I walked toward the nursing home to see John Jackson, walked past the Illinois Institute of Technology, and saw down the street these projects, that's when I realized that this all is social engineering. All of this was designed in order to destroy 3 generations of African people.
Right.
Separate families, separate the men from the wives, the children from their fathers, so that this dysfunctionality could be passed down from generation to generation to generation.
Right.
And I applaud Barack for going to Chicago to work in this community to make a difference in the lives of young black men who needed some positive male images to relate to. Okay? So, in the book, he talked about his community. Barack lived in the hood, lived with black folk, lived in the neighborhood that some of us wouldn't want to live in. So he's well aware that racism is a game created by whites.
Yeah.
Whites wrote the rules of the game. They manufactured the deck. They dealt the hand. And then they want to accuse him of playing the race card.
How about that?
I understand how this game is played. Hillary Clinton can talk about putting 18 million cracks in the glass ceiling and appeal to female voters. John McCain can talk about spending 5.5 years as a prisoner of war and appeal to veterans. Sarah Palin can talk about being a soccer mom or a pit bull with lipstick and appeal to mothers. But when Bill Clinton suggested that the only reason that black voters were voting for Barack was because he was black, and Barack expressed his displeasure with that comment, then they accused him of playing the race card. What is that? What kind of craziness is that? Everybody else can talk about issues that define them as people except us. And in the middle of that, he still is dealing with the issue, simply because he's black. But the reality is, he can't deal with race directly. It has to be indirect. As a presidential candidate, he can only talk about race in the context of supposedly racist remarks that were made by his former minister, Jeremiah Wright. Right? So let's look at this Wright situation for a minute, and let's analyze his comments and the context in which his comments were made. Since Reverend Wright burst on the scene with his soundbite of "Goddamn America," which was played over 500 times in 1 week, over and over and over and over again. That's the media doing that in order to connect Barack to this minister. So that even though he wasn't talking about race, he went to the church of Reverend Wright, so obviously these must be his thoughts as well. Projection and association. The interesting thing is about Wright's comments, I have not spoken to one Negro, I have not spoken to one black person, I have not spoken to one colored or African American who disagreed with what Wright said. All of us know that Wright was right. His comments were absolutely right. And anybody who lives in America truly understands what he was saying to be true. And Barack initially addressed those issues. That the black church is different than a white church. And that we talk about issues in our churches that white folks don't talk about in their churches. Because of how we relate to this country and how we relate to the Lord. But the interesting thing is that Wright's comments were comments that were somewhat similar to Malcolm's comments 45 years ago when he said chickens were coming home to roost. Malcolm was kicked out of the nation when he made those comments. Remember that? He was kicked out the Nation of Islam for talking about the assassination of John F. Kennedy and saying America's chickens are coming home to roost. Khalid Muhammad was kicked out of the Nation of Islam when he made comments about the Pope. Alright? So let's put all of this in context. Anytime a black person speaks out, a high-profile black person speaks out and talks about racial issues in this country, he is kicked to the curb. Alright? So, let's look at this. Wright's comments that he made at this church were right on point. But the comments that he made several weeks later in Detroit at the NAACP convention, and then the next day at the press club in Washington, D.C., was when it became clear to most folk that Wright had lost his mind. Now let me put this in context, all right? Because anytime you're speaking before an audience, you really have to be careful of what you say and how you say it. Particularly if you are a target of the media. You don't give the media the most powerful form of mind control and manipulation. You don't give them any ammunition to use against you, or by extension, anyone who has been associated with your church, Barack Obama. So when Wright spoke at the NAACP convention and he talked about the educational differences between black children and white children, he raised issues that were right on point, but they were over the head of most of the people in his audience. So what was he doing? He was, in my humble estimation, he was showing off. He was showing off. Now there's nothing wrong with doing that, but you have to do it in the right context. If you're going to talk about information that most people are not familiar with, then you need to provide documentation. You need to provide documentation, especially if your presentation is being broadcast all over the world. That broadcast wasn't just for the United States, it was being broadcast by C-SPAN all over the world. So this was his opportunity to educate everyone throughout the world. And he didn't, in my humble estimation, he didn't do everything that he could have done and should have done at that opportune moment. It was a missed opportunity because he was showboating. Got so caught up in showboating that he struck the Q pose. What kind of nonsense is that? Has this Negro lost his mind? You don't do that. You don't do that with an international audience. You don't do that. There's certain things that you do with family behind closed doors. This is family. I would say and do certain things with family, but that I won't do with the larger audience because I know that they don't look at me like you look at me. And I've got to say things to appeal to them on a different level because they're evaluating me different than how you will evaluate me. And the idea is, anytime you speak to a large audience, you want to have the entire audience move with you. You don't want to lose them by saying something that they may misinterpret. So you are very careful or very structured about what you say and how you say it, if you care about your message and how your message is going to be received. The following day, when Wright spoke at the press club, the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., that's when he lost it. Now, he's a bright man, he's an educated man, he is an articulate man, but he should have known that he was being set up. He should have known that he was being set up. He was there in D.C. for a conference of black ministers that was being held at Howard School of Divinity. The meeting at the press club was set up by Barbara Reynolds, who is a supporter of Hillary Clinton. So they set up that meeting knowing how Wright is, knowing how large his ego is, putting him in front of his peers, knowing that he's going to cut up. And he did cut up. His talk was good, but then he went overboard during the Q&A session when he started attacking that poor white girl who was asking the question, the moderator of the program. All right? Now, he almost made me feel sorry for her. Almost. But you got to understand how other people watching this. How white folks, Hispanic folks, other folks watching that reacted to this black man beating this white girl down. That's what it was, a beat down. It was a verbal beat down. And he should have known you don't do that before an international audience. You don't do that because you're going to draw negative attention to yourself, to your church, to your parishioners, and to anybody associated with you. His ego was out of check. And he's paid for it because you have not heard from him since, have you? You have not heard from him since. And there's some stuff that has been surfacing that I don't know if some folk are holding this for a late October surprise. But and I don't want to get into it now because I don't want to gossip. But it was because of this speech that Obama finally had to distance himself from Jeremiah Wright. Now, as he said in his first speech in response to Wright's comments about goddamn America, he said that, this is the man who married me, who baptized my children. This is the man who's like a father to me. So I can imagine how Barack man felt trying to understand why Wright was doing what he did. Why would Wright throw him under the bus? That is what he did. He threw him under the bus. Was it ego? Was he envious of the attention that he was getting? I don't know. We'll probably find out when Michelle writes the book and tells what was really going on. But the reality of the situation is this, brothers and sisters. The racial dynamics in this country are changing. America is rapidly becoming a multicultural and pluralistic society. And black folk have to adjust to that reality. It was about 7 years ago that Hispanics became the #1 minority in the United States. Hispanics are #1, we're #2, and in about 15 years we'll fall down to #3 behind Asians. So if we have not achieved parity as the #1 minority, what do you think is going to happen when we're now in the #2 slot? What do you think is going to happen when we fall to the #3 slot? Huh? And based on census reports last month, that in 2042, 8 years ahead of their projections, white folk will become a minority in the United States for the first time in U.S. history. Hispanics will become the dominant population in this country, followed by us, followed by Asians. And if you look at the statistics, you look at the growth, the demographics of the various groups within this country, you'll see that white growth has been growing maybe about 2 or 3% per decade. Hispanic population has been growing by almost 20-30% per decade. African American growth has remained stagnant for over 45 years, which means that there are as many of us being born as there are dying. Zero population growth. And most of us are dying at the hands of other black folk, and we're dying at our own hand as a result of the foods that we put into our body, this stuff that some folk call food. We're killing ourselves. So, we have to take all of this into account in order to assess where this country is going. So that racial dynamics are changing such that we won't be able to blame whitey for all of our problems now. Because they won't be in the minority, they won't be in the majority. Hispanics will begin to be in the majority. And Hispanics are, for the most part, they are living in Washington, D.C. area. Washington, D.C. has the highest percentage of Salvadorians of any country outside of El Salvador, right? And they're coming in large numbers, and it's obvious that they're coming in was planned in order to displace the African American population. That's real clear. They're doing jobs that we used to do, or jobs that we don't want to do. And as a consequence, they are building families. They are living the American dream. They still have, at this particular point in time, in the sojourn in America, they still have nuclear families. And they still do things as a family. Things that we stopped doing a long time ago. Right? So they are moving into political arenas. And as they begin to become aldermen and women, they begin to become mayors and governors, they're not going to tolerate all of this nonsense that we have been tolerating in our community. So we need to get our act together, because this country is changing.
Very much so.
And if we want to be a part of change, there's work that we have to do. So let me look at an analysis of a couple of speeches by Wright. So let's look at his thoughts and his words. Again, if you really want to understand somebody, listen to what they say, not what someone says they said. Listen to what they say. Listen to how they say it. Listen to the context in which they say it, so that you can begin to get an understanding of how they think. Barack Obama is truly a talented and gifted speaker. And since we know that thought precedes speech, that means that by extension he is an even more talented and gifted thinker. When Africans were enslaved in this country, we had to learn to talk in code around the white man and around Negroes, certain Negroes. Now that we are free, and many of us still work on plantations from 9 to 5, y'all know that you still have to talk in code around white folk and around Negroes. All right? So when you listen to Barack talk, I want you to be aware that he is talking in code. He has one message for the general American population, and there's another message embedded in that speech that is directed to us. Now, he can't come out and say, I'm going to do this for black folk, I'm going to do that for black. He can't come out and say that, because he'll lose the white vote. But if you listen to what he says, how he says it, and the context in which he says it, you will hear what he's saying to us. So you have to cultivate the ability not just to listen, but to hear what is not being said, and to understand that there's another level of communication that is going on. So I want to look at a couple of his speeches. The speech on race that he gave in Philadelphia on March 18th in response to Jeremiah Wright's comments. He put the issue of race in a historical context, and he talked about America and slavery. I have not heard very many people do this. On the national television, he talked about the history, he put it in context, and then he talked about the ability for everybody to move beyond that. Not forget it. Understand the issue and understand what is necessary to move beyond that. He described his relationship with Jeremiah Wright, with Trinity Church, and he specifically identified 11 o'clock on Sunday as the most segregated hour in America. White folk go to a white church and pray to a white God. Black folk go to a black church and pray to a white God. It is what it is. It is what it is. Contrary to the thoughts and wishes of others, Obama has overcome the wrongs of Jeremiah Wright. He did not separate himself from Jeremiah Wright. Wright pushed him away, kicked him underneath the bus. In his speech, Obama addressed the issues of race head on, and then he moved on. He won the primary races. He won the Democratic presidential nomination, and he can potentially win in November with your help. If you look at his Father's Day speech, which was held at a church in Chicago, June 15, 2008, in his speech, Barack used scripture in order to frame his discussion about fathers. Specifically, he used Jesus' Sermon on the Mount, where Jesus preached about a man building his house on a rock which has a firm foundation. And Barack used this message to illustrate that family also has to be built on a strong foundation. Family is the foundation of every community. And the man, the father, is to be the rock of that family, the rock of that community. And then he talked about the fact that too many black men were not holding up their end, were not doing their job. And some folks got mad at him because he was telling the truth. But he was saying what needs to be said. We all know it. We all lived it. Let me share with you a couple of statistics that he provided in order to substantiate his claim that black men needed to start stepping up. He said, quoting here, "We know that more than half of all black children live in single-parent households, a number which has doubled since the time that we were children. We know the statistics. The children who grow up without a father are 5 times more likely to live in poverty and commit crime. They are 9 times more likely to drop out of school and 20 times more likely to go to prison." These are facts. This is the truth, like it or not. They are more likely to have behavior problems or run away from home or become teenage parents themselves. And the foundation of our communities are weaker because of it. This is the truth. And we need to be courageous enough to face the truth. Our men are not being men. They're not acting like men. Part of the problem is many of them didn't have men in the household. And I have to be honest with these sisters, a woman cannot raise a man. A mother cannot raise a man. My mother could not raise me to be a man. I needed men in my life to help me understand certain things that my mother didn't understand or couldn't explain to me. So we need men, courageous men, strong men to work in our communities, to be models, to be examples for our children, for our daughters, for our nation and our community. Wright proceeded to give examples as to what men could do to improve the quality of their lives and their community lives. So he didn't just talk about the problem, he gave statistics to validate the problem, and then he gave solutions to the problem. That's what you're supposed to do if you want to help somebody. You don't just criticize them. You help them understand what the issues are, and you give them the means by which they may help themselves. So the conclusion was simple. It says it's a simple and truthful message which needs to be repeated over and over again until it sinks into our heads and we realize that the only way we can change our condition is to confront our condition. We can't run away from it. You can't deal with the truth by simply ignoring it or wishing it away, or committing character assassination upon the messenger of that truth. So in that context, I gotta say, shame on Tabitha Smiley. I gotta say, shame on Cornel West for being overly critical of his speech. I have to say, shame on Michael Eric Dyson for getting on Bill Cosby for saying the same thing. Now come on, now we gotta be serious. You know, folk accuse Cosby, folk accuse Barack of airing our dirty laundry. But don't you realize the world can see your dirty drawers because our children are walking around with their pants hanging out off their behind. What people on this planet allow their children to walk out of the house like that? No one. No one on any country that I've gone to allows their children to accept such dysfunctionality as the validity of their humanity. That is insane. That is unacceptable behavior. And as long as we are silent on this issue, the world will continue to look at us as if we have lost our minds. And so we can't do better until we start acting better. And I applaud any black man who holds black men up to a higher standard. We need to have regular discussions like this on an ongoing basis. At Barack's Democratic DNC presidential acceptance speech last month, he talked about a number of important things. I call this speech the Promise of America speech. You can do what you will. And in this speech, Barack talked about what was wrong with America. He identified George Bush as the source of many of America's ills. And then he linked McCain to George Bush. He went on to talk about the economy. And he talked about the promises that he would keep as President of the United States, and then he proceeded to detail those promises. And he said that he promised to help you if you would help your community. Huh? I would help you, but you got to help yourself. I can't do it all for you. And then he broadened his Father's Day message to talk about all fathers in this country needed to step up and do more. And then he delivered his punchline with the skill of Muhammad Ali in his prime, right? When he said, I get it. I realize that I'm not the likeliest candidate for the office. I don't fit the typical pedigree, he said. But I stand here before you tonight because all across America, something is stirring. What the naysayers don't understand is that this election has never been about me, it's about you. It's about you. And understanding that this is an opportunity for every single one of us. He said that history teaches us that at defining moments like this one, the change we need doesn't come from Washington, change comes to Washington. Change happens because the American people demand it, because they rise up, because they insist on new ideas and new leadership and a new politics at a new time. That's what we need. Because the same old is not going to cut it. Said America, this is one of these moments. I believe that as hard as it will be, the change that we need is coming because I've seen it. He's seen it. He has lived that change. And he truly has. He is an international brother. Born and raised in Hawaii. Moved to Indonesia when his mother remarried. Came back to Hawaii for high school. And then went to college in LA. And then transferred to New York. And then came to Chicago. And then came to New York, and then went back to Chicago. So this is a brother who has always been around us. He has not left his community, even though he had the chance to do so many, many times. Then he went on to talk about the promise of America. He says, this country of ours has more wealth than any nation, but that is not what makes us rich. We have the most powerful military on earth, but that is not what makes us strong. Instead, it is that American spirit, that American promise that pushes us forward even when the path is uncertain, that binds us together in spite of our differences, that makes us fix our eyes on what is unseen. But what is unseen is that far better place around the thing. He's talking about vision. He ain't talking about a dream. He's talking about a vision. And as we all know, in order to do anything, you must first have a vision in your mind. And you must have the skills to manifest that vision. He said this promise is our greatest inheritance. And it is this promise that 45 years ago today brought Americans from every corner of the land to stand together on the mall in Washington, D.C. before Lincoln's Memorial to hear a young preacher from Georgia speak of his dream. We cannot walk alone, the preacher cried. And as we walk, we must take the pledge that we shall always march ahead, we shall never turn back. Now, Wright delivered this speech in a football stadium before a crowd of 80,000 people. That's history. Nobody in the history of presidential politics has ever done that. He moved the world with that speech. So we can't just look at him in the context of a black man speaking here in the United States. This is a black man speaking to the world. The world which he has been a part of all of his life. And even mean-spirited Pat Buchanan had to acknowledge that Barack's speech was the greatest speech that at any political event by a presidential nominee. Even mean-spirited Pat Buchanan was moved by that message. Now, yeah, it's a lot of movement. Now, I got to be honest with you. As I watched the speech on television, I hung on his every word because I wanted Barack to do well because I knew he was representing us before the eyes of the world. But as I heard Barack talk about America and the economy and the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and as I heard him talk about homosexuals, and I heard him talk about Israel, I found myself feeling like Jennifer Hudson in Dreamgirls. You know that scene in Dreamgirls when Curtis, the manager, is about to push her to the back and put Beyonce up front, and she said, "But what about me? But what about, I was waiting to hear him say something about us. I was waiting." But Barack, very skillfully and in code, made two references to a young preacher from Georgia who spoke of his dream 45 years ago that day. Now, the truth of the matter is, as we analyze his speech, we realize that he saved the best for last. He didn't have to mention King's name because everybody knew what day that was. Everybody knew the significance of Dr. King's accomplishment. So he didn't have to say his name. Just reference him. And symbolically, that reference would draw you to that particular moment in time. He's talking in code. Now, Eugene Robinson, a black reporter for the Washington Post, summed up this moment. And I want you to hear his analysis of that speech at that particular moment. He said that I haven't heard much about race during the Democratic National Convention, and that was clearly by design. And in terms of Obama's prospects, it was probably a good thing. A recent New York Times CBS poll found that 16% of white voters feared an Obama administration would favor blacks over whites. Obama has taken great pains to reassure voters that as president he would act without racial animus or resentment, and that he bears no grudges and intends to settle no scores. His success to date has depended largely on his ability to be seen as a candidate who happens to be black rather than a black candidate. Right? Now understand the truth of that. Understand where we live, in a racist country. If he came out and said what he really wanted to do, he would not have gotten as far as he had. Whites have always feared, after the end of slavery, after the end of colonization, after the end of apartheid, after the era of Jim Crow, white folk have always feared that we would do to them what they have done to us. But that's not in us. That's not our spirit. We have never aggressed against them like they have aggressed against us. But because of our miseducation, let's understand that. We aggress against ourselves.
Yes.
We aggress against ourselves because of that internalized racism, because of that internalized hatred. The key is, it took me a long time to really understand this and to resonate with what Dr. King's message was, that you can't harbor hate. If you really understand the process, the power and the emotions of love and hate. Hate destroys the person who harbors hatred more than it destroys the object of your hatred. If you understand the power of the mind, the power of thought and consciousness, it's better to be neutral and indifferent than to hate, because that hatred destroys you. That is why we are destroying ourselves, sisters and brothers. That's why we kill each other, attack each other physically or verbally. That's why we kill ourselves with the poisons that we feel put in our bodies, because of this hatred that we have not learned to neutralize, because we have not learned to love ourselves. Because when people love themselves, they talk differently to each other. They treat each other differently. They don't accept unacceptable behavior in their community. So there are lessons that we have to learn. So if we are to heal ourselves, we need to begin to understand my final point. The final point that Wright talked about, it's not about me, it's about you. We have to begin to understand the role that we must play in this upcoming presidential election and beyond. Because it doesn't stop with this election. It doesn't stop with you registering to vote. It doesn't stop with you voting. That's just the beginning. We have to begin to galvanize ourselves, to mobilize ourselves, to do the things that we did 50 years ago, before we had the right to vote, before integration. We worked together as a people, but we lost all of that simply because we had the opportunity to live next to white folk, to work with white folk, to go to school with white folk, as if that was going to solve our problems. So we have to begin to realize that there's an aphorism that all is fair in love and war. And if we've learned anything about the last 18 to 20 months of this presidential campaign, it's been that Americans love politics. And that the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq are hot political issues. History teaches us that every war is political. That wars are started by politicians, usually old white men. Every war has social ramifications that affects generations of people. So I would like to modify my aforementioned aphorism on the basis of my analysis and suggest that all is fair in love, war, and politics. Okay? So let's define these terms so that we can be clear about what they mean to us and their impact on our lives. Webster defines love as an intense feeling of affection and compassion for a person or an object. The National War College in Washington, D.C. defines war as organized chaos. War is defined as organized chaos. Politicians and war strategists are very clear that the first battle in any war takes place in the mind. And the first casualty of war is the truth. Politics exerts such a powerful force over our lives. It can generate intense feelings of love and hatred. And has domination over everyone on a local, state, and a national level. So, what is politics? And how can we use this power to improve our lives and to benefit mankind? Politics is defined as the theory and practice of forming and running organizations connected with the government. Another definition says that politics is the activity within a political party or organization that is concerned with debate and the creation and carrying out of distinctive policies. And the third working definition is politics is the use of tactics and strategies to gain power over a group or an organization. Politics and power go together like hand and glove, and both are oftentimes abused. Those in power have a tendency to look after their own, often at the expense of their opponents and the disenfranchised. And it brings to mind the old saying that when two elephants fight, or in this instance, when an elephant and a donkey fight, it is the grass that suffers. And those who suffer tend to look at politics and politicians in an unfavorable light. For example, one disgruntled voter said that a politician is one who serves God in such a manner as not to offend the devil. So Charles Hamilton Houston, a powerful brother, a powerful attorney, Charles Hamilton Houston provided us with another definition, another option for examining politicians. He said that a politician is either a social engineer or a parasite. And so, I think to a large extent, those social engineers who can introduce and implement policies that change the course of people's lives in a favorable direction move beyond the definition of politics. They become statesmen, stateswomen. And the statesman is defined as a senior politician who is widely respected for integrity and impartial concern for the public good. Kwame Nkrumah was a statesman. Nelson Mandela was a statesman. Malcolm, Robeson, King would have made fine statesmen. Barack Obama has the mind and the heart to become a statesman. The statesmen are people who are of service to the people. They put service above profit. And they come from the people to serve the people. They're not imposed upon them by outsiders. So it is our responsibility to develop a sense of service within our communities first. It begins first within your household, first within your block, first within your community. Then it moves outside into the greater world. Carter G. Woodson, in his book, The Miseducation of the Negro, talked about the need for service rather than leadership. This is in 1933, The Miseducation of the Negro, a book that is probably more relevant today than when it was originally written. I want to read to you some of Woodson's comments about service and its relationship to us. He says here that if the Negro could abandon the idea of leadership and instead stimulate a larger number of the race to take up definite tasks and sacrifice their time and energy doing these things efficiently, the race might accomplish something worthwhile. The race needs workers, not leaders. Such workers will solve the problems that race leaders talk about and raise money to enable them to talk about more. When you hear a man talking, always inquire about what he is doing or what he has done for humanity. Oratory and resolutions do not avail much. For if they did, the Negro would be in a paradise on earth. It may be well to repeat the old saying that old men talk about what they have done, young men talk about what they are doing, and fools of what they expect to do. The Negro race has a rather large share of the last mentioned class. If we can finally succeed in translating the idea of leadership into that of service, we may soon find that it is possible to lift the Negro to a higher level. Under leadership, we have come into the ghetto. By service within the ranks, we may work our way out of the ghetto. Under leadership, we have been constrained to do the bidding of others. Under service, we may work out a program in the light of our own circumstances. Under leadership, we have become poverty-stricken. By service, we may teach the masses how to earn an honest living. Under leadership, we've been made to despise our own possibilities and to develop into parasites. By service, we may prove sufficient unto the task of self-development and contribute to our modern culture. It may be difficult for some of us to let go of our old ways and move into a new tomorrow. But if you still feel the need for a leader, let it be a servant leader and not a self-serving leader. If you're ready for a change, know with no uncertainty that we are standing on the verge of a new tomorrow. And that new tomorrow begins today, at this moment. As Barack says, we must be the change that we are waiting for. The change won't come from the White House or anybody else's house. The change begins in your house. And once you understand who you are and what you need, then you will organize yourselves to let your voice be heard on a larger level so that you can affect meaningful and lasting change. The change begins for many people when you travel outside of this country, when you leave America and see the world. Traveling outside of this country is one of the best things that anybody can do because it helps you put your life in perspective. It helps you realize at one very basic and fundamental level that this is the wealthiest nation on earth. And the average poor person in this country lives better than the average person, than 90% of the people on this planet. And what are we doing with our money? What are we doing with the resources that we have at hand? We're making other folk wealthy. Right. We've heard the statistics. That's our doing. That's not someone else, that is us. And so I've learned from my own personal experiences the benefit of traveling out of the country. I made my first trip to Africa in 1980 when I went to Egypt with Dr. Vinny. That trip changed my life forever because I had the opportunity to see with my own eyes information that I had never been exposed to in elementary school, high school, or college, even though I attended predominantly black schools all of my life. Teachers who looked like me didn't teach me the truth. Not because they didn't like me, but because they didn't know the truth themselves. They had never cultivated a deep appreciation for who they were as African people and travel outside of this country and see what we had done and bring those experiences back into the classroom. This past July, I made my 41st trip to Egypt. And it was a trip, this trip was basically my most profound trip. I saw things. I came back a changed person after this trip. I saw things that made me begin to see myself and my world differently. I'm working on a new book. I'm working on the second volume of Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization. And so I plan to have it out next November. So I decided that I was going to go to Egypt early before my group. I normally take my groups in the summer. And I decided to go to Egypt early so I could do some research for this new book. And one of my colleagues in Egypt, an Egyptian guide that I've used for the last 20 years, have been encouraging me to come to Egypt early so that he could take me on a safari in the Western Desert. Safari that most African Americans, well actually no African American that he knows of has ever done this trip. So I decided, well, let me go out into the desert with this brother and spend like 4 days in the desert and see what's out there, and then I'll spend the rest of my time in Luxor doing some research, getting some photographs, preparing myself for this next book before my group comes over and have to be involved with this, my group for 2 weeks. These 4 days that I spent in the desert were incredible because in the middle of the Sahara Desert, we went from the West Sahara Desert, west of the mountains, in the region between the Western Mountain and Libya. We moved from Cairo in the north to Luxor in the south and traversed the distance of about 600 miles in the desert. Now, it's real bona fide desert. But in the middle of the desert, I made some incredible finds. I found in the desert on one day shark's teeth in the sand. 8-million-year-old shark's teeth. Yeah. Which means that at one point in time, millions of years ago, all of this was an ocean. I found seashells in one area, seashells all over the sand. In another area of the desert, I found petrified trees, which meant that after the ocean receded, this was a lush tropical area. And the physical evidence I held in my hands in the form of a petrified piece of tree trunk. One evening, we're camping out in the desert, in the middle of the desert, sleeping on a blanket, on the sand, pitch black darkness. Woke up about 2:30 in the morning, and for the first time in my life, I understood the expression, a blanket of stars in the sky. I could look up and every square inch of the blackness of night was dotted with the light, star, planet. I mean, it was gorgeous, it was beautiful. I'd never really seen the sky before. And as I'm, watching the sky, all of a sudden I began to make out constellations. I began to make out the star Sirius. And then to the left of Sirius, I saw this cluster of stars and gas known as the Milky Way, stretched from horizon to horizon, all the way across the sky. And then I saw shooting stars. And then, as I was up for like a couple of hours just taking all of this in and realizing that all we are is flesh and bones on this rock in space with billions and billions of other rocks, planets, stars, galaxies, solar systems. And it makes you realize how insignificant our lives are on one very basic and fundamental level. And on the other hand, it makes you realize how precious life is. How precious life is. Our ancestors in Kemet, thousands of years ago, saw those same stars. They saw the Milky Way. And in developing their culture, they created along the Nile River pyramids at Giza, which were a symbolic and astronomical representation of stars in the sky. There's research that's shown that the 3 stars at Giza are a representation of the 3 stars in the constellation of Orion, which the people of Kemet knew as Sahu, was associated with Asar. And in their text, in the very last lecture that Dr. Asa Hilliard did last year in Aswan, Egypt, 5 days before he died, his very last lecture, he talked about the stars in Kemet. And he related those stars to their sacred texts, their spiritual texts. And he talked about the fact that in their text, the so-called pyramid texts, they talked about the fact that when you die, your soul will ascend into heaven, into the Amduwa, into this place which is that same location. The first star in the belt of Orion was the place where the souls of all folk went. And then he shared with us that NASA has acknowledged that it is that same star, it is that same segment of the universe, which is where stars are born. Galaxies are born. Our ancestors knew with crystal clarity things that we don't have the slightest idea. There's so much knowledge and information that is waiting for us to rediscover. So much information that is at our fingertips. But if you don't like to read, if you're too busy criticizing somebody, tearing somebody down, and engaging in activities to lift yourself up, you will never know a fraction of what there is to know. It's your life. It's your time. You have to use it to empower yourself. And then once you are empowered, then use that knowledge and that power to transform your world, your community. This is the time in which we live. The most significant part of that trip, though, was when I went to Luxor, and a colleague of mine told me about this Egyptologist who was digging in Luxor, a Russian Egyptologist who happens to live here in New York City. He introduced me to her, and what she showed me just took me on another level. This woman has discovered 3 tombs of Kushite noblemen from the 25th dynasties that are as important to the African community as the discovery of the King Tut's tomb has been to the European and contemporary Egyptian community. She's found this knowledge, and I went into the tomb. I've seen the tomb. I've seen the significance of what is there. They are tombs of Karakabashkin, who is the vizier or mayor of the city of Waset or Luxor today, under Shabaka and Piankin. There's another tomb of Karakamun, who was a priest of another king, who was royalty. And these tombs are significant because they are tombs built by Kushites of the 25th dynasty. They are tombs which depict these Africans clearly as Africans. The nose and lips haven't been chiseled out yet. So you can see who they were, carved by their own hands. And these tombs are identical to the tombs of their ancestors of the Old Kingdom, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th dynasties, the people who built the pyramids, wrote the pyramid text, and established the foundation that's going to be as significant to our community as George Jim James' Solemn Legacy was. It is a book in which he is going to substantiate beyond a shadow of a doubt the physical and spiritual reality of ancestral memory. All right? She's got the physical evidence from Johns Hopkins University to show that ancestral memory is real. They have identified the point in the body, the point in your brain where ancestral memory exists. And so now our job is to realize, as she talks about, as Dr. Newton talks about so eloquently, our job is to realize that our ancestors are waiting for us to come into our right minds so that they can work through us. These things that are happening now are not happening by coincidence. It's no accident that George Bush has flushed this nation down the toilet. It's no accident that this country is going to hell. It's no accident that Barack is poised to become the leader of this country, the most powerful nation on earth. And that is quite possible. It's quite possible because prior to April this month, I was one of the naysayers who said, well, you know, Barack becoming president of the United States is just like someone being promoted to the captain of the Titanic 5 minutes before it hits the iceberg. Yeah. Right? It looks like America's going down, but I know that spirit is real. Spirit is strong. And it flows best through melanated bodies. And the Barack has pure African blood in him and is connected to folk back in Kenya who are working on a spiritual level to protect this brother, to put him in a position where he can bring about meaningful change. But in order for that to happen, we got to do our job. We got to vote. We got to vote. We can't sit this out. Think about Medgar Evers. Think about Rosa Parks. Think about all the people who lost their lives, who lost their jobs, who went to jail, just so that we can have the basic right to pull that lever and cast our vote. See, and there is evidence of this biogenetic rope in the tomb in Egypt, the tomb of Ramesses IV. There's a scene on the wall that shows you this biogenetic rope, which means that in the 19th dynasty, our ancestors understood DNA. They understood ancestral memory and illustrate how that ancestral memory is passed down from generation to generation to generation to generations. Let us remember who we were. Let us be clear about who we are. And with reconstituted minds, let us build the world that our descendants will be proud to inherit. That's our job. That is what we have always done. And if we step up and do these things, then long after we are gone, our children will call our names when they pour libation. And they will say, well done. They will applaud us, they will respect us, they will revere us, because we have shown them what real men and women do when they are in their right minds and when they have courage. So we're going to close with a phrase that's all too familiar in this political season. I'm Tony Browder, and I approve this message.
Thank you. I want everybody 10 minutes and we're going to be out of here. This is very important. 10 minutes and we're gone. I want to first just simply acknowledge a brother who spoke to us when we was at the Oberian Dempsey Center, and he was a little bit younger then, and I was certainly a little bit younger. But he's been doing some great things, and he's in the audience with us today, and that's Brother Shangi, Ghetto Time. Let's give Brother Shangi a warm round of applause. Also, sister I had seen in quite a while, Sister Linda Fletcher and company. Let's give them a warm round of applause over here. With us, Brother Browder dropped a few names, and I think that he didn't necessarily know where he was when he dropped those names. He asked us about, did we know Dr. Nichols? And fortunately, we have had him. In fact, I think we introduced Dr. Nichols to New York City. And outside of the academic circle, I believe we introduced Sister Pat Newton. to New York City as well. So there's a lot of history I want you to know. But it's been a real long struggle. It hasn't been easy, and there's been efforts afoot in this town to suppress it. And this is not only coming from white folks, but from Negroes as well, especially the Negro media, who are all in cahoots in trying to make sure that we do not learn anything. And one of the key culprits in all of this is Reverend Al Sharpton, because he seemed to hold sway over WLIB and KISS and others. So it is his job to try to keep us dumbed down and dealing with his sound bites. And then on top of that, he just joined up, as you probably know, because the Washington Post reported it, June 12th, 08, of him and Klein, as well as your school's chancellor down there in D.C., the female down there. They were all in a picture together, and they talked about how this relationship had developed, of Sharpton being in league now with Klein to destroy the minds of our children. Now, why this is important is because next year, the legislature is going to have to consider again whether our children should be under the sole jurisdiction of the mayor or whether they will be returned to us. Now, those of you that know that Brownsville, that struggle was 40 years ago. And Bloomberg has killed that. And so now he seeks to get an extension of 4 more years to finish up the job. All right, so we got to be very clear about what is going on here, not only from others, but from those among us. Now, you know, it's sad because we save Negroes and then they turn on us. All right, we save Negroes and they turn on us. And you know, and I say this and I say it loud, there's nobody in the world that can talk about Sharpton but me. Because I'm still under a sentence. Several people fail to realize I'm still under a sentence because when I went to the grievance committee, they told me that if I didn't turn him in, that I was going to serve his sentence. Which shows you how long they had planned for him to be behind bars. So anybody that was Max got up there to talk about this, man, you got to be out of your mind. Because where were you? The only person I saw that stood up and said I would keep you out of the gallows was me. So how do you get greater authority than I did? All right, I don't understand that. So I say all of that because tonight, you know, we certainly salute Brother Browder being here with us, and you know, and there are so many others, and this is what's important. We, at this time, more than anything else, and I've said this so we can go past Obama now, because I've already predicted that Obama is going to be in the White House next year. And my predictions are usually pretty solid. All right, people who know me in this town know that when I say something, I say it well in advance, and they're pretty solid. America can ill afford not to have Obama. White America. They can ill afford not to have Obama. And more importantly, and I think you touched upon this, the world has already made a decision.
That's right.
All right, now, what does that all mean? That all means that the jury is already in.
Yes, it is.
It just got to be read in November. The jury got to be read. The verdict is already in. The people that run this world have already voted. All right? Let's understand that. The people that run this world already voted. And they have already voted Bush out. All right, they've already voted Bush out. And these people that we're talking about are the major bondholders all over the world. And they've already voted. They're the ones who own all of us. And they've already made a decision. This decision is too critical for us to have an impact on it. See, the world is at such a crisis that they can't take a gamble on us, and they certainly can't take a gamble on McCain, who is insane. All right, he's insane. All right, his insanity is wrapped up in his medical records, which is sealed to us. All right, now George Herbert Walker Bush already knows those records, and he knows the depth of his insanity. All right, but to all of us, we're very much aware of that. But I think there's a couple things that you touched on which we should understand. There's no question about it, the demographics are very important. And demographically, we are going down. But the flip side of demographics is organization. That's the flip side. See, the mere fact that we are becoming the second largest minority, in quotation marks, in America, also has its benefits if we deal with organization. You see, and out of organization, the question becomes the skillful use of strategy and tactics. All right, that's what this is all about. See, we don't have to worry about numbers. All right, numbers are not that important. You have the power of one. Lieberman is controlling the Senate with only one vote. That's power of one. All right, he just talked about the power of one drop of black blood. See, you don't need the power of one. All right, you don't need the power of majority. It's the power of one. And as long as we know how to use that one, we will go ahead. That's the power of one. Tonight we're getting ready to leave. We had a wonderful evening. But I do want, there are a couple things we have to tend to before we do. We have the 50-50 raffle. And anybody who has not gotten a 50-50 ticket should hold your hands up, and we'll certainly take advantage of that. And the reason why the 50-50 raffle is done, because we got to understand, we run an office, and there's something called petty cash. And you can't run a business without petty cash. See, when you get ready, last week we sent out petitions to the Senate Banking Committee and to the House Financial Services Committee opposing the bailout plan. And in addition to opposing the bailout plan, we had our own remedy of asking for reparations and asking for a Marshall Plan for enslaved Africans. All right? So we've already put that before the Senate Banking Committee and the House Financial Services Committee from last week. We submitted a petition, got a
First of all, Brother Browder, what would you prefer? Professor Browder, Dr. Browder, Brother Browder?
Tony.
Tony.
Tony School.
All right, good morning, Tony. How are you?
I'm fine, brother.
It's a pleasure to be here in your home. It is so beautiful, so comfortable, that doing this interview is a sheer pleasure. I'm glad to be here.
Thank you.
As you know, we're doing this piece on the history of the Black Studies Department. Why and how it came about. What was the need for Black Studies in the beginning anyway? So I'd like to open up with you giving us your insight in terms of why the Black Studies departments came about in the beginning. What was the need for them?
Sure. Well, speaking from my personal experiences, growing up in Chicago in the 1960s and then coming to Washington, D.C. to attend Howard University in the 1970s. I never took any Black Studies classes, none whatsoever. And as a result, after I graduated from Howard, I felt that there was a tremendous void in my understanding of who I was as a person of African ancestry. So after college, my real education began. I began to pursue an interest in Black Studies. And it began first with my going to hear Dr. Ivan Van Sertima when he was in town to promote his new book, They Came Before Columbus. And shortly after meeting Van Sertima, I heard of Dr. Ben for the first time. So meeting those two brothers within 6 months of each other made me aware that there was a wealth of information that had been excluded from my education as a person of African ancestry, even though I had attended predominantly Black schools all of my life. And that prompted me to begin my investigation of who I was as a person of African ancestry. And as I began to gain more knowledge of self and met scholars who were in the forefront of that movement, I became aware of Dr. John Henry Clark and others who were instrumental in the Black Studies movement. And their purposes for initiating that movement were essentially the same of my interest in self-study. And that is, the educational institutions that we pay our taxes to have consistently minimized our presence in world history, African history, and American history. So there has been a need for us to learn more about ourselves, and that need has basically come through the work of independent brothers and sisters who saw a void, who understood the power of knowledge of African and African American history and culture, and saw to it that information was available at various levels so that it could fuel not just African children, but all children with a greater awareness and appreciation for the contributions of African people to world history and culture, not just African history or American history and culture. So the movement that Dr. Clark played a pivotal role in spearheading is one that has favorably influenced the thinking of millions of people over the last almost 50 years now, 40 years now. And so while I was on the outside of that movement, knew very little about it in my early years, I've been a beneficiary of the movement because of my involvement with many of the scholars who were involved, as well as interacting now with young adults who have been the beneficiary of attending HBCUs and even high schools that had courses in Black Studies. And as a consequence, they now have a greater understanding of their history and culture at an earlier age than many of us did. And they're beginning to take this mantle or this mantle of responsibility of African history and culture even further because of the transformative power of an introduction to knowledge itself at an early age, how that influenced them. And they are seeing to it that others are also exposed to this information. And it's my goal that that this effort continues, and it has to continue because, as we know from the effects of the African Senate movement in the late 80s and early 90s, there's been a concerted effort on the part of many in this country to diminish Black studies and African studies. And right now, as we speak, in 2010, we see that the state of Texas is initiating efforts to write certain aspects of African history out of the history books. Mississippi is about to do the same thing. So as we move into this age of post-racial America, we're finding that racists are reasserting their right to tell our story. And as a consequence, as that is happening, we are being erased from the respectable commentary of human history, as Dr. Clark often said. So this battle is far from over, and we have to continue to fight for the basic right to tell our story and to teach our story to all children in the classroom so that we can assume our rightful place in world history.
Tony, why is this why is the creators of Nile Valley civilization, or African, or Egyptian history, why is that such so contested? Why is this war so hot over who are the creators of Nile Valley civilization?
Sure. Well, as Dr. Jeffrey said many years ago, and has repeated on numerous occasions, whoever controls the Nile Valley stands at the head of human accomplishments. Nile Valley civilization, we now know beyond a shadow of a doubt, is the oldest documented civilization on this planet. There has been there have been others who contested whether or not Nile Valley civilization came first or Mesopotamian civilization came first, and that debate is going back and forth over the last century or so. But essentially what I've found is that this attempt to assert Mesopotamia ahead of Kemet was an effort that was made to minimize the significance of Nile Valley culture and civilization. But in reality, we know that Mesopotamian culture and civilization was not a true culture in the literal sense of the word. They had cuneiform writing, which is just hash marks that really is not a language, is not a sentence structure, as Medu Neter is. There has been a great deal of excavation in Mesopotamia, but none of those excavations have yielded the quality or the quantity of artifacts that Nile Valley civilization has. So I think the issue can be settled once and for all that Nile Valley civilization is the oldest documented civilization and has the greatest wealth of evidence to validate it as the beginning of culture and civilization. As a matter of fact, in recent years, there has been research done in Upper Kemet to show that Ta Seti is the oldest documented city known to man. And as more archaeologists are doing research, we're finding more and more documents to indicate that the development of culture probably began south of Kemet in what is now modern-day Sudan, and preceded the development of Kemet by hundreds, maybe even thousands of years. So I'm quite certain that as more scholars begin to do excavations south of Kemet, they'll find more evidence to substantiate the southern origins of Kemetic culture and civilization. And so it's another reason why we need to have more culturally grounded scholars who are introduced to this information at an early age so that they can begin to advance the research and become the next generations of Obingas and Diops and Jokanas and Clarks. And I'm very hopeful that within the next 50 years, our understanding of Nile Valley culture and civilization will change dramatically as a result of new excavations that will be undertaken.
When we say Nile Valley civilization, what geographical land area are we talking about, and who are we talking about?
Well, when we talk about Nile Valley civilization, we're talking about the Nile River is the longest river in the world, flows from south to north, has its origins in Central East Africa, from the tributaries of the White Nile, which comes out at the foot of Mount Kilimanjaro, and the Blue Nile comes out of the Rwenzori Mountains in Ethiopia. So we're talking about a region in Africa that extends over 4,000 miles, and that we know that early man used rivers as a means of navigation. It was the most convenient means of transportation, moving from one part of the land to the other. And since the river flows from south to north, then that migration pattern was from southeastern Africa, near Uganda and Kenya, down north through Sudan into Kemet, and also out of Ethiopia into Sudan and into Kemet, and then continued all the way through Kemet or Egypt into the Mediterranean Sea. So it was a natural cultural highway, as Dr. Clark used to say. And these, we're talking about indigenous African people who were the first human beings to walk on this planet. And recently they have discovered the skeletal remains of an African woman found in East Africa, skeletal remains that have been dated to, I believe, 4.1 million years old. So the oldest skeletal remains that paleontologists are discovering have only been found in Africa, and it seems that each decade or so they're finding new skeletal remains that pushes back the beginning of humanity by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years. And so we can expect within our lifetime, over the course of the next 2 to 5 decades, we can expect to find new archaeological finds that will push the beginning of humanity further back, and we'll find that those humans, early humans, have only been found in Africa. And I'm of the mindset that we will also find evidence of earlier civilizations, probably still in this Nile Valley region, but earlier civilizations which predate Taseti and Kemet. So I'm very hopeful that our perception of world history and culture will change dramatically, again, as more people of African ancestry begin to receive the education that gives them the skills to be able to do the research, and hopefully they'll be in a better position to receive funds from African Americans who will help to finance that research, which will guarantee that it will be published.
Well, we're talking about Nile Valley civilization, which spans a distance of at least 4,000 miles.
Mm-hmm.
But when we look at what is now Israel and what they're calling the Middle East, Mesopotamia, and that whole area, would not that have been in ancient times African people as well?
Oh, sure. We can say for a fact that prior to the creation of the Suez Canal in the 19th century, that what is now the so-called Middle East and the Saudi Arabia Peninsula was once a part of the continent of Africa. It still is Africa. Despite the creation of the term Middle East, which I understand was created by a British reporter in the early 20th century. It was a geopolitical term that was used to separate specifically the inhabitants of Northeast Africa, who we now call Egyptians, from the continent of Africa. So those people have been relegated to this nebulous place called the Middle East. And every time I hear that term, it angers me, because there is no such place as the Middle West, the Middle North, the Middle South. So it was a term that was conveniently created in order to separate African people from that specific landmass and the history and politics of that landmass. So we can say without a doubt that the area now known as Palestine and Israel and Jerusalem and going further north east into what is now known as Iraq, those lands were, Turkey as well, yes, those lands were inhabited by people who we would classify today as Africans. But because of geopolitics, African people have been written out of their own history wherever they have been. It's interesting in that in the 7 years that this country has been involved in the war in Iraq, I've read numerous articles about Africans who live in Iraq, Africans who live in Baghdad. Although many of them were brought there to be the servants of Arabs, were enslaved, there is also a great deal of evidence which indicates that Africans lived in that region of Iraq before the arrival of so-called Arab-speaking people. And again, this history is in museums, it is in libraries, it is a history that is not commonly shared because of the desire to minimize and to localize the presence and the contributions of African people to a specific location and a specific point in time in history. But again, through the efforts of many scholars and researchers, I feel strongly, and through the advent of the internet, I feel strongly that these narrow-minded perceptions of the world and world history are going to change dramatically in the coming years.
Let's talk about Nile Valley civilization, Nile Valley culture. And let's try to get a look at what that culture was like in terms of its values, in terms of its morals or its principles, in terms of what it has given to civilization in terms of a bedrock of bringing to humanity most of what we now build on, no matter what it is. But I'd like for you to go into that and talk about that so that we can kind of get a view of that world, its culture, its values, its development in terms of what it has given civilization.
Sure. Well, one of the most important indicators of civilization is language. And Medu Neter is the oldest documented alphabet, the oldest documented language known to man, with complete syntax, with characters, monoliterals, triliterals, biliterals. Over 750 characters are comprise the Medu Neter alphabet, and we know by examining those characters that those characters are plants and animals that are found only in Africa. Only in Africa. So we know beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was an indigenous African created language. As Doctors Obinga and Diop have shown, that there are linguistic similarities between Medu Neter and languages that are still spoken in Africa today. Wolof, as well as in in Senegal and in Gabon and other regions of Central and West Africa. There are also cultural connections between the ancient people of Kemet and contemporary Africans. But when we think of civilization and culture, language has to be the first indicator of a cultured and civilized people. And so, as I've shown in my book, Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization, the alphabet that we use today, which is derived from the Roman alphabet, all of those characters were derived from the Greek alphabet, which was derived from the Phoenician alphabet, which was derived from the Semitic alphabet, which was derived from the Kemetic alphabet. All 26 characters that we currently use to write with can be traced back to the Nile Valley. So it can be said beyond a shadow of a doubt that people from Kemet were the first human beings to give to mankind a consistent form of written and verbal communication. So hand in hand with communication comes the ability to now organize people, to record knowledge. And so we find in Kemet also evidence of the first libraries which compiled information on history, on science, on agriculture, architecture, medicine, various aspects of medicine, gynecology, eye surgery, the circulation of blood through the body, the various functions and sections of the brain, descriptions of different parts of the eye, human anatomy. We've got mathematical equations. We know, for example, that the Pythagorean theorem was used by Africans in Kemet as late as 2500 BC in the construction of the Great Pyramids at Giza. So there's a wealth of knowledge that has been traced back to Kemet, and it's simply a matter now of helping people understand that this knowledge came from the minds of indigenous African people and not Greeks or Romans or people of Jewish ancestry or extraterrestrials. So this has been proven. And so with the ability to write and to speak now begins to give people the ability to organize other people. And so we also find in Kemet the development of the first nation state. Now there's been ongoing debate as to when Kemet was first unified. The generally accepted time frame is about 3200 BCE. But there are other scholars who feel very strongly that the civilization of Kemet could have been established as late as 5000 BCE. And I'm inclined to agree with that, but let's just say we go with the standard accepted time frame at 3200 BCE. So what we're talking about are principles that were set in motion, which accounted for the unification of Upper and Lower Kemet, the establishment of the first government, the first nation state, and an important part of the maintenance of that state was to be able to tax the people, tax the citizens, so that you would have a steady flow of income. And the taxes were levied as a result of the annual flooding of the Nile. The Nile flooded every year, and for approximately 3 to 4 months of the year, farmers couldn't farm because the waters from the Nile covered the east and west banks of the Nile for about 10 miles in both directions. And after the water receded, there was a level of silt that was deposited over the soil, silt that primarily came from the Blue Nile out of Ethiopia, that made the Nile Valley the most fertile land on earth. So after the waters receded, then you had teams of people who went out and had to resurvey the boundaries for all of the farmers and all of the 42 nomes in Kemet. So we're talking about mathematical skills and surveying skills and astronomical skills that were required to do the survey every year. And as a result of that surveying, they were able to then determine how much land would be grown on that land, which would then determine how much tax that particular landowner will pay to the government. So we have systems of agriculture, systems of surveying, systems of measurement that were required every single year in order to determine the cash flow that would come into the state government that would allow the king, their administrators, and the priests to be able to carry out the duties of that nation. So once that was in place, you then had the king who ruled over the nation. You had administrators who assisted the king in carrying out the duties of the nation, and then they were able to hire, to contract, or to undertake great civil works projects. They built dams, they built levees, they built cities, they built buildings, roads, temples, homes, monuments. All of these things had to be designed by architects, constructed by engineers. And so we're talking about ultimately the creation of the first middle class in world history, the first civil servants in world history. And all of this was developed in the Nile Valley and continued to be a part of Nile Valley culture and civilization for over 3,000 years, longer than any other civilization on earth. And as a result of this development and the annual flooding of the Nile, which was an annual guarantee of wealth and stability, no nation on earth had the quality of life that the people in Nile Valley did for as long as they had it. And as a consequence, these people, once their basic needs were met, food, clothing, and shelter, they had the opportunity now to focus their attention on things of a higher level, of a higher nature, of a philosophical nature, of a personal nature. And so they were able to create things that modern man is still today trying to figure out how they did it. And so the mysteries of Kemet and this great civilization still confuse and confound man. And again, I'm hopeful that in the coming decades and centuries, with greater emphasis now being placed on the African origins of Nile Valley culture and civilization, there will be generations of scholars who will understand its importance and will have the mental, spiritual, and personal understanding to know how to tell this story correctly so that the world can benefit from this knowledge.
Tony, I'd like to look specifically at some of the uh, fundamental concepts that go into Western civilization, deriving out of Nile Valley civilization. For an example, let's look at law.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'll post these pictures of the the 24 L's, 12 L's. But if you explain them, I'll find
Sure.
the pictures
Sure.
and throw them up because they're all in your book. So
Right,
I
right,
want you to
right.
deal with that.
Well-
And I'll turn to that in your book as you deal with. Looking now specifically at law,
Mm-hmm.
as Dr. Ben is pointed out that Africa is the origins of Western law.
Sure. Well, we can say without certain that within the First Nation, you also had to have the first organization of minds to write laws and to see to it that those laws were faithfully executed. And within that system of government, you had a means of judging people who violated those laws. So there are dozens of texts that talk about civil, criminal cases that were tried in courts in ancient Kemet. So we know specifically that one of the symbols associated with law is the symbol of Ma'at. Ma'at is the first depiction in human record of a person with wings. That characterization we now refer to as an angel. And Ma'at is often shown with a scale. The scale of Ma'at is a scale where it is said that the souls of the deceased are weighed against the scale of Ma'at, her feather being on one side of the balance, the heart of the deceased is on the other side of the balance. And at this judgment scene, the person must declare their innocence by reciting the 42 admonitions of Ma'at, or 42 laws, if you will, that each person was trained from birth to adhere to, so that on the most important day of their existence, the day that their soul is to be judged, as they stand in the hall of Ma'at and testify before a seer sitting on the throne of judgment, they can, their heart can be Ma'at Keru, can be true of voice. And so,
What do you mean true of voice?
true of voice, they had to declare their innocence as their soul was being weighed on the scale of Ma'at. They had to declare, I have not defrauded offerings. I have not committed a crime. I have not committed murder. I have not committed adultery. I have not polluted the land. I have not polluted myself. These 42 declarations of innocence have been reclassified as negative confessions. But that's just the European interpretation of African concepts. They were not negative confessions. They were declarations of innocence. And these 42 declarations of innocence have been further distilled by other people into what we now refer to as the 10 Commandments. So in other words, outsiders came into Kemet, were exposed to these 42 declarations of innocence, and then took 10 of these declarations back home to their people, who they had to impose upon them as commandments, because they did not have the spiritual or mortal fortitude to know that there are certain things that you should not do. Right? They had to be commanded not to kill, commanded not to commit adultery. So it represents a totally different spiritual orientation to life, to community, to society. And so, again, Ma'at is the Kemetic personality.
Have waited for the master, Dr. Anthony Browder, who has done so much in the Washington, D.C. area. Let me make one final comment, and then we're going to bring Brother Walker up. The United African Movement usually celebrate the life and times of Dr. John Henry Clark on the first Wednesday in September. That will not be the case this year. It will be advanced to August 14th, and we have been in some discussions, but there's no better person to keynote that evening than Dr. Yosef Ben Yakinen. Dr. Ben. Dr. Clark made his transition in July 1998. And he is still with us in so many ways. And there have been a lot of activities this month around his transition. But you cannot celebrate the life and times of John Henry Clark enough, because he and Dr. Ben are truly our spiritual fathers and our mentors, and they open up so many of our eyes. And there have been so many people who have grown up on their wisdom and on their teachings. Tonight I also want to recognize his queen, Dr. John Henry Clark's queen, and make sure that on the 14th of August, if at all possible, she would be with us as we celebrate Dr. John Henry Clark's life. That is Sister Sybil Williams Clark, who is in the back. And for so many different reasons, August 14th is not going to be an easy night. It is one of the most painful, it will be one of the most painful nights in my life. It will not be easy. But we certainly want to end this organization on a great note. It is not easy. And there have been a lot of great years. But as Clayton said, there come a time when we all must wake up or we must perish. And 1, 2, or 3 people cannot carry a load. That's real. That's real. There come a time when we all must either survive and thrive together, or we must perish. And that is real. And we make our own decisions, ultimately, as to which way we want to go. The one thing that I know is that you can take somebody to the pond, but you cannot make them drink. And that's reality. I don't care how much preaching you engage in, how much begging, how much pleading. You can't make people drink. And so on the 14th of August, we look forward to saluting Dr. John Henry Clark, who in this organization is celebrated at the beginning of every new year of the United African Movement. And that has usually always been the first Wednesday in September. Now let us put our hands together and bring back to the stage as he get ready to introduce our keynote speaker for this evening, Brother John Walker.
give Brother Thematic a round of applause, please. Brothers and sisters, we want to, without further ado, bring down the doctor, brother who is going to give us some very heavy, enlightening material. Is he ready, Brother Tacky? Okay, you're going to find a brother. Yes, the brother is ready. He's ready and raring to go. He's filled with a lot of strength that he has to give you. So we're not going to hold you, brothers and sisters. We are going to bring down the man of the hour, man who's come a long way to give us some information. And I'm talking about none other, brothers and sisters, than our own Dr. Anthony Browder.
Hotep Africans, as usual, it is always a pleasure to be here in Harlem. I come from Washington, D.C., which is the belly of the beast. And every time I come to Harlem, I realize that this is the pineal gland. This is the place where we tune in to a higher spiritual consciousness. And just sitting in the back of the room, listening to everything that was said this evening and seeing my dear grandmother spirit, sister Sybil Williams Clark comes in, just made me feel good. And then seeing Dr. Ben come in just made me feel even better. And seeing Brother James Small in the back just made me feel better. So it's just so wonderful to be here in Harlem and to see so many friends who have nurtured my development over the years, who have inspired and sustained me, helps to always make this a treat to come home to Harlem. The subject matter for tonight is one that is really extensive, and typically when I talk about this subject matter, African spiritual traditions, religion and Christianity, there's never enough time. So I intentionally kind of cut back on some of the material so I wouldn't have to rush, and I'm going to do the best that I can in the time that I have to cover some basic points so that we can have some enlightenment about the subject matter. It's a subject matter that is very near and dear to my heart because as someone born in Chicago who was raised and inspired by my grandmother, who was a devout Christian, I always had strong feelings about religion. I always had strong feelings about Christianity, and I always questioned what I heard. I always questioned the images that I saw in my grandmother's Bible. And it wasn't until I heard and met Dr. Ben, and heard and met Dr. Clark, and heard and met Brother John Jackson, that I began to hear from my elders information that justified my inquisitive nature and taught me that it was wise to question, because we've been fooled and manipulated and taken advantage of for so long because we never questioned. And so what I want to do this evening is to share with you some research that I've been working on for the last couple of years regarding concepts and ideas of spirituality and their relationship to religion, so that we can begin to see ourselves, to see the world, and see God, and see the universe through a different set of eyes. And I'm here tonight to share this knowledge with you that I've acquired over the years. I'm not here to proselytize. I'm not here to condemn anyone. I'm really here to enlighten. And I want to discuss issues that I think are critical to our survival. I've come to understand the power of deception and how it manifests itself in myriad ways in all of our lives, and how difficult it is for people who have grown up with one ideology to open up their minds and begin to accept new concepts and ideas, particularly if they move them outside of their comfort zone. And so this is the dilemma that I'm faced with at this time, and I ask you all to bear with me. The dilemma is, how do you respond to the faithful followers of a truthful man who presents a falsehood as a sacred fact, particularly when these people don't realize that the falsehood was derived from a falsehood, which was derived from a falsehood, which was derived from a falsehood, which was derived from a deliberate distortion of sacred truths. And just because a truthful person speaks a falsehood with truthfulness and conviction doesn't make that falsehood any less false. So we've got to begin to look deeper at things that are so significant to our lives. And when I make statements like that, I typically, get that look, or where is he going, and what is he talking about? People ask me, do I believe in God? And my response to that is, no, I don't believe in God, because a belief is something that you accept without proof. I know that there is a creator, and I know that creator has manifested itself throughout time in our environment. What I don't believe is how this concept of the creator or God has been presented to us by those who are responsible for our enslavement. The very act of enslavement unqualifies someone to teach me about God. And so what I also know is that the creator has been called many names by many people over time. God, Jehovah, Ra, Jah, Olodumare, the Great Spirit, Lukalu, Mother, Father, God, Allah, Buddha. These are all names that have been used by different people to describe the creator as they saw the creator. And I believe, I know, that these are legitimate expressions of a people's attempt to understand a force that is greater than them. And so I feel very strongly that there are as many names for the creator as there are people, as there are languages. And that each of these names is a legitimate expression of a people attempting to understand a force far greater than them. I know it's a violation of the highest order to say that someone's relationship with the creator is illegitimate because they don't call the creator by the same name that you do. That in and of itself is wrong. I know that the God concept that was imposed upon our people was a deliberate distortion of spiritual truths that were designed specifically to keep us spiritually incarcerated, to keep us separated from a power that pervades the universe and can allow us to do great works. When I was a child, I was taught to worship like a child. I was taught to worship the God of my grandparents, a Christian European God. Many years later, I learned that this Christian European God was actually derived from African concepts of the Creator. And so the more that I began to study Africa and the people and the myths and the culture of Africa, the more that I began to see this Creator and the multiple manifestations of the Creator. I know that there is a spiritual force that pervades the universe. I know this. I know that the ancestors are real. As I was walking around and driving around the streets of Harlem this afternoon, I kept feeling the presence of Dr. Clark because his life touched me so deeply. I know and I believe in the ancestors. And I can say this from personal experience because my relationship with the ancestors, particularly my grandmother, is what has allowed me to be here before you on this evening. I know that because if I didn't have a relationship with my grandmother, who's deceased, then I would have died 3 years ago. I would have been on that plane, that Egypt Air plane that crashed on October the 31st in 1999. See, because I've been taking groups to Kemet for the last 14 years. And in 1998, I felt that I needed a break. I was tired and I wanted to do some other things. And I was debating whether or not I wanted to take a group to Kemet the following year. And I remember specifically, it was the 13th, Friday the 13th of November, 1998. I was sitting on the banks of the Nile early in the morning, meditating and just thinking about what I wanted to do next year, if I wanted to go to Kemet next year. And as I was mulling this decision over in my mind, my grandmother, who had died 2 years earlier, came to me. And she said, well, baby, if you don't want to go next year, don't go. Don't go. It's as simple as that. And just hearing the words of comfort from her allowed me to accept my decision not to go. And so the following year, and typically I would take groups to Kemet in the fall, in October. And the following year, I was traveling from the West Coast back to Washington, D.C. on Halloween. I was taking a red-eye back to D.C. and to take a connecting flight in Detroit, 6 o'clock in the morning. And as I was walking past the newsstand to catch my connecting flight, I saw a headline in the newspaper, in the vending machine, that said, Egypt Air crash. And I really, looked at it, didn't really think much of it. But then when I got on the plane and took my seat, I saw a copy of the Washington Post sitting on the seat next to me, and I picked it up and read it, and I saw that Egypt Air flight, flight 990, had crashed the night before, and everybody died. And by the time I got home and checked my answering machine, I must have had at least a dozen calls from friends of mine from all over the country who were calling to see if I was all right, calling to see if I was home. And I processed all the calls, and it wasn't until that evening when I was just processing my day as I normally do and started thinking about the calls that it struck me that if I hadn't made that decision not to go to Kemet in 1999, I would have been on that flight. That's the flight that we always take. And so it made me stop and question this relationship that we have with our ancestors. It made me question this relationship that we have with spirit, and made me understand how real it was and how important it is to cultivate this relationship and not allow others to distort it, to dilute it, to separate us from the power that exists within. And so what I want to share with you this evening is knowledge that I have acquired over the years about Africans' spiritual relationships with the Creator and how those relationships have been distorted over the years. When I was a child, I thought, I talked, and I acted like a child. I was taught to believe in heaven and hell. I was taught to believe in God and the devil. I was taught to believe in Christmas and Easter, Santa Claus, and the Easter Bunny. But when I became a man, I outgrew my childish thinking, and I replaced my childish ways with knowledge, with insight, as I fulfilled my desire to know. I came to realize that neither Santa Claus nor the Easter Bunny were real, I came to understand that originally Christmas and Easter had nothing to do with the birth, the death, and the resurrection of a man named Jesus. I learned through research that the letter J was invented around 400 years ago, and that Jesus wasn't the name of the person that we call Jesus. I learned that God and the devil were ideas, were concepts, were opposite aspects of the same entity, of the same force. I learned that heaven and hell were conditions that exist on earth, not above it, not below it, but conditions that exist on earth in real time right now. Came to understand that religions were invented by men in an attempt to codify spiritual systems which existed thousands of years earlier. My understanding of spirituality has taught me that we are spiritual beings who have come here to have a human experience. We made a decision to come here in this life. I've come to understand that life is not a linear experience. We don't just live and then die and that's it. But life, by studying nature, is cyclical. Life follows patterns of birth, life experience, death, ancestorhood, rebirth. It is a cycle, an ongoing cycle. Now I've learned that if you learn to use your spiritual power, the power that dwells within each and every person, then you have the capacity, you have the ability to experience heaven here on earth. If you don't know how to use it, every day of your life will be filled with hell and misery. But you have a choice. Only if you know that you have a choice. Only if you know how to use the choices available to you in order to utilize that creative force that works through us. My understanding of religions, particularly Judaism and Christianity, has taught me that true knowledge of spirit has intentionally been withheld from the masses of people, so that we will be subjected to the control of a handful of people who manipulate us through fear and ignorance. One of the greatest tricks ever played on humanity was to convince them that they only go around once in life, that you were born in sin and somebody had to die to alleviate your sin, and that if you follow this person and their teachings, then you will spend eternity in heaven, and if you don't, you'll spend eternity in hell. When, based on my research, I've learned most ministers that I've talked to, I've had a lot of conversations with ministers in private and off the record, they would tell me that they don't believe in heaven and hell. They know that what they tell the members of their congregation on Sunday morning is something that they don't even believe in. I've been to Kemet with enough ministers who have seen in the Nile Valley the African origins of everything they talk about within their Bible. And I've asked them in private conversations, well, how are you going to share this information with your congregation when you return? And they have all told me to a person, man, if I share this information on Sunday, I'll be looking for a job on Monday. I tell people what they want to hear. So it's all a matter of conditioning. And when people can begin to condition themselves to understand greater truths, then maybe the people who stand before you on Sunday can begin to present those greater truths to you so that you can begin to control your life, your community, and your destiny instead of praying to others to do for you what you've always had the capacity to do. This is the challenge that we're faced with. What's important is that for the last 1,600 years, a world has been shaped. Our perception of the world, our perception of reality has been shaped by European explorers, colonizers, and enslavers. And they have historically used the Bible and the sword to conquer indigenous people all over this earth and to teach them to worship a God who looked like their conquerors. This action was initiated by Constantine, the first Christian emperor of Rome, who wasn't even a Christian. If you read the stories about Constantine, he was a Christian emperor, but he was not a Christian himself, who in 312 ACE, on the eve of a major battle, had a vision. And in this vision, God came to him and said that he would grant Constantine victory if he fought under the sign of the cross. And so Constantine had all of his soldiers paint on their shields the Greek letters chi and rho. The Greek letters chi and rho are the first two letters in the word Christ. And they fought under the banner of Christ, and they were victorious. Now, they used the letters chi and rho because the letter J had not been invented at that point in time. All right, let's put all of the dots together so that when we connect them, we understand what we see. Constantine was victorious in his battle, and he discovered a weapon that was more powerful than any nuclear weapon. Constantine discovered the power of theological warfare, and he conquered people in the name of God. And he imposed upon those that he conquered, who had different beliefs, this idea that if you didn't worship my God, then I was justified to do whatever I want to you. If you were a pagan, if you were an infidel, I could kill you, I could rape you, I could rob from you, I could do whatever I wanted to do because you were not a believer in my God. Now, it's important to realize and understand some of these definitions. Pagan is not necessarily a negative thing. The word pagan simply means somebody who worships a God different from yours. That's all pagan means. So to a Jew, a Christian is a pagan. To a Muslim, Jews and Christians are pagan. They simply worship a God different than their own. There's nothing bad or derogatory or evil about that word if you understand it in its correct context. Every European conqueror, from Columbus to Cortez to Washington, engaged in theological warfare. And each of these men violated the very commandments that they taught their slaves to adhere to. America is a Christian nation because America was founded by Christians who stole the land from the indigenous people, who murdered and who enslaved others, and taught those that they conquered, those that they enslaved, to believe in a doctrine that they did not adhere to themselves. And of course, these issues are never brought up in school. They're seldom brought up or discussed in church. It's something that we're just supposed to look the other way when it comes to. Act as if it didn't exist. And so it's important for us to begin to cultivate a different relationship with Spirit, a different relationship with the Creator, if we are to change the quality of our lives here in this country or anywhere else on earth. The study of history reveals that European world dominance is on the decline. Europeans are losing their control as people of color begin to assert themselves globally. And for the first time in history, for the first time in the last 2,000 years, the majority of Christians are non-European. That's one of the reasons why Pope John Paul II has traveled more to Africa than all of the popes combined. He's traveled more to South America than all of the popes combined because he knows that the future of Catholicism is in people of color. So they are proselytizing and working overtime to see to it that they will have new members to keep them in power. In light of the imminent shift of world power and consciousness, European theologians and scholars have been devising new ways to consolidate their power. And for decades, they have been meeting behind closed doors. I remember at least 15, almost 20 years ago, hearing Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark in a conversation talk about a meeting, a conference that was held by Jewish theologians here in New York, where they talked about the origins of the Torah. And they talked about all the myths and the symbolism that was in this text and how it was not a text to be taken literally. And that for some reason or another, there was never any documentation about this conference that was released. But if you read the popular literature, many of the major national magazines, Time, Newsweek, U.S. News and World Report, if you notice over the last 5 years, you've been seeing a plethora of cover stories that are re-evaluating religion, re-evaluating Jesus the Christ, re-evaluating Moses, re-evaluating the concept of heaven and hell. There's this conversation that is going on behind closed doors that is now slowly being introduced to the general public. Why? What does that mean? It means that you are slowly being prepared for a bombshell that is going to be dropped in the very near future. And people are positioning themselves so that once this new information comes out, you can continue to look to them for continued leadership. I reference specifically an article that was published just this year, March of this year in Harper's Magazine. The article was entitled, "False Testament, How Archaeology Refutes the Bible's Claim to History." And it's written by Daniel Lazari, a Jewish writer who cited the latest biblical archaeological research that refutes the Old Testament. And let me just share with you some of the highlights that were in this article because it's so profoundly significant. It's significant because of the fact that it hasn't been talked about in the general community, but others are beginning to talk about it more openly. Some of the points that he raised in this article is that Israelites who are now thought to have been an indigenous culture that developed west of the Jordan River around 1200 BCE. And they did not originate in Mesopotamia as they claim. There is no archaeological evidence to support the fact that they immigrated to that area called Palestine from elsewhere. Another important point, and this one hits right at the heart of the matter, that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and other tribal founders depicted in the book of Genesis, and this is his quote, a direct quote, were no more real than the gods of Greece or Norse mythology. That they were not real personalities. These are Jews telling their story to the world. They also said that Moses never existed. I want you to understand this. They are saying that Moses never existed and that the Israeli flight from Egypt never occurred. Understand what they're saying. So it's you can find it in Harper's Magazine, March 2000. Very interesting story. And this whole story was derived from a new Torah that was published in November of last year called the Et Hayim, or the Tree of Life. It was published by the United Synagogue of Conservative Jews. And in this Torah, they added in the commentary the latest archaeological research that refutes the Old Testament. Now, the interesting thing about biblical archaeology is that it's a science that's about 100 years old, and it was originally created in order to bolster the credibility of the Bible. But specifically within the last 25 years, the physical evidence has said that what existed in this book is not a fact, are now seen as, quote, an invention of Jerusalem-based priests in the 7th and 8th century BCE. Solomon and David were not the great kings that they were purported to have been in the Old Testament. They also said that the walls of Jericho, Joshua in the Battle of Jericho, well, they said that based on the archaeological evidence, the wall was only 2 feet high at the time that the Joshua came there and had been destroyed for at least 70 years prior to his conquest of that land. So the myths, the stories that we have been given are now have to be viewed through a different pair of eyes in light of the evidence that is now being allowed to circulate among the general public. And so the challenge for us is, how do you process that information? Do you categorically deny it and throw it away simply because it challenges everything that you've been taught? Or do you begin to read it and study it to understand the truth that may be in this information? It's important to understand it. Another profound statement in this new Torah was that Genesis, the book of Genesis, was, again, quoting from them, an artificial construct. It was a narrative framework created long after the facts in order to link together a series of unconnected folk tales like pearls on a string. In other words, they made it up. In other words, they made it up. And so, understand the domino effect that we're dealing with. If Genesis was a fabrication, which they say it was, then it means that God didn't create the world in 7 days, or their God did not create the world in 7 days. It meant that their God did not create Adam and Eve, and they were never expelled from Eden, which means then that there was no original sin, and there was no reason for anybody to come back and die for sins that you never committed in the first place. As religion is being reevaluated, we're hearing more and more talk about spirituality. We're hearing more and more talk about different ways to know the Creator. So we're hearing more about indigenous people here in this land, indigenous people in Africa, indigenous people in the Pacific Islands, South America, and how they relate to the Creator. And so it's important for us to take all of this information and look at it and evaluate it from an African-centered context. If we do that, then at least we'll be starting off on the right foot. Looking at this information from an African-centered context means that we have to first accept the fact that humanity began first in Africa. Matter of fact, there was an article published just this last Tuesday that stated that archaeologists have found what they believe to be the oldest skull, human skull, 7 million years old in Chad in Central Africa. So as they do more of the archaeological research, what they're beginning to realize is they don't know how long humans have been on this planet, but the greatest evidence for the existence of humanity can only be found in Africa. So Africa is the place where everything begins. So we have to begin to see Africa through different eyes. Since Africa was the birthplace of humanity, we also have to acknowledge the fact that Africa is the birthplace of civilization. And Dr. Ben has devoted his life to teaching us about the Nile Valley origins of civilization. And it's in the Nile Valley where you can find the first organized first organized method of relating to a force more powerful than you, an unseen force. There were literally thousands of texts that were written by our ancestors thousands of years ago that talked about ways of cultivating a relationship with this force so that you could empower yourself, because they knew something that we've forgotten. You know, what's interesting, let me just share this with you. I've been traveling to Kemet for 22 years, and have probably been there maybe about 35, 36 times. You know, the first couple of times you go, you know, you're very excited about being there, and you're tripping out on the fact that, oh, we were here and we built this and we did that. But after you get past all of that and realize that the Arabs control this land and we ain't never getting it back, all right? But there's a lot there that we can study, that we can examine. And once I began to accept that reality and began to take my time walking through the temples, looking at the columns, and imagining the architectural energy that went into creating it, the engineering skills that went into designing it, all the artists and craftspersons that were responsible for building these temples that have stood for thousands and thousands of years. And I began to see this place, or try to see this place through the eyes of the people who created it when it was brand new. And doing that made me realize that we, so-called modern human beings, are literally functioning on a subhuman level. that the people who created this ancient culture and civilization knew how to manifest the aspects of God, the creator, whatever term you want to use. They knew how to manifest that knowledge within themselves so that they literally created heaven on earth. And when you walk through these temples and see the monuments, you will see the handiwork of people who knew how to manifest God within them, and they built for eternity. That's one of the reasons why Europeans over the last 3,000 years have been trying to claim Kemet for themselves. Because it is there where you can find the record of what men and women did when they were more closely connected to the creative force than we could ever imagine. And that's a model for us to aspire to recreate in our minds, in our hearts, and in our lives today. Meta Nature wasn't just a form of communication. Meta Nature, God's words or God's writings, was a ideographic form of communication which used symbols that represented ideas as opposed to letters, which mean nothing until they're strung together in a series that they form words, and words in a series form sentences, and sentences form concepts and ideas. But each component of Meta Nature was a symbol, was a complete thought, and a spiritual force in and of itself. It is a different way of connecting with a source of power, which is one of the reasons why when they wrote the language, they didn't write it in vowels. They never wrote with vowels. Why? Because vowels, A-E-I-O-U, vibrate at a rate 600 times faster than consonants. Vowels, when properly placed in between consonants, give power to those words and are able to bring into manifestation from the spiritual realm whatever it is you focus your energy on creating. This concept was so powerful that they did not insert the vowels, because not just anybody could handle this power, this force, this knowledge. You had to be trained. You had to go through an educational process that endured for over 40 years before you were qualified to begin to speak it, to write it, to use words, to bring creation into the physical form. So if you look at others who have copied from us, who have stolen from us, they tried as best they could to emulate some of these same principles, concepts, and ideas. So when you look at the Hebrew alphabet, which was derived from Meta Nature, you'll notice that Hebrew, like Meta Nature, does not have vowels, only consonants. And if you read a Torah and read the commentary of the words, each character has a profound meaning. And when you string these characters together to form words, and you are writing on a symbolic level, a level that is, you're writing and you're communicating with a spiritual force that the average person knows nothing about. This knowledge, this power was derived from Kemet. But unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, these people who created the Hebrew alphabet didn't have all the clues, didn't have all the keys. They had enough to overpower those who had nothing, but they had nothing in comparison to the true source of that knowledge and information. The tradition, if you look at Meta Nature, many of the characters in Meta Nature come directly from nature, objects that were in your immediate environment. It is from the word nature, which means principle or aspect of the divine. It is from the word nature that we have derived the word nature. So when looking at the Creator's creations and using them as a modality for writing, thinking, and speaking, you could begin to tap into this creative power and bring things into manifestation as well. But you had to understand the power in the words. You had to go through a process to be trained to speak correctly, to write correctly, so that you did not abuse this relationship with the Creator or their power. This spiritual philosophy was based on a view of the cosmos as the domain of the divine. And since human beings were a part of the cosmos, human beings were also divine. Divinity exists within us. As human beings, we never fell from grace. We are never disconnected from the Creator. We can always begin to reconnect if we know how. African spirituality teaches us that we are spiritual beings who are currently having a divine human experience. And when you know who you are, then you can use this knowledge, you can use this language, you can use this speech to build, to add to your character, to add to your community, as opposed to exploiting others. Rituals were designed in order to maintain connections between community and this spirit. African spiritual traditions teaches that spirit manifests itself in everything. The Creator, the creative God created the world and everything in the world, and it means that everything that we see, everything that we touch, contains within it aspects of that creation. So if you look at things with the right eye, when you see them, you see the Creator in those things. You look at your brother and your sister and know that the Creator exists within them. Then when you communicate with them, you don't communicate with bitches and hoes. You're communicating with God. And so when you talk, you all should be having a higher form of communication so that the God in you can communicate with the God in the other person. And you can transform your consciousness through a higher level of communication. That's what we have to get back to. Africans believe that all life is ritual. All life is ritual. And rites of passages helped us move from one phase of life to the other, if life is cyclical. And as you move through this circle, you move from one phase of physical development, one phase of mental development, one phase of spiritual development into another, into another, into another. And each phase of development requires that you learn, that you master new information, and that you prove yourself to be proficient in the utilization of this information before you can move to the next level. It's all designed to raise your consciousness so that you can give back to those within your community. And so we go through this process. We move from spirit to birth, to maturation, to adulthood, to death, to ancestorhood, to spirit, and to rebirth. This is the cycle of life. And while much of this information has been lost, has been stolen, has been distorted, there are occasions when we can get glimpses of this knowledge. And I cite, for example, the book Spirit of Intimacy, written by Sambofu Somé, the wife of Malidoma Somé, who's from Burkina Faso. And she talks about a ritual that they have within their community, a ritual called the hearing ritual, where when a woman is pregnant, she goes to see a priest. And a priest engages this pregnant woman in this ritual that is designed to allow the mother to communicate with the spirit of the ancestor that is in her womb. And through this ritual, the mother not only communicates with this ancestor in her womb, but she understands, she knows who that ancestor is, that is, who is now coming back through her to be born into the community to continue the work that they left undone. So knowing who is coming back means that you know who this person is. You know what their destiny is in life. You know what name to give this child. So that when this child is born, there are other components of this ritual. So when this child is born, you take that object that was the object that belonged to the ancestor that they have come back as, and you bury that object at a specific location. And when that child reaches a certain age, 13 or 14, that child is to go to find that object that was buried. And when that child retrieves that object, it is confirmation that that ancestor has returned. This is a ritual that has been going on for thousands of years. It means that these Africans in Burkina Faso understand aspects of life and death and rebirth that we have forgotten or have not been allowed to understand. What's also interesting is if you read her husband's book, Malidoma Some's book, his first book, Of Water and the Spirit, he talks about this spiritual relationship that existed between his father, who was the chief priest of his village, and other priests who worked with him. Wonderful, fascinating account of African spirituality and how Africans develop individuals and community based on their understanding of who they were. An important part of this book is the story of French priests coming into the village, stealing children, taking the children away to monasteries where they were taught to forget their pagan ways, taught the Bible so that they can come back and convert their family members to Christianity. Malidoma as a child was stolen and spent a number of years in one of these monasteries. And he talked about, this book is about 10 years old, and he talked in this book about things that were happening in this monastery that I've been reading in newspapers for the last 3 or 4 months, about little boys being raped, little boys being molested by teachers of God. But the fascinating part of the story talks about when he leaves, when he escapes and goes back into his community and the choices that were given to him by the elders in his community as to what he needed to do in order to reinsert himself into the community, the rituals that he had to go through. So the book is fascinating because it deals with aspects of African spirituality that we've not had the opportunity to read about from an indigenous African people. So it's important for us to realize that we do have access to knowledge and information that can help us put the pieces of this puzzle together and understand who we are. Because one of the challenges in talking about religion and deconstructing the Bible is that people instinctively will draw back when you try to take away their Jesus. I mean, that's a natural reaction because everybody needs something to believe in. Everybody needs a foundation upon which to stand. But what I'm sharing with you, brothers and sisters, is that there are foundations out there. You have to take the initiative to begin to do the research, to read, to study, and begin to incorporate this information in your life. What's important about Africans who were enslaved here in America is that we were separated from these teachings, and we were not allowed to bring them over here or to practice. We were not allowed. Another important component is that Africans were enslaved in America for 200 years before their European enslavers decided to begin to teach enslaved Africans Christianity on a wholesale basis. What's important about this decision was that it came on the heels of insurrections. And as the Europeans became more and more afraid of insurrections, they decided that they needed to do something in order to keep those black folk docile and quiet. And so decisions were made to introduce them and to bring them into the Christian fold. There's a very important book that you all need to get your hands on and read. I was introduced to it by a minister in Washington, D.C., one of the few African-centered ministers in D.C., Reverend Willie Wilson, who wrote a book entitled Releasing the Power Within Through Spiritual Dynamics. And he references this effort that was made in 1842 to introduce enslaved Africans to Christianity. It was a book written by a preacher by the name of Reverend C.C. Jones, who in 1842 wrote a book entitled Oral Instructions, the Oral Religious Instructions of the Negroes in the United States. He documents in this book the fear of the white enslavers of insurrections and how Christianity can be used to contain them and keep them docile. And he literally met with ministers. He met with groups of enslavers to share this philosophy with them in order to maintain the status quo. And he outlined specific things, specific outcomes that could be expected by introducing your enslaved population to the Christian Bible. He said specifically, you would teach them through oral instructions, since they were not allowed to read, teach them through oral instructions that God ordained slavery for the heathen African. So they stress, and he specifically cited all of the passages in the Bible where slavery was justified by Moses, by God, by all of these personalities, so that the Africans could begin to see that, yeah, I'm supposed to be here because this is where God wants me to be. He said you could also use Christianity to teach the enslaved Africans that God ordained whites in America to be their slave masters. This was the purpose behind this indoctrination. And again, it took place on a wholesale level in this country in 1842. Another point that he made is that since God ordained whites to enslave Africans, then Christianity must not interfere with this divine relationship. All right? So you can begin to understand why the Klan and why other white Christians would burn a cross when they lynched black people, why there was always this relationship between the Bible and religious activities as they were killing other people. That to me seemed to be a violation of the very laws within this book. But the way that it was constructed was that God said it was all right for white folk to do whatever they wanted to do with these heathen Africans. Another important point that he used to sell this idea of introducing Christianity to enslaved Africans was that if you give Africans Sunday off, they don't have to work on Sunday, and you spend that day teaching them this information and allow them to congregate as a group, then they will learn to accept poverty, pain, and enslavement on earth because they know that they will get their reward in the next life. Huh? That's not an accident. This is a cold-blooded, calculated design in order to keep a group of people subservient to others. Reverend Jones said that the immediate benefits to the enslaver were introducing Christianity to the enslaved would be the one, slaves would be more obedient to their masters. Because God said, yeah, this is how the relationship is supposed to be. The Christian morality would reduce rebelliousness. It would create instead a cheerful motivation, industry, domestic virtue, submission to authority, and peaceful service to the master. All right? This was the intent. And did it work? Is it still working? We have to understand why. As more and more black ministers begin examining how Christianity has been used as a tool for white supremacists to control the destiny of African people throughout the world, and as they begin to examine the African presence within the Bible, we got to do more than just put a black face on former white faces. We got to do more than say, well, the Bible is a book about black people. We've got to study how this book was constructed in the very first place. Why those images were put there. And the power behind doing that. So let me just take a minute to deconstruct aspects of Christianity, to look at the symbolic aspects, and to extract this African essence so that we can begin to understand what we are seeing. If we examine the African origins of Christianity, we will see that the Holy Bible is literally Helios Biblios, or the Sun Book, the book of the sun. The book of the Son of God, and the book of the Sun, Helios, the sun, the symbol for the Creator. In Kemet, they had multiple names for the sun, the symbol of the Creator. Different names that express the power of the sun or the power of the Creator at different points in time during the day. When the sun was born in the morning in the east, it was called Kepra. When the sun reached its highest point at noon, it was called Ra. or ray. And when the sun descended in the evening, it was called a tun, which meant the hid, which meant conceal, which meant that even though you can't see the Creator, you know that the creative force is still there. You know that it is all pervasive, and you know for a fact that it is going to be reborn tomorrow morning when it rises in the east as Kepra. So they had a profound way of codifying the Creator and the various manifestations of the Creator. Another important aspect of this is that sun rises in the east, it's Kepra, it reaches its highest point at noon, and that is when it is said that the sun or the Creator is on high. When the sun is at noon, that is when it is at its meridian, at its highest point. So the sun at noon, or God on high, is the most spiritually empowering time of day. All right? Most spiritually empowering time of day. And so the time before the Creator comes on high, noon, then that time is referred to, when the sun is at the meridian, that time is referred to as ante-meridian, or before the meridian, or AM. The time after the sun has moved from on high, is now descending, is referred to as post-meridian, or PM, after it's reached its highest point. So these positionings of the sun are critically important if you're to understand this different form of energy, the different manifestations of energy as it moves across the sky during the day, during the month, and during the year. Because the energy changes throughout the day, throughout the month, throughout the year. The Holy Bible is a book of astrotheology. Astrotheology. Astro means star. Theology means God. So the Holy Bible is a book about star knowledge, or knowledge of the sun, and the significance of the relationship with the sun. The significance of the relationship between the sun and the earth is visible during specific times of year, because we see in the wintertime, when the sun rises low in the horizon, everything is dead in the northern hemisphere. Cold, nothing grows. But come the spring, when the length of the sun begins to increase, then what happens? Life begins to spring forth from the black earth. So the more the sun is present in your life, the more life you see on earth. So there's a direct relationship between the amount of light that you receive from the sun, from the Creator, from God, and activities on planet Earth. And it's constantly changing. Once you understand these changes, then you can begin to synchronize your activities with the activities of the sun. And you literally begin to put yourself in sync with God, in sync with the universe. Another important concept that I'll just share with you briefly, so profoundly important to me, is the fact that our ancestors, ancient African ancestors, studied the sun, studied the stars and the planets. And based upon this study, they divided the day into 24 hours. They divided the year into 365 and a quarter days. They created the concept of time, which meant that they knew that there was a time for everything. Everything in the universe happens on time. And when you were conscious of the specific energy that's emanating from the sun at a specific point in time in the day and the month of the year, when you're using that knowledge, then you will experience a different reality from someone else who has no knowledge of this relationship. Everything happens on time. So it's my firm belief that this thing that we call CP time literally puts us out of sync with the universe, with the Creator, with God. And you all know as well as I do, when you are out of sync with the universe, with the Creator, with God, ain't nothing coming your way. So we've got to begin to see time differently and use time differently in order to bring things into manifestation. Significant portions of the Bible were derived from the so-called books of the dead, the Peridim Heru, the chapters of coming forth into daylight, the pyramid texts, the coffin texts, and the books of Jehudi. These texts were co-opted by Europeans, specifically at the Council of Nicaea in 332 ACE, when Constantine made Christianity the official state religion of Rome. he convened a meeting of approximately 300 bishops to determine the contents of their holy book. They debated the framework for celebrating Easter. They established Christmas 18 years after the Council of Nicaea, or 350 years after the birth of Jesus the Christ. Christmas was celebrated. What was that all about? It was all designed specifically to keep those people with competitive religious and spiritual views under your control. Because for thousands of years before Christmas was an official Christian celebration, December the 25th was celebrated by indigenous people throughout the world as the time frame of the birth of the sun. And if you've ever read John Jackson's Introduction to African Civilization, there's a chapter, there's a section in the book where he talks about the symbolic astronomical significance of the winter solstice. And that December the 25th is the first day after the winter solstice, when the length of the solstice means the sun is still. So during the 4 days of the solstice, from December the 21st through December the 24th, the length of the day does not increase nor decrease significantly. The sun is still as the earth tilts on its axis and begins to move in another direction. And so December the 25th is the first day when one can observe a significant increase in the amount of sunlight. It means to those African scientists that the sun, or God, was born on December the 25th, which means that you were guaranteed another year of life. So we got to see and understand the symbolism that was codified in this text in order to keep the masses of people away from the true source of power. It was said that 18 books were excluded from this new Christian Bible. These books can be found in a host of books, lost books of the Bible, the Apocrypha, and other texts. It's important to realize that at this Council of Nicaea, they deleted references to astronomy, to astrology, numerology, symbolism, and metaphysics. Now, when I talk about astronomy, I'm not talking about the stuff that you read in newspapers about Leos and Scorpios. I'm not talking about that nonsense. I'm talking about the profound science that is related to the movement of celestial bodies around planet Earth and how they affect everything on planet Earth is affected by celestial bodies. The moon goes through its phases every 29 days. And as the moon goes through its phases and reaches the full moon, you notice that during the time of the full moon, you have the highest tides during the time of the full moon. You have 2 high tides every day. What does that mean? It means that the electromagnetic energy, the gravitational energy from the moon is pulling all of the water on planet Earth towards it. That is what creates a high tide. Right? And so this water is being pulled toward the moon. And as the moon moves around the Earth, this bulge of water rotates around the Earth like the moon does. It literally moves around the Earth. So people who study astronomy study the effects that celestial bodies, the sun, the moon, the planets, and other stars have on all life on planet Earth. If the moon can pull the water in the oceans, in the streams, in the lakes, the moon is also pulling the air as well. The Earth is 70% water. And if the moon can pull the ocean, then what do you think the moon can do to the water that is within your body? You are 70% water. That is the reason why in the late 1800s, psychologists at an insane asylum in England coined the phrase lunacy to describe those people in the insane asylum who only seem to go crazy 3 or 4 days out of the month. And those days, those periods of insanity coincided with the full moon. Hence they were called lunatics. Luna from the Latin word luna meaning moon. They were affected by this electromagnetic gravitational effect of this one celestial body. There are hundreds of celestial bodies in the sky, sisters and brothers. And they affect us in more ways than we can imagine. So the science of astrology, astrologos, star knowledge, is the science of the understanding of these effects on everything on planet Earth. Not just the water, but the atmosphere, the plants. Every living thing is affected by these forces. It's important to realize that, well, let me just skip and move to the next point, because I want to make some key points before time runs out. This whole concept of monotheism was said to have been formally introduced in Kemet by Akhenaten, who lived from 1353 to 1333 BCE. And according to a number of texts, it was believed that his chief priest was the personality that we call today Moses, who was a person from Kemet. And by the time Moses, this historical person named Moses, surfaces in Egypt, there were already 4 kings of Kemet with the suffix Moses in their name. There was Jehudi-Mes, or Tutmosis the first, Tutmosis the second, Tutmosis the third, Tutmosis the fourth. There was Ahmose the first, Ahmose the second. It's from the word, Kemetic word Ahmoses, that Hebrews derived the word Amos. Most of the names, according to Gary Greenberg in his book, The Moses Mystery, all of the names of the Hebrew patriarchs were derived from the names of Kemetic personalities. They used Kemetic history as the framework for fabricating this new text. It says in Acts chapter 7, verse 22, that Moses was learned in all of the wisdom of the Egyptians, and he was mighty in words and deeds, which meant that Moses went to school in Kemet, that he studied the priesthood in Kemet. And so the story gets a little quirky when Moses leaves, and he gives those who leave Kemet with them 10 commandments. But what we aren't taught is that he left 32 behind. In Kemet, they had 42 declarations of innocence. And if you compare the 42 declarations of innocence, the 42 admonitions of Ma'at, with the 10 commandments, you can see where these 10 commandments were derived. And what's significant is that in James Henry Breasted in Chicago at the Oriental Institute made this statement, I think back in the 40s, and he got in trouble when he said it, but it's true. James Henry Breasted did an account of personality known as Moses and the 10 Commandments, and showed how the 10 Commandments were derived from the 42 admonitions of Ma'at. And he said that you will notice that there is no commandment stating, "Thou shalt not lie." And as I like to remind people, if the people who taught us religion and taught us Christianity believed in just one of the 10 Commandments, "Thou shalt not steal," we'd be having this conversation in Africa right now. Brother Smalls, at a lecture in Baltimore a couple of months ago, raised a point that I think was very significant. I want to share that with you now. That the significance of the Passover, you know, we buy into these activities without really understanding their origin. The whole essence of the Passover is rooted in the last of the 10 plagues of Moses. But Moses said that that the firstborn son of every Egyptian was going to die, and that the Jews were protected by putting blood on their doorstep. The spirit of death would bypass their homes so that the firstborn children in their household would not die. So every time you celebrate Passover, what you're celebrating is the death and the murder of tens of thousands of African children. No one has ever put it to you in this context. It's not very often that people talk about the murder, the death, the brutality that was issued out or meted out at the hands of Moses. I'll give you another example. Numbers 31. An Israeli war party comes back to Moses after having defeated an enemy, and they report to Moses that they killed all of the adult males. And Moses flew into a rage, and he sent them back to, and I quote now, to kill every woman who has slept with a man, to kill all of the boys, and save the virgins for yourself. Now, what's honorable about that? There's nothing honorable about this behavior, about this language, but we've got to begin to read it with a different set of eyes in order to understand who this book is really about, or what aspects of this book we can use for ourselves. What's significant about the 42 Admonitions of Ma'at is a scene that is one of my favorites, the scene of the weighing of the soul, where the heart of the deceased person stands before the scale of Ma'at, the scale of truth and justice and righteousness, and his soul, his heart is weighed on the scale of Ma'at. And it is at this scene where the soul of the deceased recites the 42 admonitions of Ma'at, declares their innocence. I have not stolen, I have not robbed, I have not defrauded offerings, I have not polluted myself, I have not polluted the land, I have not committed adultery, I have not committed murder, I have not committed crimes. And so it is a way that our ancestors understood that we had to be pure of heart in order to move through life. The 42 admonitions of Ma'at were not just so that your heart could be weighed favorably on the scale of justice at the time of your death, but it was designed specifically for you to live a meaningful life while you were here on planet Earth and cultivate meaningful relationships with the people that you interacted with every day of your lives. So it was not just for death, it was for right now. Children were raised. They didn't have Sesame Street and all of this other nonsense. They were raised with Ma'at to understand the principles and concepts of Ma'at. So there was a different consciousness that emanated from these African people. It's important to realize, as Gerald Massey references in his Ancient Egypt, the Light of the World, parallels and similarities between Heru and Jesus. Because you will find all of these personalities existed first in ancient Kemet. The earthly Jesus is equivalent to Heru. Jesus the Christ corresponds to Asar, the resurrected God. So he is a combination of the stories between Asar and Heru. Some of the early names for Heru in Kemet were the Prince of Peace. He was called the Good Shepherd. He was called the Lamb. He was called the Light of the World. He was called the Lord of Resurrection. He was called the Raiser of the Dead. He was called the Son of God, 4,000 years before Jesus. You can find symbols of Heru and his mother Aset throughout Europe. They're called shrines of the Black Madonna and Child. You'll find them in Spain. You'll find them in Russia. You'll find them in Paris. You'll find them in Poland. Pope John Paul II is Francesca Colba. That is where they have a major shrine of the Black Madonna. Every time he goes home to pray at the shrine of the Black Madonna. Many of these images of this black mother and child are kept in the basements or kept out of public view. Black faces. What's interesting, on the ones that are for public display, they would tell you these protracted stories of how these statues became black. There was a fire in the church in the 17th century, and the fire blackened just the face and the hands of the statue. It's really interesting the extent to which people will go through to try to camouflage the truth. What's also significant is that African spiritual traditions were copied by the Hebrews, and then the Greeks, then the Italians, the Irish, the French, the German, everyone else. And that anytime you make a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy, you lose sight of the original. And what you think is the real thing can't compare with the original. According to the World Christian Encyclopedia, as of 2001, there were over 33,800 different Christian denominations. And as of 1996, there were over 130 versions of the Bible. Now you've got this one story with all of these variations of this thing. Now all of them can't be right. But do we question it? Do we ask who's right? What is the original source material? How was it changed? When was it changed? And what were the changes and how did they affect us? A version is defined as a change in form, a transformation, a conversion, a translation, or rendering. And according to Reverend Peter Goins, who is the Dean of Harvard School of Divinity and the author of a book entitled With Hand and Heart, he said that there are 66 books in the Bible, which were written by 66 different people over a period of 2,000 years. How do you reconcile that? 66 different people writing 66 different interpretations of something over a period of 2,000 years. So this book is not one book that was written by one person at a setting. We have to begin to understand where it came from. African spirituality taught that the powers of the Creator could be manifested within humans on earth. These new religious ideologies taught that man was conceived in sin and that the Son of God had to give his life for your salvation. They literally flipped the script, turned the world upside down. And throughout the years, numerous religious wars were waged as people fought to impose their interpretation of these sacred texts on the people that they conquered. As Europeans imposed Christianity throughout Europe, throughout Asia, they fought a variety of wars. There were 8 crusades, religious wars between Christians and Muslims, which took place between 1096 and 1291. The war against terrorism that George Bush talked about in his State of the Union address in January, he referred to the axis of evil, and this war can be considered as the 9th crusade. As a matter of fact, in his speech, he used this language, crusade. And there were a host of people who criticized him because it conjured up images of these 8 other crusades, wars between Christians and Muslims. So what we're dealing with now in this war of terrorism is nothing but a continuation of a war that has been going on for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, which has cost millions and millions of lives. All because of 2 groups of people battling each other for their concepts of God. It's important to realize that inquisitions were organized by the Roman Catholic Church to silence those who resisted their doctrines. They began with Constantine in 306 and lasted until the late 1500s. Christians who protested the dogma of the Roman Catholic Church and broke away called themselves Protestants or Protestants. They are comprised of Anglicans, Baptists, Lutherans, Mormons, and others. Those who broke away from the Roman Catholic Church. Let me just kind of go through a couple of things I want to share with you in terms of one of the significant changes took place in 1534 when King Henry VIII separated from the Vatican and decided that he was going to establish the Church of England, felt that it was no longer necessary for him to receive orders from someone living hundreds and hundreds of miles away, that he was king of his domain. He was going to be responsible for the religious and spiritual directions of his people. And so he created a new church and a new religious ideology. And in this new religious ideology, he said that no women, no females, unless they were members of the noble class, were allowed to read their sacred book, their holy Bible. No apprentices, no journeymen, no laborers were permitted to read the Bible under penalty of death. So let's understand something about this book, the book that many of us grew up reading, the King James Version of the Bible, and understand something about what went into this book, what has come into our minds and our consciousnesses, and how it has affected our behavior. In 1604, King James authorized a committee of 50 scholars to write a uniform translation of the Bible. And by royal authority, all people, all citizens of England were bound to read his official version of the holy book only. You could be killed if you read another version of the Bible. And there's a minister, a friend of mine said that this King James Version of the Bible is probably one of the most inaccurate versions ever written. But let me just share some information with you. See, I've gotten the 5-minute warning. So let me kind of bring some things to a close by sharing with you some information that I had originally published in the Browder file in the essay entitled Exploding the Myths, the piece on religion. It was one of the longest pieces, and it attracted the most interest or the most comments because of my discussion on religion, the African origins of the Bible, and how the Bible has been modified by others throughout the centuries. And specifically, what interested a number of people were the references that I made with regards to Shakespeare and the role that he played in writing this King James authorized version of the Bible. What's significant is that King James was 46 years old when this project of the King James version of the Bible was completed in 1610. And during that time, many artisans, painters, writers, sculptors were commissioned to do sacred work, but they were not allowed to put their signatures on them. And so many artists found very creative ways to write their name. They put it upside down, or they put it backwards, or they put it in the corner of a painting. Shakespeare found an equally creative way of inserting his name into the text. For example, if you look in Psalms 46, the third verse, the 46th word from the beginning of Psalms 46 is the word shake. The 46th word at the end of Psalms 46 and Psalms 46 verse 9 is the word spear. That is Shakespeare's signature in the Bible. Now, when I first referenced that in the book in '89, I received a lot of inquiries about people wanted to have some more information about that. So when I revised this book, I incorporated in the revision additional information, supplemental information about Shakespeare and his role in the Bible. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I did was I got maybe about a dozen different versions of the Bible. And I looked at Psalms 46 verse 3, Psalms 46 verse 9. And the King James version of the Bible is the only version of the Bible where you will find the word shake, 46th word from the beginning of Psalms 46, and spear, the 46th word from the end of Psalms 46. So it's the only Bible where you find the strategic placement of these two words together that codify Shakespeare's involvement with this text. It's also important to realize that certain language in the Bible, thee, thou, ye, shall, this is Old English terminology. They didn't speak like that 2,000 years ago. But that is a language in the text. It's what I refer to as biblical sampling, where folk they borrow sacred text and incorporate it into their own. And let me just share just one more piece here about Shakespeare before I bring things to a close. With regards to Shakespeare, a little additional information about Shakespeare, who lived from 1546 to 1616, is still considered the greatest dramatist the world has ever known, the finest poet who has ever written in the English language. The World Book Encyclopedia said that Shakespeare originated such familiar phrases as fair play, foregone conclusion, catch cold, disgraceful conduct. He also invented such common words as assassination, bump, eventful, and lonely. Right? He was a writer of history. Shakespeare was primarily a writer of history, and he had a way of writing with such compassion that he was able to interest the common man in these stories. It's important to realize the impact that he has had on people throughout the ages, particularly in some of his other historical works. Much of what we know about Julius Caesar, Cleopatra, and Mark Antony was made up by William Shakespeare. Mark Antony never said, friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ear. The whole story about the death and the suicide of Cleopatra and Mark Antony was made up by Shakespeare. So what I'm trying to get you all to understand is the extent to which information can be incorporated into text, and we accept it automatically without analyzing what this information is, who wrote it, and the impact that it had on us. So it's time to bring this to a close, unfortunately. And let me just leave you with this. The information that I share with you today, I hope will enable you to cultivate a meaningful relationship with the Creator. I hope you will begin to question everything. Seek answers to those who are responsible for giving you spiritual direction. and continue to look to Africa as the source of all spirituality. Study the ancient Kemetic texts. Read them, because we're at a point in time where the Bible is going to be replaced. Within the next 25 years, the Bible is going to be replaced. We have available to us sacred texts that can direct us and guide us. Sacred texts that were written by our ancestors that we have to begin to interpret, to translate for ourselves, and make our own sacred and holy Bibles. And I believe that when we do that, when, as the brother was saying, I'm closing now, as the brother was saying, you can expect, based on where this country is going right now, major economic, political, and social upheaval within the next 25 years. You can expect that, all right? And as that is coming, you're also witnessing the deconstruction of religious systems. Catholic Church is literally disintegrating before your very eyes. And so we're going to need something to hold on to in times of trouble that are coming. Turn to your ancestral writings. I believe that you will find in those texts the knowledge that will help you move through the coming period of chaos and will give you a greater sense of stability and spiritual direction. Thank you all very much. Okay. All right.
Brothers and sisters, let us all stand and hold hands. Please, we're going to leave together. Let everybody stand. We're leaving right now. But before we go, let's give Brother Browder another hand. Two things. Brother Browder has some books in the back. He's on his way in the back now, and he'll be able to sign, autograph those books. So I just want to say to Dr. Ben, all that Tony, and it's just marvelous to see the students who have come along since Dr. Ben over the past 30, 35 years have been taking us to Egypt and pointing these things out on the walls and temples of Egypt. Again, I just want to give thanks to Dr. Ben, because I was able to travel to Egypt with him about 8 times. Brother Maddox, before he left, asked me to remind you that we were a little short in the offering. So the sister's going to be at the back, right there, with that bucket. Hold that bucket up in the back. We want you to please pull out a couple dollars and put them in the bucket on your way out, that we may meet our obligations tonight. We did stay overtime, and that costs. We're an African people, stolen from our homeland, robbed of our culture, robbed of our language, our names, our history, and our statehood, our peoplehood. But we will rise, never again to be oppressed. Up, you mighty people. Up, you mighty people. You can accomplish what you will. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Good night.
Hotep Africans, as usual, it is always a pleasure to be here in Harlem. I come from Washington, D.C., which is the belly of the beast. And every time I come to Harlem, I realize that this is the pineal gland. This is the place where we tune in to a higher spiritual consciousness. And just sitting in the back of the room, listening to everything that was said this evening and seeing my dear grandmother spirit, Sister Sybil Williams Clark comes in, just made me feel good. And then seeing Dr. Ben come in just made me feel even better. And seeing Brother James Small in the back just made me feel better. So it's so wonderful to be here in Harlem and to see so many friends who have nurtured my development over the years, who have inspired and sustained me, helps to always make this a treat to come home to Harlem. The subject matter for tonight is one that is really extensive, and typically when I talk about this subject matter, African spiritual traditions, religion and Christianity, there's never enough time. So I intentionally kind of cut back on some of the materials so I wouldn't have to rush, and I'm going to do the best that I can in the time that I have to cover some basic points so that we can have some enlightenment about the subject matter. It's a subject matter that is very near and dear to my heart because as someone born in Chicago who was raised and inspired by my grandmother, who was a devout Christian, I always had strong feelings about religion. I always had strong feelings about Christianity, and I always questioned what I heard. I always questioned the images that I saw in my grandmother's Bible. And it wasn't until I heard and met Dr. Ben and heard and met Dr. Clark and heard and met Brother John Jackson, that I began to hear from my elders information that justified my inquisitive nature and taught me that it was wise to question, because we've been fooled and manipulated and taken advantage of for so long because we never questioned. And so what I want to do this evening is to share with you some research that I've been working on for the last couple of years regarding concepts and ideas of spirituality and their relationship to religion, so that we can begin to see ourselves, to see the world, and see God, and see the universe through a different set of eyes. And I'm here tonight to share this knowledge with you that I've acquired over the years. I'm not here to proselytize. I'm not here to condemn anyone. I'm really here to enlighten. And I want to discuss issues that I think are critical to our survival. I've come to understand the power of deception and how it manifests itself in myriad ways in all of our lives, and how difficult it is for people who have grown up with one ideology to open up their minds and begin to accept new concepts and ideas, particularly if they move them outside of their comfort zone. And so this is the dilemma that I'm faced with at this time, and I ask you all to bear with me. The dilemma is, how do you respond to the faithful followers of a truthful man who presents a falsehood as a sacred fact, particularly when these people don't realize that the falsehood was derived from a falsehood, which was derived from a falsehood, which was derived from a falsehood, which was derived from a deliberate distortion of sacred truths. And just because a truthful person speaks a falsehood with truthfulness and conviction doesn't make that falsehood any less false. So we've got to begin to look deeper at things that are so significant to our lives. And when I make statements like that, I typically, get that look, or where is he going, and what is he talking about? People ask me, do I believe in God? And my response to that is, no, I don't believe in God, because a belief is something that you accept without proof. I know that there is a creator, and I know that creator has manifested itself throughout time in our environment. What I don't believe is how this concept of the creator or God has been presented to us by those who are responsible for our enslavement. The very act of enslavement unqualifies someone to teach me about God. And so what I also know is that the Creator has been called many names by many people over time. God, Jehovah, Ra, Jah, Holy Damari, the Great Spirit, Lukalu, Mother, Father, God, Allah, Buddha. These are all names that have been used by different people to describe the Creator as they saw the Creator. And I believe, I know, that these are legitimate expressions of a people's attempt to understand a force that is greater than them. And so I feel very strongly that there are as many names for the Creator as there are people, as there are languages. And that each of these names is a legitimate expression of a people attempting to understand a force far greater than them. I know it's a violation of the highest order to say that someone's relationship with the Creator is illegitimate because they don't call the Creator by the same name that you do. That in and of itself is wrong. I know that the God concept that was imposed upon our people was a deliberate distortion of spiritual truths that were designed specifically to keep us spiritually incarcerated, to keep us separated from a power that pervades the universe and can allow us to do great works. When I was a child, I was taught to worship like a child. I was taught to worship the God of my grandparents, a Christian European God. Many years later, I learned that this Christian European God was actually derived from African concepts of the Creator. And so the more that I began to study Africa and the people and the myths and the culture of Africa, the more that I began to see this Creator and the multiple manifestations of the Creator. I know that there is a spiritual force that pervades the universe. I know this. I know that the ancestors are real. As I was walking around and driving around the streets of Harlem this afternoon, I kept feeling the presence of Dr. Clark because his life touched me so deeply. I know and I believe in the ancestors. I can say this from personal experience because my relationship with the ancestors, particularly my grandmother, is what has allowed me to be here before you on this evening. I know that because if I didn't have a relationship with my grandmother who's deceased, then I would have died 3 years ago. I would have been on that plane, that Egypt airplane that crashed on October the 31st in 1999. See, because I've been taking groups to Kemet for the last 14 years. And in 1998, I felt that I needed a break. I was tired and I wanted to do some other things. And I was debating whether or not I wanted to take a group to Kemet the following year. And I remember specifically, it was the 13th, Friday the 13th of November, 1998. I was sitting on the banks of the Nile early in the morning, meditating and just thinking about what I wanted to do next year, if I wanted to go to Kemet next year. And as I was mulling this decision over in my mind, my grandmother, who had died 2 years earlier, came to me. And she said, well, baby, if you don't want to go next year, don't go. Don't go. It's as simple as that. And just hearing the words of comfort from her allowed me to accept my decision not to go. And so the following year, typically I would take groups to Kemet in the fall, in October. And the following year, I was traveling from the West Coast back to Washington, D.C. on Halloween. I was taking a red-eye back to D.C. and to take a connecting flight in Detroit, 6 o'clock in the morning. And as I was walking past the newsstand to catch my connecting flight, I saw a headline in the newspaper, in the vending machine, that said, Egypt Air crash. And I really, looked at it, didn't really think much of it. But then when I got on the plane and took my seat, I saw a copy of the Washington Post sitting on the seat next to me, and I picked it up and read it, and I saw that Egypt Air flight, flight 990, had crashed the night before, and everybody died. By the time I got home and checked my answering machine, I must have had at least a dozen calls from friends of mine from all over the country who were calling to see if I was all right, calling to see if I was home. And I processed all the calls, and it wasn't until that evening when I was just processing my day as I normally do, and started thinking about the cause, that it struck me that if I hadn't made that decision not to go to Kemet in 1999, I would have been on that flight. That's the flight that we always take. And so it made me stop and question this relationship that we have with our ancestors. It made me question this relationship that we have with spirit, and made me understand how real it was and how important it is to cultivate this relationship and not allow others to distort it, to dilute it, to separate us from the power that exists within. And so what I want to share with you this evening is knowledge that I have acquired over the years about Africans' spiritual relationships with the Creator, and how those relationships have been distorted over the years. When I was a child, I thought, I talked, and I acted like a child. I was taught to believe in heaven and hell. I was taught to believe in God and the devil. I was taught to believe in Christmas and Easter, Santa Claus, and the Easter Bunny. But when I became a man, I outgrew my childish thinking, and I replaced my childish ways with knowledge, with insight, as I fulfilled my desire to know. I came to realize that neither Santa Claus nor the Easter Bunny were real. I came to understand that originally Christmas and Easter had nothing to do with the birth, the death, and the resurrection of a man named Jesus. I learned through research that the letter J was invented around 400 years ago, and that Jesus wasn't the name of the person that we call Jesus. I learned that God and the devil were ideas, were concepts, were opposite aspects of the same entity, of the same force. I learned that heaven and hell were conditions that exist on earth, not above it, not below it, but conditions that exist on earth in real time right now. Came to understand that religions were invented by men in an attempt to codify spiritual systems which existed thousands of years earlier. My understanding of spirituality has taught me that we are spiritual beings who have come here to have a human experience. We made a decision to come here in this life. I've come to understand that life is not a linear experience. We don't just live and then die and that's it. But life, by studying nature, is cyclical. Life follows patterns of birth, life experience, death, ancestorhood, rebirth. It is a cycle, an ongoing cycle. Now, I've learned that if you learn to use your spiritual power, the power that dwells within each and every person, then you have the capacity, you have the ability to experience heaven here on earth. If you don't know how to use it, every day of your life will be filled with hell and misery. But you have a choice. Only if you know that you have a choice. Only if you know how to use the choices available to you in order to utilize that creative force that works through us. My understanding of religions, particularly Judaism and Christianity, has taught me that true knowledge of spirit has intentionally been withheld from the masses of people, so that we will be subjected to the control of a handful of people who manipulate us through fear and ignorance. One of the greatest tricks ever played on humanity was to convince them that they only go around once in life, that you were born in sin, and somebody had to die to alleviate your sin, and that if you follow this person and their teachings, then you will spend eternity in heaven, and if you don't, you'll spend eternity in hell. When, based on my research, I've learned most ministers that I've talked to, I've had a lot of conversations with ministers in private and off the record. They would tell me that they don't believe in heaven and hell. They know that what they tell the members of their congregation on Sunday morning is something that they don't even believe in. I've been to Kemet with enough ministers who have seen in the Nile Valley the African origins of everything they talk about within their Bible. And I've asked them in private conversations, well, how are you going to share this information with your congregation when you return? And they have all told me to a person, man, if I share this information on Sunday, I'll be looking for a job on Monday. I tell people what they want to hear. So it's all a matter of conditioning. And when people can begin to condition themselves to understand greater truths, then maybe the people who stand before you on Sunday can begin to present those greater truths to you so that you can begin to control your life, your community, and your destiny instead of praying to others to do for you what you have always had the capacity to do. This is the challenge that we're faced with. What's important is that for the last 1,600 years, a world has been shaped. Our perception of the world, our perception of reality, has been shaped by European explorers, colonizers, and enslavers. And they have historically used the Bible and the sword to conquer indigenous people all over this earth and to teach them to worship a God who looked like their conquerors. This action was initiated by Constantine, the first Christian emperor of Rome, who wasn't even a Christian. If you read the stories about Constantine, he was a Christian emperor, but he was not a Christian himself, who in 312 ACE, on the eve of a major battle, had a vision. And in this vision, God came to him and said that he would grant Constantine victory if he fought under the sign of the cross. So Constantine had all of his soldiers paint on their shields the Greek letters chi and rho. Greek letters chi and rho are the first two letters in the word Christ. And they fought under the banner of Christ, and they were victorious. Now, they used the letters chi and rho because the letter J had not been invented at that point in time. All right, let's put all of the dots together so that when we connect them, we understand what we see. Constantine was victorious in his battle, and he discovered a weapon that was more powerful than any nuclear weapon. Constantine discovered the power of theological warfare, and he conquered people in the name of God. And he imposed upon those that he conquered, who had different beliefs, this idea that if you didn't worship my God, then I was justified to do whatever I want to you. If you were a pagan, if you were an infidel, I could kill you, I could rape you, I could rob from you, I could do whatever I wanted to do because you were not a believer in my God. Now, it's important to realize and understand some of these definitions. Pagan is not necessarily a negative thing. The word pagan simply means somebody who worships a God different from yours. That's all pagan means. So to a Jew, a Christian is a pagan. To a Muslim, Jews and Christians are pagan. They simply worship a God different than their own. There's nothing bad or derogatory or evil about that word if you understand it in its correct context. Every European conqueror, from Columbus to Cortez to Washington, engaged in theological warfare. And each of these men violated the very commandments that they taught their slaves to adhere to. America is a Christian nation because America was founded by Christians who stole the land from the indigenous people, who murdered and who enslaved others, and taught those that they conquered, those that they enslaved, to believe in a doctrine that they did not adhere to themselves. And of course, these issues are never brought up in school. They're seldom brought up or discussed in church. It's something that we're just supposed to look the other way when it comes to. Act as if it didn't exist. And so it's important for us to begin to cultivate a different relationship with Spirit, a different relationship with the Creator, if we are to change the quality of our lives here in this country or anywhere else on earth. The study of history reveals that European world dominance is on the decline. Europeans are losing their control as people of color begin to assert themselves globally. And for the first time in history, for the first time in the last 2,000 years, the majority of Christians are non-European. That's one of the reasons why Pope John Paul II has traveled more to Africa than all of the popes combined. He's traveled more to South America than all of the popes combined, because he knows that the future of Catholicism is in people of color. So they are proselytizing and working overtime to see to it that they will have new members to keep them in power. In light of the imminent shift to world power and consciousness, European theologians and scholars have been devising new ways to consolidate their power. And for decades, they have been meeting behind closed doors. I remember at least 15 years ago, hearing Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark in a conversation talk about a meeting, a conference that was held by Jewish theologians here in New York, where they talked about the origins of the Torah. And they talked about all the myths and the symbolism that was in this text, and how it was not a text to be taken literally. And that for some reason or another, there was never any documentation about this conference that was released. But if you read the popular literature, many of the major national magazines, Time, Newsweek, U.S. News and World Report, if you notice over the last 5 years, you've been seeing a plethora of cover stories that are reevaluating religion, reevaluating Jesus the Christ, reevaluating Moses, reevaluating the concept of heaven and hell. There's this conversation that is going on behind closed doors that is now slowly being introduced to the general public. Why? What does that mean? It means that you are slowly being prepared for a bombshell that is going to be dropped in the very near future. And people are positioning themselves so that once this new information comes out, you can continue to look to them for continued leadership. I reference specifically an article that was published just this year, March of this year, in Harper's Magazine. The article was entitled "False Testament: How Archaeology Refutes the Bible's Claim to History." And it's written by Daniel Lazari, a Jewish writer who cited the latest biblical archaeological research that refutes the Old Testament. And let me just share with you some of the highlights that were in this article, because it's so profoundly significant. It's significant because of the fact that it hasn't been talked about in the general community, but others are beginning to talk about it more openly. Some of the points that he raised in this article is that Israelites, who are now thought to have been an indigenous culture that developed west of the Jordan River around 1200 BCE, and they did not originate in Mesopotamia as they claim. There is no archaeological evidence to support the fact that they immigrated to that area called Palestine from elsewhere. Another important point, and this one hits right at the heart of the matter, that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and other tribal founders depicted in the book of Genesis, and this is his quote, a direct quote, were no more real than the gods of Greece or Norse mythology. That they were not real personalities. These are Jews telling their story to the world. They also said that Moses never existed. I want you to understand this. They are saying that Moses never existed, and that the Israeli flight from Egypt never occurred. Understand what they're saying. So it's you can find it in Harper's Magazine, March 2000. Very interesting story. And this whole story was derived from a new Torah that was published in November of last year called the Et Hayim, or the Tree of Life, It was published by the United Synagogue of Conservative Jews. And in this Torah, they added in the commentary the latest archaeological research that refutes the Old Testament. Now, the interesting thing about biblical archaeology is that it's a science that's about 100 years old, and it was originally created in order to bolster the credibility of the Bible. But specifically within the last 25 years, the physical evidence has said that what existed in this book is not a fact, are now seen as, quote, an invention of Jerusalem-based priests in the 7th and 8th century BCE. Solomon and David were not the great kings that they were purported to have been in the Old Testament. They also said that the walls of Jericho, Joshua in the Battle of Jericho, well, they said that based on the archaeological evidence, the wall was only 2 feet high at the time that Joshua came there, and had been destroyed for at least 70 years prior to his conquest of that land. So the myths, the stories that we have been given are now have to be viewed through a different pair of eyes in light of the evidence that is now being allowed to circulate among the general public. And so the challenge for us is, how do you process that information? Do you categorically deny it and throw it away simply because it challenges everything that you've been taught? Or do you begin to read it and study it to understand the truth that may be in this information? It's important to understand it. Another profound statement in this new Torah was that Genesis, the book of Genesis, was, again, quoting from them, an artificial construct. It was a narrative framework created long after the facts in order to link together a series of unconnected folk tales like pearls on a string. In other words, they made it up. And so, understand the domino effect that we're dealing with. If Genesis was a fabrication, which they say it was, then it means that God didn't create the world in 7 days, or their God did not create the world in 7 days. It meant that their God did not create Adam and Eve, and they were never expelled from Eden, which means then that there was no original sin, and there was no reason for anybody to come back and die for sins that you never committed in the first place. As religion is being reevaluated, we're hearing more and more talk about spirituality. We're hearing more and more talk about different ways to know the Creator. So we're hearing more about indigenous people here in this land, indigenous people in Africa, indigenous people in the Pacific Islands, in South America, and how they relate to the Creator. And so it's important for us to take all of this information and look at it and evaluate it from an African-centered context. If we do that, then at least we'll be starting off on the right foot. Looking at this information from an African-centered context means that we have to first accept the fact that humanity began first in Africa. Matter of fact, there was an article published this last Tuesday that stated that archaeologists have found what they believe to be the oldest skull, human skull, 7 million years old in Chad in Central Africa. So as they do more of the archaeological research, what they're beginning to realize is they don't know how long humans have been on this planet, but the greatest evidence for the existence of humanity can only be found in Africa. So Africa is the place where everything begins. So we have to begin to see Africa through different eyes. Since Africa was the birthplace of humanity, we also have to acknowledge the fact that Africa is the birthplace of civilization. And Dr. Ben has devoted his life to teaching us about the Nile Valley origins of civilization. And it's in the Nile Valley where you can find the first organized method of relating to a force more powerful than you, an unseen force. There were literally thousands of texts that were written by our ancestors thousands of years ago that talked about ways of cultivating a relationship with this force so that you could empower yourself, because they knew something that we've forgotten. You know, what's interesting, let me just share this with you. I've been traveling to Kemet for 22 years, and have probably been there maybe about 35, 36 times. You know, the first couple of times you go, you know, you're very excited about being there, and you're tripping out on the fact that, oh, we were here, and we built this, and we did that. But after you get past all of that and realize that the Arabs control this land and we ain't never getting it back, right? But there's a lot there that we can study, that we can examine. And once I began to accept that reality and began to take my time walking through the temples, looking at the columns, and imagining the architectural energy that went into creating it, the engineering skills that went into designing it, all the artists and craftspersons that were responsible for building these temples that have stood for thousands and thousands of years. And I began to see this place, or try to see this place through the eyes of the people who created it when it was brand new. And doing that made me realize that we, so-called modern human beings, are literally functioning on a subhuman level. That the people who created this ancient culture and civilization knew how to manifest the aspects of God, the creator, whatever term you want to use. They knew how to manifest that knowledge within themselves so that they literally created heaven on earth. And when you walk through these temples and see the monuments, you will see the handiwork of people who knew how to manifest God within them, and they built for eternity. That's one of the reasons why Europeans over the last 3,000 years have been trying to claim Kemet for themselves. Because it is there where you can find the record of what men and women did when they were more closely connected to the creative force than we could ever imagine. And that's a model for us to aspire to recreate in our minds, in our hearts, and in our lives today. Meta Nature wasn't just a form of communication. Meta Nature, God's words or God's writings, was an ideographic form of communication which used symbols that represented ideas as opposed to letters, which mean nothing until they're strung together in a series that they form words, and words in a series form sentences, and sentences form concepts and ideas. But each component of Meta Nature was a symbol, was a complete thought, and a spiritual force in and of itself. It is a different way of connecting with a source of power, which is one of the reasons why when they wrote the language, they didn't write it in vowels. They never wrote with vowels. Why? Because vowels, A-E-I-O-U, vibrate at a rate 600 times faster than consonants. Vowels, when properly placed in between consonants, give power to those words and are able to bring into manifestation from the spiritual realm whatever it is you focus your energy on creating. This concept was so powerful that they did not insert the vowels, because not just anybody could handle this power, this force, this knowledge. You have to be trained. You have to go through an educational process that endured for over 40 years before you were qualified to begin to speak it, to write it, to use words, to bring creation into the physical form. So if you look at others who have copied from us, who have stolen from us, they tried as best they could to emulate some of these same principles, concepts, and ideas. So when you look at the Hebrew alphabet, which was derived from Meta Nature, you notice that Hebrew, like Meta Nature, does not have vowels, only consonants. And if you read a Torah, and read the commentary of the words, each character has a profound meaning. And when you string these characters together to form words, and you are writing on a symbolic level, a level that is you're writing and you're communicating with a spiritual force that the average person knows nothing about. This knowledge, this power was derived from Kemet. But unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, these people who created the Hebrew alphabet didn't have all the clues, didn't have all the keys. They had enough to overpower those who had nothing, but they had nothing in comparison to the true source of that knowledge and information. The tradition, if you look at Medu Neter, many of the characters in Medu Neter come directly from nature, objects that were in your immediate environment. It is from the word neter, which means principle or aspect of the divine. It is from the word neter that we have derived the word nature. So when looking at the Creator's creations and using them as a modality for writing, thinking, and speaking, you could begin to tap into this creative power and bring things into manifestation as well. But you had to understand the power in the words. You had to go through a process to be trained to speak correctly, to write correctly, so that you did not abuse this relationship with the Creator or their power. The spiritual philosophy was based on a view of the cosmos as the domain of the divine. And since human beings were a part of the cosmos, human beings were also divine. Divinity exists within us. As human beings, we never fell from grace. We are never disconnected from the Creator. We can always begin to reconnect if we know how. African spirituality teaches us that we are spiritual beings who are currently having a divine human experience. And when you know who you are, then you can use this knowledge, you can use this language, you can use this speech to build, to add to your character, to add to your community, as opposed to exploiting others. Rituals were designed in order to maintain connections between community and this spirit. African spiritual traditions teaches that spirit manifests itself in everything. The creative God created the world and everything in the world, and it means that everything that we see, everything that we touch, contains within it aspects of that creation. So if you look at things with the right eye, when you see them, you see the Creator in those things. If you look at your brother and your sister and know that the Creator exists within them, then when you communicate with them, you don't communicate with bitches and hoes. You're communicating with God. And so when you talk, you all should be having a higher form of communication so that the God in you can communicate with the God in the other person. And you can transform your consciousness through a higher level of communication. That's what we have to get back to. Africans believe that all life is ritual. All life is ritual. And rites of passages helped us move from one phase of life to the other, if life is cyclical. And as you move through this circle, you move from one phase of physical development, one phase of mental development, one phase of spiritual development into another, into another, into another. And each phase of development requires that you learn, that you master new information, and that you prove yourself to be proficient in the utilization of this information before you can move to the next level. It's all designed to raise your consciousness so that you can give back to those within your community. And so we go through this process. We move from spirit to birth, to maturation, to adulthood, to death, to ancestorhood, to spirit, and to rebirth. This is the cycle of life. And while much of this information has been lost, has been stolen, has been distorted, there are occasions when we can get glimpses of this knowledge. And I cite, for example, the book Spirit of Intimacy, written by Sambofu Somé, the wife of Malidoma Somé, who's from Burkina Faso. And she talks about a ritual that they have within their community, a ritual called the hearing ritual, where when a woman is pregnant, she goes to see a priest. And a priest engages this pregnant woman in this ritual that is designed to allow the mother to communicate with the spirit of the ancestor that is in her womb. And through this ritual, the mother not only communicates with this ancestor in her womb, but she understands, she knows who that ancestor is, that is, who is now coming back through her to be born into the community to continue the work that they left undone. So knowing who is coming back means that you know who this person is. You know what their destiny is in life. You know what name to give this child. So that when this child is born, there are other components of this ritual. So when this child is born, you take that object that was the object that belonged to the ancestor that they have come back as, and you bury that object at a specific location. And when that child reaches a certain age, 13 or 14, that child is to go to find that object that was buried. And when that child retrieves that object, it is confirmation that that ancestor has returned. This is a ritual that has been going on for thousands of years. It means that these Africans in Burkina Faso understand aspects of life and death and rebirth that we have forgotten or have not been allowed to understand. What's also interesting is if you read her husband's book, Malidoma Somé's book, his first book, Of Water and the Spirit, he talks about this spiritual relationship that existed between his father, who was the chief priest of his village, and other priests who worked with him. Wonderful, fascinating account of African spirituality and how Africans develop individuals and community based on their understanding of who they were. An important part of this book is the story of French priests coming into the village, stealing children, taking the children away to monasteries where they were taught to forget their pagan ways, taught the Bible so that they can come back and convert their family members to Christianity. Malidoma as a child was stolen and spent a number of years in one of these monasteries. And he talked about, this book is about 10 years old, and he talked in this book about things that were happening in this monastery that I've been reading in newspapers for the last 3 or 4 months, about little boys being raped, little boys being molested by teachers of God. But the fascinating part of the story, he talks about when he leaves, when he escapes and goes back into his community and the choices that were given to him by the elders in his community as to what he needed to do in order to reinsert himself into the community, the rituals that he had to go through. So the book is fascinating because it deals with aspects of African spirituality that we've not had the opportunity to read about from an indigenous African people. So it's important for us to realize that we do have access to knowledge and information that can help us put the pieces of this puzzle together and understand who we are. Because one of the challenges in talking about religion and deconstructing the Bible is that people instinctively will draw back when you try to take away their Jesus. I mean, that's a natural reaction because everybody needs something to believe in. Everybody needs a foundation upon which to stand. But what I'm sharing with you, brothers and sisters, is that there are foundations out there. You have to take the initiative to begin to do the research, to read, to study, and begin to incorporate this information in your life. What's important about Africans who were enslaved here in America is that we were separated from these teachings. And we were not allowed to bring them over here or to practice. We were not allowed. Another important component is that Africans were enslaved in America for 200 years before their European enslavers decided to begin to teach enslaved Africans Christianity on a wholesale basis. What's important about this decision was that it came on the heels of insurrections. And as the Europeans became more and more afraid of insurrections, they decided that they needed to do something in order to keep those black folk docile and quiet. And so decisions were made to introduce them and to bring them into the Christian fold. There's a very important book that you all need to get your hands on and read. I was introduced to it by a minister in Washington, D.C., one of the few African-centered ministers in D.C., Reverend Willie Wilson, who wrote a book entitled Releasing the Power Within Through Spiritual Dynamics. And he references this effort that was made in 1842 to introduce enslaved Africans to Christianity. It was a book written by a preacher by the name of Reverend C.C. Jones, who in 1842 wrote a book entitled Oral Instructions, the Oral Religious Instructions of the Negroes in the United States. He documents in this book the fear of the white enslavers of insurrections and how Christianity can be used to contain them and keep them docile. And he literally met with ministers. He met with groups of enslavers to share this philosophy with them in order to maintain the status quo. And he outlined specific things, specific outcomes that could be expected by introducing your enslaved population to the Christian Bible. He said specifically, you would teach them through oral instructions, since they were not allowed to read, teach them through oral instructions that God ordained slavery for the heathen African. So they stressed, and he specifically cited all of the passages in the Bible where slavery was justified by Moses, by God, by all of these personalities, so that the Africans could begin to see that, yeah, I'm supposed to be here because this is where God wants me to be. He said you could also use Christianity to teach the enslaved Africans that God ordained whites in America to be their slave masters. This was the purpose behind this indoctrination. And again, it took place on a wholesale level in this country in 1842. Another point that he made is that since God ordained whites to enslave Africans, then Christianity must not interfere with this divine relationship. All right? So you can begin to understand why the Klan, why other white Christians would burn a cross when they lynched black people, why there was always this relationship between the Bible and religious activities as they were killing other people. That to me seemed to be a violation of the very laws within this book. But the way that it was constructed was that God said it was all right for white folk to do whatever they wanted to do with these heathen Africans. Another important point that he used to sell this idea of introducing Christianity to enslaved Africans was that if you give Africans Sunday off, they don't have to work on Sunday, and you spend that day teaching them this information and allow them to congregate as a group, then they will learn to accept poverty, pain, and enslavement on earth because they know that they will get their reward in the next life. Huh? That's not an accident. This is a cold-blooded, calculated design in order to keep a group of people subservient to others. Reverend Jones said that the immediate benefits to the enslaver were introducing Christianity to the enslaved would be the one, slaves would be more obedient to their masters. Because God said, yeah, this is how the relationship is supposed to be. The Christian morality would reduce rebelliousness. It would create instead a cheerful motivation, industry, domestic virtue, submission to authority, and peaceful service to the master. All right? This was the intent. And did it work? Is it still working? We have to understand why. As more and more black ministers begin examining how Christianity has been used as a tool for white supremacists to control the destiny of African people throughout the world, and as they begin to examine the African presence within the Bible, we got to do more than just put a black face on former white faces. We got to do more than say, well, the Bible is a book about black people. We've got to study how this book was constructed in the very first place. Why those images were put there. And the power behind doing that. So let me just take a minute to deconstruct aspects of Christianity, to look at the symbolic aspects, and to extract this African essence so that we can begin to understand what we are seeing. If we examine the African origins of Christianity, we will see that the Holy Bible is literally Helios Biblios, or the Sun Book, the book of the sun. The book of the Son of God, and the book of the Sun, Helios, the sun, the symbol for the Creator. In Kemet, they had multiple names for the sun, the symbol of the Creator. Different names that express the power of the sun or the Creator at different points in time during the day. When the sun was born in the morning in the east, it was called Kepra. When the sun reached its highest point at noon, it was called Ra or Ray. And when the sun descended in the evening, it was called a Tun, which meant the hidden, which meant concealed, which meant that even though you can't see the Creator, you know that the creative force is still there. You know that it is all pervasive, and you know for a fact that it is going to be reborn tomorrow morning when it rises in the east as Kepra. So they had a profound way of codifying the Creator and the various manifestations of the Creator. Another important aspect of this is that sun rises in the east, it's Kepra, it reaches its highest point at noon, and that is when it is said that the sun or the Creator is on high. When the sun is at noon, that is when it is at its meridian, at its highest point. So the sun at noon, or God on high, is the most spiritually empowering time of day. All right? Most spiritually empowering time of day. And so the time before the Creator comes on high, noon, then that time is referred to, when the sun is at the meridian, that time is referred to as ante-meridian, or before the meridian, or AM. The time after the sun has moved from on high, is now descending, is referred to as post-meridian, or PM, after it's reached its highest point. So these positionings of the sun are critically important if you're to understand this different form of energy, the different manifestations of energy as it moves across the sky during the day, during the month, and during the year. Because the energy changes throughout the day, throughout the month, throughout the year. The Holy Bible is a book of astrotheology. Astrotheology. Astro means star. Theology means God. So the Holy Bible is a book about star knowledge, or knowledge of the sun, and the significance of the relationship with the sun. The significance of the relationship between the sun and the earth is visible during specific times of year, because we see in the wintertime, when the sun rises low in the horizon, everything is dead in the northern hemisphere. Cold, nothing grows. But come the spring, when the length of the sun begins to increase, then what happens? Life begins to spring forth from the black earth. So the more the sun is present in your life, the more life you see on earth. So there's a direct relationship between the amount of light that you receive from the sun, from the Creator, from God, and activities on planet Earth. And it's constantly changing. Once you understand these changes, then you can begin to synchronize your activities with the activities of the sun. And you literally begin to put yourself in sync with God, in sync with the universe. Another important concept that I'll just share with you briefly, so profoundly important to me, is the fact that our ancestors, ancient African ancestors, studied the sun, studied the stars and the planets. And based upon this study, they divided the day into 24 hours. They divided the year into 365 and a quarter days. They created the concept of time, which meant that they knew that there was a time for everything. Everything in the universe happens on time. And when you were conscious of the specific energy that's emanating from the sun at a specific point in time in the day and the month of the year, when you're using that knowledge, then you will experience a different reality from someone else who has no knowledge of this relationship. Everything happens on time. So it's my firm belief that this thing that we call CP time literally puts us out of sync with the universe, with the Creator, with God. And you all know as well as I do, when you are out of sync with the universe, with the Creator, with God, ain't nothing coming your way. So we've got to begin to see time differently and use time differently in order to bring things into manifestation. Significant portions of the Bible were derived from the so-called books of the dead, the Perim Heru, the chapters of coming forth into daylight, the pyramid text, the coffin text, and the books of Jehudi. These texts were co-opted by Europeans, specifically at the Council of Nicaea in 332 ACE, when Constantine made Christianity the official state religion of Rome. He convened a meeting of approximately 300 bishops to determine the contents of their holy book. They debated the framework for celebrating Easter. They established Christmas 18 years after the Council of Nicaea, or 350 years after the birth of Jesus the Christ. Christmas was celebrated. What was that all about? It was all designed specifically to keep those people with competitive religious and spiritual views under your control. Because for thousands of years before Christmas was an official Christian celebration, December the 25th was celebrated by indigenous people throughout the world as the time frame of the birth of the sun. And if you've ever read John Jackson's Introduction to African Civilization, there's a section in the book where he talks about the symbolic astronomical significance of the winter solstice. And that December the 25th is the first day after the winter solstice, when the length of the solstice means the sun is still. So during the 4 days of the solstice, from December the 21st through December the 24th, the length of the day does not increase nor decrease significantly. The sun is still as the earth tilts on its axis and begins to move in another direction. And so December the 25th is the first day when one can observe a significant increase in the amount of sunlight. It means to those African scientists that the sun, or God, was born on December the 25th, which means that you were guaranteed another year of life. So we got to see and understand the symbolism that was codified in this text in order to keep the masses of people away from the true source of power. It was said that 18 books were excluded from this new Christian Bible. These books can be found in a host of books, lost books of the Bible, the Apocrypha, and other texts. It's important to realize that at this Council of Nicaea, they deleted references to astronomy, to astrology, numerology, symbolism, and metaphysics. Now, when I talk about astronomy, I'm not talking about the stuff that you read in newspapers about Leos and Scorpios. I'm not talking about that nonsense. I'm talking about the profound science that is related to the movement of celestial bodies around planet Earth and how they affect everything on planet Earth is affected by celestial bodies. The moon goes through its phases every 29 days. As the moon goes through its phases and reaches the full moon, you notice that during the time of the full moon, you have the highest tides during the time of the full moon. You have 2 high tides every day. What does that mean? It means that the electromagnetic energy, the gravitational energy from the moon is pulling all of the water on planet Earth towards it. that is what creates a high tide. Right? And so this water is being pulled toward the moon. And as the moon moves around the earth, this bulge of water rotates around the earth like the moon does. It literally moves around the earth. So people who study astronomy study the effects that celestial bodies, the sun, the moon, the planets, and other stars have on all life on planet Earth. If the moon can pull the water in the oceans, in the streams, in the lakes, the moon is also pulling the air as well. The Earth is 70% water. And if the moon can pull the ocean, then what do you think the moon can do to the water that is within your body? You are 70% water. That is the reason why in the late 1800s, psychologists at an insane asylum in England coined the phrase lunacy to describe those people in the insane asylum who only seem to go crazy 3 or 4 days out of the month. And those days, those periods of insanity coincided with the full moon. Hence they were called lunatics. Luna from the Latin word luna meaning moon. They were affected by this electromagnetic gravitational effect of this one celestial body. There are hundreds of celestial bodies in the sky, sisters and brothers. And they affect us in more ways than we can imagine. So the science of astrology, astrologos, star knowledge, is the science of the understanding of these effects on everything on planet Earth. Not just the water, but the atmosphere, the plants. Every living thing is affected by these forces. It's important to realize that, well, let me just skip and move to the next point because I'm going to make some key points before time runs out. This whole concept of monotheism was said to have been formally introduced in Kemet by Akhenaten, who lived from 1353 to 1333 BCE. And according to a number of texts, it was believed that his chief priest was the personality that we call today Moses, who was a person from Kemet. And by the time Moses, this historical person named Moses, surfaces in Egypt, there were already 4 kings of Kemet with the suffix Moses in their name. There was Jehudimes, or Tutmosis the first, Tutmosis the second, Tutmosis the third, Tutmosis the fourth. There was Ahmose the first, Ahmose the second. It's from the word, Kemetic word Ahmose, that Hebrews derived the word Amos. Most of the names, according to Gary Greenberg in his book, The Moses Mystery, all of the names of the Hebrew patriarchs were derived from the names of Kemetic personalities. They used Kemetic history as the framework for fabricating this new text. It says in Acts 7, Acts chapter 7, verse 22, that Moses was learned in all of the wisdom of the Egyptians, and he was mighty in words and deeds, which meant that Moses went to school in Kemet, that he studied the priesthood in Kemet. And so the story gets a little quirky when Moses leaves, and he gives those who leave Kemet with them 10 commandments. But what we aren't taught is that he left 32 behind. In Kemet, they had 42 declarations of innocence. And if you compare the 42 declarations of innocence, the 42 admonitions of Ma'at, with the 10 commandments, you can see where these 10 commandments were derived. And what's significant is that in James Henry Breasted in Chicago at the Oriental Institute made this statement, I think back in the 40s, and he got in trouble when he said it, but it's true. James Henry Breasted did an account of personality known as Moses and the 10 Commandments, and showed how the 10 Commandments were derived from the 42 admonitions of Ma'at. And he said that you will notice that there is no commandment stating, thou shalt not lie. And as I like to remind people, if the people who taught us religion and taught us Christianity believed in just one of the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not steal, we'd be having this conversation in Africa right now. Brother Smalls, at a lecture in Baltimore a couple of months ago, raised a point that I think was very significant. I want to share that with you now, that the significance of the Passover, that we buy into these activities without really understanding their origin. The whole essence of the Passover is rooted in the last of the 10 plagues of Moses, where Moses said that the firstborn son of every Egyptian was going to die, and that the Jews were protected by putting blood on their doorstep. The spirit of death would bypass their home so that the firstborn children in their household would not die. So every time you celebrate Passover, what you're celebrating is the death and the murder of tens of thousands of African children. No one has ever put it to you in this context. It's not very often that people talk about the murder, the death, the brutality that was issued out or meted out at the hands of Moses. I'll give you another example. In Numbers 31, an Israeli war party comes back to Moses after having defeated an enemy, and they report to Moses that they killed all of the adult males. And Moses flew into a rage, and he sent them back to, and I quote now, to kill every woman who has slept with a man, to kill all of the boys, and save the virgins for yourselves. Now, what's honorable about that? There's nothing honorable about this behavior, about this language, but we've got to begin to read it with a different set of eyes in order to understand who this book is really about, or what aspects of this book we can use for ourselves. What's significant about the 42 Admonitions of Ma'at is a scene that is one of my favorites, the scene of the weighing of the soul, where the heart of the deceased person stands before the scale of Ma'at, the scale of truth and justice and righteousness, and his soul, his heart is weighed on the scale of Ma'at. And it is at this scene where the soul of the deceased recites the 42 Admonitions of Ma'at, declares their innocence. I have not stolen, I have not robbed, I have not defrauded offerings, I have not polluted myself, I have not polluted the land, I have not committed adultery, I have not committed murder, I have not committed crimes. And so it is a way that our ancestors understood that we had to be pure of heart in order to move through life. The 42 Admonitions of Ma'at were not just so that your heart could be weighed favorably on the scale of justice at the time of your death, but it was designed specifically for you to live a meaningful life while you were here on planet Earth and cultivate meaningful relationships with the people that you interacted with every day of your lives. So it was not just for death, it was for right now. Children were raised. They didn't have Sesame Street and all of this other nonsense. They were raised with Ma'at to understand the principles and concepts of Ma'at. So there was a different consciousness that emanated from these African people. It's important to realize, as Gerald Massey references in his Ancient Egypt, the Light of the World, parallels and similarities between Heru and Jesus. Because you will find all of these personalities existed first in ancient Kemet. The earthly Jesus is equivalent to Heru. Jesus the Christ corresponds to Asar, the resurrected God. So he is a combination of the story between Asar and Heru. Some of the early names for Heru in Kemet were the Prince of Peace. He was called the Good Shepherd. He was called the Lamb. He was called the Light of the World. He was called the Lord of Resurrection. He was called the Raiser of the Dead. He was called the Son of God, 4,000 years before Jesus. You can find symbols of Heru and his mother Aset throughout Europe. They're called shrines of the Black Madonna and Child. You'll find them in Spain. You'll find them in Russia. You'll find them in Paris. You'll find them in Poland. Pope John Paul II is from Czeskokowa. That is where they have a major shrine of the Black Madonna. Every time he goes home to pray at the shrine of the Black Madonna. Many of these images of this black mother and child are kept in the basements or kept out of public view. Black faces. What's interesting on the ones that are for public display, they would tell you these protracted stories of how these statues became black. There was a fire in the church in the 17th century, and the fire blackened just the face and the hands of the statue. It's really interesting the extent to which people will go through to try to camouflage the truth. What's also significant is that African spiritual traditions were copied by the Hebrews, and then the Greeks, then the Italians, the Irish, the French, the German, everyone else. And that anytime you make a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy, you lose sight of the original. And what you think is the real thing can't compare with the original. According to the World Christian Encyclopedia, as of 2001, there were over 33,800 different Christian denominations. And as of 1996, there were over 130 versions of the Bible. Now you've got this one story with all of these variations of this thing. Now, all of them can't be right. But do we question it? Do we ask who's right? What is the original source material? How was it changed? When was it changed? And what were the changes and how did they affect us? A version is defined as a change in form, a transformation, a conversion, a translation, or rendering. And according to Reverend Peter Goins, who is the Dean of Harvard School of Divinity and the author of a book entitled With Hand and Heart, he said that there are 66 books in the Bible, which were written by 66 different people over a period of 2,000 years. How do you reconcile that? 66 different people writing 66 different interpretations of something over a period of 2,000 years. So this book is not one book that was written by one person at a setting. You have to begin to understand where it came from. African spirituality taught that the powers of the Creator could be manifested within humans on earth. These new religious ideologies taught that man was conceived in sin and that the Son of God had to give his life for your salvation. They literally flipped the script, turned the world upside down. And throughout the years, numerous religious wars were waged as people fought to impose their interpretation of these sacred texts on the people that they conquered. As Europeans imposed Christianity throughout Europe, throughout Asia, they fought a variety of wars. There were 8 crusades, religious wars between Christians and Muslims, which took place between 1096 and 1291. The war against terrorism that George Bush talked about in his State of the Union address in January, he referred to the axis of evil, and this war could be considered as the 9th crusade. As a matter of fact, in his speech, he used this language, crusade. And there were a host of people who criticized him because it conjured up images of these 8 other crusades, wars between Christians and Muslims. So what we're dealing with now in this war of terrorism is nothing but a continuation of a war that has been going on for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, which has cost millions and millions of lives. All because of 2 groups of people battling each other for their concepts of God. It's important to realize that inquisitions were organized by the Roman Catholic Church to silence those who resisted their doctrines. They began with Constantine in 306 and lasted until the late 1500s. Christians who protested the dogma of the Roman Catholic Church and broke away called themselves Protestants or Protestants. They are comprised of Anglicans, Baptists, Lutherans, Mormons, and others. Those who broke away from the Roman Catholic Church. Let me just kind of go through a couple of things I want to share with you in terms of one of the significant changes took place in 1534 when King Henry VIII separated from the Vatican and decided that he was going to establish the Church of England. Felt that it was no longer necessary for him to receive orders from someone living hundreds and hundreds of miles away, that he was king of his domain. he was going to be responsible for the religious and spiritual directions of his people. And so he created a new church and a new religious ideology. And in this new religious ideology, he said that no women, no females, unless they were members of the noble class, were allowed to read their sacred book, their holy Bible. No apprentices, no journeymen, no laborers were permitted to read the Bible under penalty of death. So let's understand something about this book, the book that many of us grew up reading, the King James Version of the Bible, and understand something about what went into this book, what has come into our minds and our consciousnesses, and how it has affected our behavior. In 1604, King James authorized a committee of 50 scholars to write a uniform translation of the Bible. And by royal authority, all people, all citizens of England were bound to read his official version of the holy book only. You could be killed if you read another version of the Bible. And as a minister, a friend of mine said that this King James Version of the Bible is probably one of the most inaccurate versions ever written. But let me just share some information with you. I've gotten the 5-minute warning, so let me kind of bring some things to a close by sharing with you some information that I had originally published in the Browder file in the essay entitled Exploding the Myths, the piece on religion. It was one of the longest pieces, and it attracted the most interest or the most comments because of my discussion on religion, the African origins of the Bible, and how the Bible has been modified by others throughout the centuries. And specifically, what interested a number of people were the references that I made with regards to Shakespeare and the role that he played in writing this King James authorized version of the Bible. What's significant is that King James was 46 years old when this project of the King James version of the Bible was completed in 1610. And during that time, many artisans, painters, writers, sculptors were commissioned to do sacred work, but they were not allowed to put their signatures on them. And so many artists found very creative ways to write their name. They put it upside down, or they put it backwards, or they put it in the corner of a painting. Shakespeare found an equally creative way of inserting his name into the text. For example, if you look in Psalms 46, the third verse, the 46th word from the beginning of Psalms 46 is the word shake. The 46th word at the end of Psalms 46 and Psalms 46 verse 9 is the word spear. That is Shakespeare's signature in the Bible. Now, when I first referenced that in the book in '89, I received a lot of inquiries about people wanted to have some more information about that. So when I revised this book, I incorporated in the revision additional information, supplemental information about Shakespeare and his role in the Bible. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I did was I got maybe about a dozen different versions of the Bible. And I looked at Psalms 46 verse 3, Psalms 46 verse 9. And the King James Version of the Bible is the only version of the Bible where you will find the word shake, 46th word from the beginning of Psalms 46, and spear, the 46th word from the end of Psalms 46. So it's the only Bible where you find the strategic placement of these two words together that codify Shakespeare's involvement with this text. It's also important to realize that certain language in the Bible, thee, thou, ye, shall, this is Old English terminology. They didn't speak like that 2,000 years ago. But that is a language in the text. It's what I refer to as biblical sampling, where folk they borrow sacred text and incorporate it into their own. And let me just share just one more piece here about Shakespeare before I bring things to a close. With regards to Shakespeare, a little additional information about Shakespeare, who lived from 1546 to 1616, is still considered the greatest dramatist the world has ever known, the finest poet who has ever written in the English language. World Book Encyclopedia said that Shakespeare originated such familiar phrases as fair play, foregone conclusion, catch cold, disgraceful conduct. He also invented such common words as assassination, bump, eventful, and lonely. Right? He was a writer of history. Shakespeare was primarily a writer of history. And he had a way of writing with such compassion that he was able to interest the common man in these stories. It's important to realize the impact that he has had on people throughout the ages, particularly in some of his other historical works. Much of what we know about Julius Caesar, Cleopatra, and Mark Antony was made up by William Shakespeare. Mark Antony never said, friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ear. The whole story about the death and the suicide of Cleopatra and Mark Antony was made up by Shakespeare. So what I'm trying to get you all to understand is the extent to which information can be incorporated into text, and we accept it automatically without analyzing what this information is, who wrote it, and the impact that it had on us. So, it's time to bring this to a close, unfortunately. And let me just leave you with this. The information that I share with you today, I hope will enable you to cultivate a meaningful relationship with the Creator. I hope you will begin to question everything, seek answers to those who are responsible for giving you spiritual direction, and can look to Africa as the source of all spirituality. Study the ancient Kemetic texts. Read them, because we're at a point in time where the Bible is going to be replaced. Within the next 25 years, the Bible is going to be replaced. We have available to us sacred texts that can direct us and guide us. Sacred texts that were written by our ancestors that we have to begin to interpret, to translate for ourselves, and make our own sacred and holy Bibles. And I believe that when we do that, when, as the brother was saying, I'm closing now, as the brother was saying, you can expect, based on where this country is going right now, major economic, political, and social upheaval within the next 25 years. You can expect that, right? And as that is coming, you're also witnessing the deconstruction of religious systems. Catholic Church is literally disintegrating before your very eyes. And so we're going to need something to hold on to in times of trouble that are coming. Turn to your ancestral writings. I believe that you will find in those texts the knowledge that will help you move through the coming period of chaos and will give you a greater sense of stability and spiritual direction. Thank you all very much. Okay. All right. Where you at?
Brothers and sisters, let us all stand and hold hands. Please, we're going to leave together. Let everybody stand. We're leaving right now. But before we go, let's give Brother Browder another hand. Two things. Brother Browder has some books in the back. He's on his way in the back now, and he'll be able to sign, autograph those books. So I just want to say to Dr. Ben, all that Tony, and it's just marvelous to see the students who have come along since Dr. Ben over the past 30, 35 years have been taking us to Egypt and pointing these things out on the walls and temples of Egypt. Again, I just want to give thanks to Dr. Ben because I was able to travel to Egypt with him about 8 times. Brother Maddox, before he left, asked me to remind you that we were a little short in the offering. So the sister's going to be at the back, right there, with that bucket. Hold that bucket up in the back. We want you to please pull out a couple of dollars and put them in the bucket on your way out, that we may meet our obligations tonight. We did stay overtime, and that costs. We're an African people, stolen from our homeland. robbed of our culture, robbed of our language, our names, our history, and our statehood, our peoplehood. But we will rise, never again to be oppressed. Up, you mighty people. Up, you mighty people. You can accomplish what you will. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Good night.
That I had several colleagues who work with me in DC who I feel comfortable can stand in for me and deliver the same information that they were interested in. So I recommended two people. They selected the sister over the brother, which I knew they would do. And then I prepped the sister for the interview and said, well, when you talk to them, don't be too African. You know, say Egypt instead of Kemet, because they're not gonna air Kemet, right? So you have to know who you're dealing with. And so she she went in, she did the interview, and then they asked her to do it again. They taped it, then they asked her to do it again and leave out, you know, don't say Aset, say ISIS. Don't say Kemet, say Egypt. So she did it again, and she was so frustrated. I said, well, baby, I mean, you got to understand, this is who you're dealing with. And if you want to get your foot in the door, you have to speak their language. You have to speak their language and work through them in order to get access to other people. That's the way the game is now. Hopefully that's not how it's always going to be, but that's how the game is now, right? So until we get our own television stations, and I'm not talking about BET, BET never was ours, even when it was black controlled. So we have to begin to use other technologies, the internet, YouTube. That's free. What we have to begin to do is to produce some quality information. Brother, you mentioned that, Tyrone, you mentioned that you're doing some stuff in the media. We need to get some professional people who understand the media to produce some short clips, because people have a very short attention span. So if you want to create something that's going to appeal to young folk, it should be no more than 10 to 15 minutes. And you hit your major points, not too deep, superficial information, not superficial information, surface information that hits on relevant points so that you can get their interest and then direct them to something that is more substantive. But you have to be able to reach the basic audience, and you got to use the technology. You got everything you need to change the consciousness of millions of people. You just have to begin to use the technology strategically. All right? Anybody else have a question? Yes, sir. All right. Anybody ever tell you you look like Chuck D? I just did. I told her that earlier. I've been hearing that all day. All right, public enemy in the house.
My question is to the chronology of Kemet. Now, I see that most people, including you in your presentation, you use the chronology that European people have put together for us, which is 3100, 3200 BC. My question is, when are we going to start to analyze the information ourselves and put together our own chronology and use it in our presentations and stop letting other people define when our period ends and begins? Even the dynasty periods comes from Matthew. These are something that has been addressed by Robin Walker in his book When We Rule. He pushes the chronology back to 5600 BC. Also, John Anthony West in Serpent in the Sky pushes it to 4200 BC. I just want to know, when are we going to start assessing our own information and presenting it to our own people in our own way, so that letting other people delegate to us how we're supposed to categorize our ancestors in a historical basis?
True. All right, good. That's a good question. And answer that question based on understanding your audience and understanding the environment in which you're working. What I'm interested in is getting my information into classrooms. Right? Of the 6 books that I've written, along with the 2 with my daughter, I'm really pleased to say that all of my information are in elementary schools, high schools, and colleges throughout the United States, in the Caribbean, in Japan, certain parts of Africa. And so I know who the audience is that I want to appeal to. So understanding the audience and where they are, I gotta appeal to that audience. And so, which means that if you're presenting the history and you want it to be accepted within the classroom, you want it to be accepted within certain educational structures, then you got to work within certain frameworks. I understand that. Now, behind closed doors and private conversations with folk, I'll tell them that, yes, I believe the time frame is older than that. I believe it's older than that, but where I am right now, what my mission is right now, I've got to deal with where the majority of people are. And so I go with the, traditional timeline, the short timeline. I know it's short. And once I begin to interest people in the information, then I can tell them that this is the timeline that they have settled on. I don't think it's accurate, but this is what we're using right now for the sake of clarity. Right? The other issue is, and this is a reality, is that a lot of people, because of the fact that we've been brainwashed for so long and lied to for so long, a lot of us are strangers to the truth. And when they hear the truth, they become frightened by it. The main reason, and I referenced this in Nile Valley Contributions, I use the standard timeline, but in the chapter of the book I talked about the reason why that standard timeline was adopted was because of a German Egyptologist who was aware of the earlier timelines, but he was also a staunch Christian. He was a Christian and believed, according to his interpretation of the Bible, that God created the world September the 21st in 4004. So how can the chronology of Egypt be thousands of years older than that? So he intentionally pushed it back to a later time frame. So I put that information out there as I explain why I'm using this timeline. So people have to be able to synthesize the knowledge that you're sharing and come to certain conclusions for themselves. You can't always tell people everything. You lay out the facts, and then you have to trust people to be able to analyze the facts and come to their own conclusions, and then seek out additional information when they're ready. So that's how we're dealing with things right now. John Anthony West, I like what West is doing. I like what Robin Walker has done. And to be perfectly honest with you, we don't know what the proper timeline is, time frame. We don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if 50 years from now, there are other timelines that are put forth that are proven valid. So we're working with what we have right now and trying to build on this with the knowledge that everything that we know now is going to change. If we're honest with ourselves, nobody has all the answers. And as you gather new information, you change your mind. It doesn't mean that everything that you knew prior to that point is false. Everything changes, everything evolves. That's life. And so you live life to win this game. Okay?
Also, one other point I just want to make quickly. The book that you mentioned, Black Genesis, there's also a book, one of the co-authors of Black Genesis, Thomas Brophy, the astrophysicist. He's the astrophysicist. About Naphtha Fire. He also in his
the calendar.
the origin map.
Yeah, I'm reading that.
The origin map. He also says that it's the great year, also too. For the great year. So I just wanted to put that out there that we had that before.
Sure.
The minds had it.
But and most folks don't know what you're talking about when you say that. All right. See, and part of the thing we're standing on the precipice of a profound shift in consciousness. Yes, sir. We're standing on the verge of a profound shift in consciousness, and the things that we have believed all of our lives are about to change. Now, let's be aware of the fact that when that happens, a lot of folk won't be able to make that change because they can't conceive of anything outside of what they have been taught to believe in. There's a psychological term for that, and that's scotoma, right? Scotoma. What you believe makes you feel good. It makes you comfortable. And when someone presents information that conflicts with what you believe, what your mama taught you, or your preacher taught you, or your husband taught you, your wife taught you, or someone that you love and respect, when somebody presents you with the information that conflicts with what you've been taught, then it sets up a psychological dilemma. And so you automatically shut down so that you aren't uncomfortable with that information. So that's real. That's a part of the human condition. So as we talk to people, we have to understand that, and we have to learn to respect people where they are. respect people where they are. Everybody has the right to believe what they want to believe. And I don't have the right to tell you you're wrong and I'm right. I don't have that right. I'll share with you what I know. I'll present my evidence to validate what I believe to be the truth, and you can either accept it or reject it. Doesn't matter to me. This is what I know. And if you choose to believe it, if you choose to use this information or study this information and it's helpful to you, fine. If you choose to ignore it, fine. It's your call. Okay? Yes, sir.
The difference between the reaction in Libya and Egypt, Gaddafi and Mubarak.
The difference between the military response in Egypt and Libya. As I mentioned, I don't know if I mentioned this during the lecture or during the break, but when I was in Senegal in December, Gaddafi was there, so I had a chance to see him. He gave a major address, and at the symposium where we were speaking, Gaddafi's people were circulating in the audience. They were seeking out all of the African-centered scholars and extending us invitations to come to Libya to participate in a forum that they were having in January. So, I mean, there was a debate. Renoko came up to me and said, Tony, man, you know, this Libyan guy comes to me and he's asking me if I'm interested in coming to Libya and to give him a list of other people. What do you think? I said, well, you know, I was talking with Professor Poe, who teaches at Lincoln, and he's been to Libya twice to do presentations. And he's telling me good things about how receptive folk are, and you know, they cover all your experience, just like we were treated well. We were treated like kings when we went to Senegal. You know, they flew. Saying when he went to Libya, they did the same thing. We don't get this treatment very often. You know, we're looked down upon by some of our own people for talking this African stuff. But Professor Poe was saying, put our names on the list, and we talked to the brother who was compiling the list, and he said that he would get back with us, and none of us ever heard from him. So I assume this conflict probably put an end to that for the time being. But the reality was, I was talking with someone back at home about, I think I was talking to my wife, about this unrest in Libya. And I said, well, you know, while America is painting Gaddafi as a bad guy, the reality is if the same thing was happening right here, President of the United States, whether it was Barack Obama or George Bush, would send the troops out into the street. They did that in the 60s. You all know about Kent State and killing white folk. They killed black folk. They would do the same thing right here, because the government is run by big business. Government is run by big business, and they're always interested in protecting their interests. And so I can't, on one hand, I can't fault Gaddafi for doing what he feels is necessary to stay in business, stay in government. It may not be what I do, but I understand why he's doing what he's doing. I understand why Mubarak was reluctant to leave. And what was interesting, as I mentioned, I had an Egyptian colleague was over at the house, and that Thursday evening was when everybody expected Mubarak to resign, right? And Mubarak said, I ain't going nowhere. Y'all ain't putting me out. So I said to him that evening that, you know what's going to happen now? They're going to send in the jackals. Have you all ever read John Perkins' Confessions of an Economic Hitman? When a leader refused to play by the rules, they send in the jackals, the assassins. They will either shoot him and take him out, or he'll have a heart attack or a stroke. And so Friday morning, Mubarak is gone. They said that he had a stroke or a heart attack, and no one has heard from him since. You don't know where he is. And more than likely, somebody either put something in his drink or gave him an injection or something, neutralized him so that they can move forward with their agenda. And the show will go on without Mubarak. Now, what that show is, I don't know. But, you know, one of the issues is that we have to begin to look at is that the powerful people who control this country and control the world are few in numbers, and they exist because the masses support them in our foolishness. Can you imagine how the direction of this country would change if we decided that we're not going to buy gas-guzzling automobiles anymore, or if we're not going to buy Exxon gas? Can you imagine how we can change the direction of this country if just black folks said, until we get the justice that we know we deserve? It's 20 years after the beating of Rodney King, and there was a similar beating of a young black man in Houston, Texas just recently. Why is it that we are the only ones who get beaten and killed by cops regularly? And we see mothers on television crying crocodile tears, but it's always us. Can you imagine what would happen in this country if black folks said we will no longer celebrate Christmas? We will no longer buy Christmas presents until this nation does the right thing with black folk. If we took that one stand, we would be free by New Year's. But we can't do it. Most folk are afraid, most people are lazy, most people don't believe that it can be done, so we do nothing. And as a consequence, the people who hold all the power continue to hold the power. So until enough people are courageous enough or motivated enough to work strategically for our collective best interests, we aren't going to see any meaningful change in this country in our lifetime. Let me get the brother and then the sister.
Yes, I was saying basically about the African way for us to make the first move. My opinion, I think we're going to have a long wait. Because just like you said, we don't, a lot of us that are unconscious don't want to become conscious or know what's going on. Because it's easier to be a slave and comfortable than be out in the street and cold. So the thing what I'm saying is, I feel like the African Union is great and they're waiting for us, because we have to they're motivated by us. But that's a long wait, because what I've seen, a lot of them do not want to come out of that mentality of slavery.
All right. I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I think there's another option that we need to look at. And that is, if we're honest with ourselves, the changes that have happened in the course of history that have affected the majority of people in history were initiated by a small handful of folk.
But that, when I don't see that even with you.
No, listen to me now. And there are always circumstances beyond our control that set other things in motion. Now, if we're honest with ourselves, regardless as to what the teabaggers and the other right-wingers say, global warming is real. And we, collective we, have so screwed up the environment that I guarantee you we're going to see some profound changes in the environment within the next 10 years that's going to force us to start doing things differently. You're going to have hotter summers. The price of oil is going to skyrocket. We're going to be forced to make some changes, and not everybody is going to be able to make those changes. Right? And so what history shows us, one of the beautiful reasons of studying history is that history shows you what has happened in the world over time, regardless as to whether or not people were ready for what is going to happen. And so given where we are, we can expect within the next 10 years, we can expect to see wholesale deaths of people in this country. We can expect to see that, either from disease or man-made catastrophes or natural catastrophes. You look at what happened in Japan yesterday, right? A lot of that can be attributed to the change in weather patterns that were brought about by us not respecting this planet. And so the earth is going to protect itself, and if it means destroying us to protect itself, that's going to happen. I want you to also note the spate of movies that have come out over the last couple of years, I Am Legend, The Road, The Book of Eli. These movies with these things, they have one common thing. Some disaster which they never described, but some disaster wiped out a substantial portion of the population. And you see people trying to make it. Now, these movies don't just happen by happenstance. Part of the reasons why you see certain themes in movies is people preparing you for what is coming down the pipe. And my advice is that people need to begin to start preparing themselves for disasters. And nobody wants to think about that, but the reality is, given where things are, something is going to happen. And if you believe in karma, if you believe in ma'at, if you believe in reciprocity, then whatever it is that's going to happen is going to happen and continue happening for a long time. History is always written by the survivors of catastrophes. Always written by the survivors of catastrophes. And the survivors are usually a small handful of people who were in tune to what was happening. They're in tune to God, the Creator, whatever term you want to use, in tune to nature. And so they were in the right place at the right time to be spared. And they knew how to survive the difficult times in order for humanity to replenish itself. You see that pattern happening over and over again throughout history. So why are things going to be different on our watch just because we're here? Please, we're not that important. We really aren't that important in the overall scheme of things. So if you want to look at making a contribution to humanity, look at what you can do to make this world a better place. How can we stop consuming less? If there were, just think about this, for example. If there was a disaster that was either brought on by an earthquake or a tornado or a storm, and crops were wiped out. You know, a large percentage, over 40% of our food comes from California. Now that doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense to rely on the West Coast, which is in danger of being destroyed by an earthquake. You know, they're predicting the big one is coming. They don't know when, but they know it's coming. So why would you depend on a region of the country that may probably be destroyed to supply you with food? Why aren't you developing other areas of the country where you could get food? So let's just say hypothetically, if a major supplier of food is no longer available, where are you going to get your food? How many of you all know how to grow food? How many of you all have space to grow food? How many of you all can survive on, what, a meal every 2 days? If gasoline is no longer available, how many of you all can walk 10 miles to get to food? I mean, these are things that we need to start thinking about. What are you doing now to prepare yourself for the bad times? And if the bad times never come, then at least you're in good physical shape. You know, and that's a good thing. But it's about being prepared. It's about being prepared. And the idea of being prepared frightens a lot of people. But you have to get over your fear. You have to get over your fear. And you conquer your fear through knowledge. You conquer your fear through preparation. Right? And as Dick Gregory says, fear is the absence of God. Sister, you had a question?
Yeah, you conquer your fear through love and service. But the question I had was, I didn't get, because I just didn't hear, I just couldn't get it, what the Chinese brothers thing was. You know, they were asking about how he prepared the masses for revolution.
Oh, sure.
I just couldn't get it. And then I also would ask you, after you answer that, sometimes we show what we think are positive images of the African community, and they turn out to be some of the most destructive people to our people. So sometimes those so-called positive images, again, the brother was talking about that in the clip, they're not serving a seed. But I want to hear what he was saying.
Sure. Well, what Mr. Yet was talking about was the writer said that to help transform the consciousness of people, to show the distinctions between the oppressor and the oppressed, then you never show the oppressed people in an unfavorable light. You never. The oppressed people are clothed like, what was that line in Stevie Wonder, living for the people, living for the city. My clothes are old, but never are they dirty. All right? I may not have everything, but at least I carry myself as if I have everything inside of me. Right? So that's the difference. And with regards to positive images, you got to look at the source. You got to look at the source. Everybody was so happy years ago when Bob Johnson started BET. And last year, Mr. Johnson's former wife said in a piece in, it's either Newsweek or Time magazine, that when her grandchildren come to her house, she does not allow them to watch BET. She says that she is ashamed of what they have created. So discretion is the issue. Discretion is the key. Not all black folk have the best interests of black folk at heart. And you have to ask yourself, you know, when you look at something, when you listen to somebody, I guess a good rule of thumb, and I used to do this with a lot of young folk. I do a lot of training with college students every summer down at the Alex Haley Farm. And of course, young folk are always walking around with their iPods listening to music. So what I do, I walk up to them and say, what are you listening to? I say, let me listen to what you listen. Oh, no, you don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear it, then why are you listening to it? You know, I just have a conversation. Why are you, if you don't want me to listen to it, then why are you listening to it? How would your grandmother feel if she heard you listening to that? You know, I just make it real personal to them, and they like, the brother stuff, you know, how would my grandmother feel? And he knows what his grandmother would say if she knew that he was listening to that pornography. So I'm not telling them not to listen to it, but I'm just asking them to think about what you're listening to. Think about what you're putting into your body, what you're putting into your mind. Because whatever comes into your body stays with you. You are, you know the expression, you are what you eat? Well, you are what you see. You are what you listen to. You are what you think. You are who you associate with. All of these things affect you on a cellular level. They change your DNA. So if you know that, and if you truly value, you know, this vessel that the Creator inhabits, then you would not subject this vessel, this precious thing, to anything. And if we love our children, we would be very careful about what we allow them to listen to and what we allow them to see, if we love them. Because it's not just a movie. It's not just a video. Because no other people allow their children to ingest that poison to the extent to which we do. Anybody else? Any question? Let me get somebody over here, and then I'll come back to you.
Yeah, I was listening to you earlier, and I agree with just about everything you're saying, especially in terms of planting ideas in people's minds, positive ideas in terms of united Africa, kingdom, and so forth. And the question I have for you is, especially with Africa and their plans with us, and how we're basically to close the deal for them, is, are they part of or against you alluded to it so many times, these small group of individuals that are ruling the world? Are there going to be a de jure state or a de facto state? And I'm really curious about that, in terms of, refer to it again, the jackals and so forth. I want to know if they're going to be organic.
It remains to be seen. There are many options on the table. If you consider this, right now, Japanese, the Chinese, the Asians, and of course the Europeans are dug deep into Africa. Japanese and Chinese are everywhere. They're building roads, they're building dams, they're building farms. They're there helping lift these African men, women, and children out of poverty. They see them helping them. They don't see us there. So if I was in dire straits and I saw someone who was not of my community coming to help me and they were making my life better, then I would go with them simply because they're making my life better. I may not know what plans they have for me down the road. But at the moment, this is my best option to make a life for myself and my family. I'm going to go with that. We have better knowledge of how these nefarious organizations work. We have more knowledge about that than they do. So why aren't we more involved in helping them determine their destiny? You know, some of the brightest youth I've ever seen are in Africa. Some of the brightest youth I've ever seen. Young folk who want to learn, who want to go to school. They're hungry, they're thirsty. And as I saw in Senegal, I saw young folk in their 20s who were involved in the government, who were taking leadership roles, who exhibited responsibility that I don't see in most folk my age. And I was so pleased to see a government that entrusted these young people with a place in their government and prepared them so that they can rule and be conscious folk. And they want us. They want the information that we have. So what we have to begin to do is to get more of our people willing to travel to Africa and willing to help out, bring whatever skills we have. But we have to be aware of the fact that we're going to go up against, you know, multinational organizations that are in there and dug in deep. So what can we bring to the table? I mean, just think in terms of sympathy. I know some folk, I know there's a husband and wife physician team in D.C. They've been traveling to Africa for over 20 years, providing medical care. There are some engineers that I know who travel to Africa and who build wells. So they're affecting a small local community and making a difference. Everybody here can do something. And the reality is, if you can't do something in Africa, you can do something in your own community. What sense does it make to talk about doing something in Africa if you ain't doing nothing at home? Start at home, build a base, try to help some young people negotiate high school, encourage them to be engineers and doctors and lawyers and develop other skills that they then can take elsewhere. One of the positive things that I've seen over the years are colleagues of mine who graduated from Howard University. Matter of fact, a friend of mine who was an architect graduated from Howard and went to Nigeria. And he was able to work on projects in Nigeria that he could not have worked on in the United States. I know engineers who left D.C. and went to South Africa. And while they said they're not making as much money as they would be making here in the United States, they're having a greater impact, teaching students, working with organizations and institutions, because you're working with your own folk who appreciate you and respect you. So we've got to begin to start thinking outside of the box and seeing ourselves as a global people and develop networks. And it's going to take time. I'm not being idealistic, but at least we got to get in the game and start doing something as opposed to standing on the sidelines. You got to follow through. Yes.
I have to ask this question because what you're saying touches upon this a lot. And a lot of people don't know about this. I was just curious if you know the term, if you know what uniform commercial code is in relation to everything that you speak, and if so, why, or I should say, do you talk about solutions in terms of those the maximum laws of business?
Maximum laws of business or business?
Yeah, the 10 maximum laws of business.
No, I mean, that's not my field of interest, so, no.
Because what you're saying, it coincides with everything about that, which is what the small groups of people that are ruling the world go by.
Sure.
And so that's why I had to
No, see, I'm not aware of that, but see, but that's the whole reason why we should have these conversations, we should have these gatherings, because everybody in this room knows something that nobody else knows. Right? So you should take your expertise and share with others, share the knowledge so that we can come together and work together on projects for our collective benefits. But I'm saying, I can't Google everything because I have to accept the fact I'll be 60 years old this year, right? And I'm accepting the fact I have more years behind me than ahead of me. I can't do everything. I don't want to do everything. I want to spend the next 10 years focused on one specific area, right? And I love to be able to network with people who have expertise in other areas so that I can come to you. If you have something that I need to come to you and trust you to provide me with the truthful information that will allow me to maximize my input in whatever I'm doing. So we have to cultivate our skills, whatever those skills are. Everybody has something that they can do. We have to start doing that thing and stop waiting on someone else to do it for you, because it's not going to happen. Yes, sir.
What you were saying about disaster preparedness, because I've been teaching disaster preparedness for 13 years under Aton Edwards. And we had an evacuation walk out of New York to show people how to get out of New York in case of emergency. And you know, out of all the texts and the email that I sent out, 5 people came. Yeah. And you know, I refer this brother's book because he's our brother. Preparedness Now is the book. He shows you urban survival, but we teach a workshop right up on Nicholas Bookstore every Wednesday. And the first Wednesday of the month we teach survival. So I know it's important what you're saying about disaster preparedness. I mean, I walk with my survival kit, different types all the time, with different things in case of emergency. I know with this kit I can handle myself for at least 24 to 72 hours. Just what I have in here. But we teach how to improvise and adapt to any situation, because the more you know, the more you're able to adapt and use what you have in your given environment to help others. But remember, it's not just, you got to also give this to your family, because when you have and they don't have, they coming to you to get it. Right. And it's dangerous. So I thank you very much for bringing that up.
You're welcome. Yeah, and one of the reasons why I say this is because I remember when I was at Howard in the 70s, Dick Gregory used to come to Howard regularly. And he talked about these very same things. Yes, and he said that every person should have a Boy Scout handbook at home. Yes, Boy Scout manual shows you how to survive. You know, how to build a fire, how to identify poisonous plants. You know, you need to have some basic information. Bible is cool, but you need some other texts that are going to help you. You know, provide you with some practical information, and with the hope that you never have to use it. You know, you have a spare tire in your car for a reason. You don't hope to get a blowout, but in case there's a problem, you got a spare tire. So we need to start thinking about these things. Let me come back over. Let me get this brother here. Brother behind you. Yes, sir.
I just want to make two small observations of what you have said so far. Dr. Plyer not only talks about a 25,000-minute cycle, but it presumes that there's at least 2 cycles that they had to see, and the mathematics to go with it. So these Africans was conscious of their consciousness and aware of their relationship between Earth and the stars. So that presupposes that. And the mathematics to go through to figure it out. And then also lay it out and not the flight. Second, universal commercial code. That's predicated on we're going to still be used by European rules and regulations. Because that comes right out of Europe. And so if we're going to organize ourselves as African people, or we're going to organize ourselves along their line, or we're going to organize ourselves along our line. We need to do it our line. Wayne Noble said that a person who stands on somebody else's foundation is not whole. I know you be whole when you stand on your own.
Well, look, hold on, because I don't have my. I got 10 more minutes before I leave. So let me say you two talk. But look, you know, let's look at certain realities. And was it? See the Sam yet? Somebody I had heard recently talk about the fact that they were traveling in Africa. Yeah, it was Sam yet. He was traveling in Africa, and he said he saw a man who looked just like his father. Looked just like his father. And he wanted to connect with it, but he didn't speak the language. And his guide on the trip was a white guy who translated what the old man said to him. And he said the reality hit him hard like a ton of bricks when he's got to go through his oppressor to interpret for somebody that could be his father. So the issue is, look, everybody in here is speaking English. We're speaking English because, you know, our forefathers were enslaved by people who spoke English. So in certain situations, we have to use whatever we have available to us in order to prepare ourselves to do what we really want to do. So I don't think it's always either or. We have to assess the situation and use what we have at our disposal to get to another point, knowing that our objective is to get back home. Whatever it takes to get back home, whatever path we have to take to get back home, will be justified if we make it home safely and still have our minds intact, right? So we got time for one more question. One more, let me get the brother in the back.
Does the film industry, Nollywood film industry, to your knowledge, do they support positive images of us?
Well, you know the answer to that question.
I really don't, because I don't watch their films a lot.
Okay. Well, what was it? It was in January. Was it in January when they listed all of the nominees for the Oscars?
And without further ado, let's get up on our feet and put our hands together again for our keynote speaker of the night, all the way from Washington, D.C., Brother Anthony Browder.
Well. Hotep. Before I get started, Mama, may I speak? Thank you. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be here. My first time to Brooklyn, the first time to the Slave Theater. Hopefully it won't be the last. I'm quite pleased that Brother Maddox referenced those who have been responsible for my development, because surely I cannot take the credit myself. It was back in 1978 that I first heard Dr. Ben speak, and back then I had hair. My hair looked like Don King. My mind was blown. I, 2 years later, first heard Dr. Clark, and again, Brother Clark took me to another level. And then about 2 years after that, I had the pleasure to meet Brother John G. Jackson, who just recently passed. And he took me to another level. And with the guidance of these three strong African men, I have begun to find a true purpose for my life. And until we can find a purpose for living, we're just wasting air. What I want to share with you this evening is a lecture and slide presentation that deals primarily with my latest publication, Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization. Now let me start off by telling you that by training, I'm an artist. I'm a designer by training. I went to Howard University, got a degree in design, advertising design, and so that's my primary interest. It was only after I began to realize, and I went to black schools all my life, graduated from Howard University. It was only, Negro schools, you're right. It was only after I had been introduced to the thoughts of Dr. Ben and John Henry Clark and Brother Jackson and others that I began to realize the extent to which I've been truly miseducated. I realized then that it was my responsibility to begin to control the information that I took into this body. You all are familiar with Brother Carter G. Woodson and his book, The Miseducation of the Negro. Woodson has a saying in that book that I find to be quite personally enlightening for me. Woodson says that every person has two educations, one that is given to him and the other that he gives himself. And of the two, the latter is by far more significant, because everything that is important in a person's life is that which you must seek out for yourself. It constitutes your real and best education. So on the basis of my coming to an understanding, fortunately early enough in my life, my coming to an understanding that I was going to have to assume responsibility for the information that went into this brain, I began to devote my time and my energies traveling first to Kemet with Dr. Ben in 1980, and then going back on several other occasions, having an opportunity to meet with Dr. Clark and sponsoring similar programs such as this in Washington, D.C. So I've had an opportunity to rub shoulders with Sister Shashi McIntyre and Francis Welsing and a host of sisters and brothers who are on the front line, bringing knowledge and information to their people. And as a result of being in this environment, I have truly gotten an education. And so it's my responsibility, as I see it, to do what I can to make this information available to the masses of folk who won't come to the slave theater, who won't watch Listervelt Middleton on For the People, who won't buy the books from the brothers and sisters outside. They need the information as well because they too have been miseducated. So primarily by using my formal training as an artist or designer, one of the things that I have opted to do is to find a way to make the information as visually stimulating as possible, knowing that we are visually oriented people. All right, so find a way to take the graphics and take the design element and take the photographs and to incorporate it into a publication so that our people will want to read the material and then begin to move forward. So it's from that spirit that I have produced my works, and it is also from that spirit that I will share with you my lecture this evening, which is, again, a lecture and slide presentation, which is essentially a comprehensive overview of African history, 6,000 years of African history. It's important that we understand the significance of symbols. We all talk about the Medu Neter, but we need to understand something about the power of symbols to convey quantum amounts of information in minute particles of time. The Asians have a saying that a picture is worth 1,000 words. Now, I dare say that you all will probably forget 70% of what I'll say to you this evening, but the images that you're going to see will stay fixed in your mind for eternity. And I dare say that some of you this evening will probably wake up 2, 3 o'clock in the morning once that melatonin starts kicking in. You'll wake up in the morning thinking about some of the images that you've seen, and these images will unlock answers within your mind. So we've got to begin to understand who we are, not who others said we were, but who we are, and we've got to use all of the means available to us to unlock the chains on our minds and resurrect our African consciousness. You have the tools, sisters and brothers. You've got the means at your disposal to free yourself. What you have to do is to cultivate the interest. And I see this forum as an opportunity to bring sisters and brothers such as myself here to give you the tools necessary to pick the lock on your brain and free your mind. That's what this whole process is all about. So when I deal specifically with the subject matter at hand, Nile Valley contributions to civilization, one of the first issues that I had to address is why there was a need to talk about Nile Valley contributions to civilization. When you truly understand the extent to which we have been written out of our own history, and others have taken our historical accomplishments and claimed them as their own creation, and then used that information to empower themselves, and then later enslaved us and told us that we had never created anything of worth, and they desire in practically every way possible to reclaim the spiritual essence of Africa, while they have effectively brainwashed us into rejecting the essence of who we are. We have the keys to the knowledge. And all you have to do, sisters and brothers, is to train your eye to understand that those keys are all around you. You can take one here, you can take one there, and begin to unlock the various doors in your mind and literally free yourself. It's important for us to understand, again, the extent to which lies have been fabricated, primarily by educational institutions, to marginalize our worth as a people. I referenced on the radio show this morning the Encyclopedia Britannica, which, and let me read to you, I want to give you this exact quote so you can understand the extent of the lies that were fabricated. In the 1884 edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica, they were talking about the Negro, and they said that the Negro occupies at the same time the lowest position on the evolutionary scale, thus affording the best material for the comparative study of the highest anthropoids and the human species. In other words, if you want to study apes, study niggers, because they're more closely related to niggers than any other people on the planet. Scientific documentation. They also went on to talk about why we don't have the intellectual capacity of other races. And again, a quote. They stated that the cranial sutures close much earlier in the Negro than in other races. to this premature ossification of the skull, preventing all further development of the brain, many pathologists have attributed the inherent mental inferiority of the blacks, an inferiority which is even more marked than their physical differences. What they were saying scientifically was that the cranial sutures of your skull, the three pieces of your skull that come together, begin to fuse together at the onset of puberty, around the age of 13 or 14. And by the time the Negro reaches the age of 19, those cranial sutures have fused shut, thereby preventing the Negro from learning anything else after the age of 19. So if you haven't gotten all there is to get by the age of 19, you out of luck. This lie was used to justify our enslavement. And we have to understand that it is a lie. More importantly, we have to begin to use every means at our disposal to uncover the lies and to enlighten ourselves to assume our rightful place in history. So when we study the Nile Valley is significant because it represents the oldest evidence of the development of culture. By culture, I mean writing, science, philosophy, architecture, mathematics, medicine, engineering, you name it, it was developed in the Nile Valley before there was a Europe. And so what had to happen was to remove the Nile Valley from Africa, remove Egypt from Africa. And so in the 1940s, they came up with this notion that Egypt is in the Middle East. So whenever somebody tells you this lie, you got to stop and ask the question, if Egypt is in the Middle East, then where's the Middle West? Where's the Middle North? Where's the Middle South? We've got to begin to understand, sisters and brothers, that we are in a war. We are existing in a state of war. It is unlike many wars that we're used to. They're not bombs bursting in the air, and we don't see the rockets' red glare. The war, the battlefield is right here in our minds. And whoever controls what you think, particularly your perceptions of the past, will be able to determine your quality of life today, and more importantly, the quality of life for the next 3 generations. Why 3 generations? You see, because what you know, you're going to pass on to your children. And your children will pass on to their children. And their children will pass on to their children. So if you have not taken a stand to challenge the lies, and you will continue to perpetuate this miseducation process, which is going to affect the quality of life of your great-grandchildren. This is a serious dilemma that we're confronted with, sisters and brothers. But we're at a crossroads, a very important crossroads in history, where we have the ability now to change things almost instantaneously. Through lectures such as this, through books, through audio tapes and videotapes, there's more information available today about African people than at any point in time within the last 500 years. You can change the world tomorrow. But you must begin here. You must begin here. So let me begin by going into the slides. Let me just jump right into it. And hopefully, as I hope is the tradition, we'll have some time at the end of the presentations for some questions and answers. In terms of just sharing with you the images, I'd like to, brother, can you kill that light? I'd like to begin with this image because it's important. This is an ad that you'll generally find in many publications during the month of February, so-called Black History Month. It was an ad that was published by the now defunct corporation, Eastern Airlines, that states a historical truth. And that truth is, before there was American history, there was Black history. And they accurately portray that Black history as ancient Nile Valley history. The only problem is, the only time you'll find ads such as this is during February. The only place you will find ads such as this is in so-called Black publications. Jet, Essence, Ebony. You'll never see an ad such as this in Time, in Life, in Newsweek. It is as if we are the only ones who are supposed to know this story. And the only time we're supposed to know it is February, which is the shortest month of the year, and the coldest month of the year, which has been set aside to celebrate the history of the oldest people on the planet. It is insane. So we have to begin to understand that every day is an opportunity for us to celebrate our history and our culture. We must see and understand the reality that history is a weapon that can be used in your mental liberation. Next slide, please. Again, when we talk about the Nile Valley, we talk about the development of architecture. The very first building ever designed and constructed by human beings is still standing today in Africa, the Step Pyramid of Saqqara, designed by a person that I'm sure all of you all know, Imhotep, the brother responsible for designing this structure. Again, when you see this image, you must allow this image to wash away all of the derogatory stereotypes that we have in our mind, that we have ingrained in our minds about Africa, believing that Africans lived in caves, lived in trees, lived in huts. They designed the first skyscrapers on the planet. This is a remarkable accomplishment. Do you understand the thinking that went into designing this structure? The engineering that went into cutting the stones and placing the stones together. Can you imagine the coordinated effort it took to transport the stones, to manage the crews necessary for constructing this? We're talking about an architectural marvel, sisters and brothers, that we don't see anywhere else in the world. Next slide. It's also important, can you give me some focus on that too? It's also important to identify certain faces with specific points of time in history, particularly now that folk want to claim that Egypt was this multicultural environment. It was after it had been conquered by the foreigners, and that was very late in the history of ancient Kemet. Thousands of years after thank you. We can't have it all, but we do the best we can. It's important for you to see this face and to know that this is Zoser, a king of Kemet, a man who during his reign was one of the most powerful men on earth, commanded the mightiest army on the face of this planet, was one of the wealthiest men on the earth. We can still tell that he is a brother, even though his nose is missing. And that's no accident. We'll talk a little bit about missing noses and lips later on in this presentation. Can we have the next slide, brother? Here we see three structures which represent the most important archaeological site on the planet. It is at Giza where you can find this selection of pyramids, the most significant of which is in the background here. This is Khufu's pyramid, a structure which, from the time that it was built, approximately 2500 BCE, up until 109 years ago, this building was the tallest man-made structure on Earth. It covers an area of 13 acres. 3.5 blocks wide by 3.5 blocks wide by 3.5 blocks wide by 3.5 blocks wide. Rises to a height of 450 feet, as tall as a 45-story building. This one building is comprised of over 2.5 million stone blocks, which weigh an average of 2.5 tons each. There are 5 stones inside of this building that weigh 70 tons, as much as a railroad locomotive. And the technology does not exist today to move a stone that weighs 70 tons. I want you to understand something about the technological greatness that existed thousands of years ago that cannot be duplicated today. There's enough stone in this great pyramid of Khufu to make 30 Empire State Buildings. Do you understand what you are seeing, sisters and brothers? And you must also understand that this building was not built by slave labor, nor was it built by so-called Jews when they were enslaved in Africa, because as Doc Van has said on numerous occasions, this structure was built over 1,000 years before the first Jew, Abraham, was born. This is a reality. So again, you have to understand why the Europeans are unwilling to give up Kemet, because this is a testimonial to the greatness of the minds of African men and women. It is a testimonial to what you can do when you get that little white man out the back of your mind, when you resurrect your African consciousness and recreate your greatness. Next slide, please. Now, you all know what this statue is, don't you? What is it? All right. Now, I hear several different names, and let's deal with that issue right now because it's important for us to realize that most of the names of African people, places, and things have been renamed by non-African people. The word pyramid is not an African word. The word pharaoh is not an African word. The word Egypt is not an African word. The word sphinx is not an African word. This is a statue of Her-Maket, Heru on the horizon. It is an image, and there are many scholars who, upon re-examination of this statue, there are now many scholars who believe that this was the oldest sculpture ever carved by human beings. It has been dated to have been built somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000 years ago. It has the face of Heru, the son of God, and the body of a lion. And one of the things that you must understand when it comes to interpreting African objects is that we must begin to see them through the eyes of African people. Many of the things that African people have created were symbolic, and that in order to truly understand what they represent, you cannot take the image literally. Of course, we know that the lions have human heads. So what possibly could this statue represent? The head on this body of the lion is the head of Heru, the son of God. It represents divine intellect. The lion's body represents the animal nature that exists within all human beings. Think about this reality. We, to this very day, still use very colorful metaphors to describe animal tendencies that human beings sometimes exhibit. Brothers will see a nice sister and they'll call her, look at that nice fox, look at that chick. You know, you invite someone over to your house and they have poor table manners, you'll accuse them of eating like a pig. Sisters all too often, and sometimes rightfully so, will accuse brothers of dogging them, using animal metaphors to describe animal tendencies that we sometimes exhibit. So what is a lion? The lion has been regarded as the king of the beasts. Represents the king of this animal nature. But if you look at this statue which is 240 feet long, 66 feet high, you'll see that the body of this lion is sitting down very calmly, very cool, which means that the lower animal nature is now under the control of an educated and refined mind. It is through the development of your intellect that you can conquer the beast that dwells within. That is what this statue represents. And it is because African people understood the essence of who we are and what it takes to elevate our God consciousness that they were able to create 5,000 years ago things that cannot be duplicated today. And that power still exists within you right now. Next slide, please. Here's a close-up of that face. Her-Maket, the face of the statue, 13 feet, 8 inches wide. It is the head of Heru, the son of the resurrected God, Asar. It's also important for us to understand the reality, as I heard someone mention in the audience, that it is no coincidence that this statue is missing its nose and its lips. We know specifically that in July of 1798, Napoleon Bonaparte came to Egypt in the first leg of his journey to conquer the world. He came to Egypt because he had always held this ancient civilization in very high regard. So Napoleon assumed that if he could conquer Egypt and rediscover some of the greatness of the ancient Egyptians, this would assist him in his quest to conquer the rest of the world. So then imagine Napoleon's surprise when he comes upon this statue of Her-Maket, the statue which still today sits in a pit below ground level. And it was at that time in 1798 literally buried up to his neck in sand. And the only image that Napoleon saw staring down upon him was this 13-foot, 8-inch wide head of an African, of a brother. and Napoleon was unable to accept the historical reality that he was confronted with. He therefore instructed his soldiers to take the cannons and shoot the nose and the lips off of this statue. Napoleon is also responsible for giving us a statement that history is a lie agreed upon. And I submit to you all this evening, sisters and brothers, that when it comes to telling the history of the story of African people, the general consensus has been to lie, to say that you have no history, you have no culture. But if you are willing to do the homework, then you can pull the covers off of the lies. All right? Next slide. Let me share with you one process. On the right here is a photograph of 1/30th of the beard of Hair Market. This segment, this fragment of the beard, is now on display in the British Museum in London. This is a portion of the original beard. The shattered pieces of the face of Hair Market, the nose and lips, are in the basement of the British Museum, and they're not on display. But this portion of the beard is. Now, I want you to understand that this is the original beard. It was broken into at least 2 pieces, and you can see here where it's been fused back together. The image on the left is a copy of this beard. The copy is in the Cairo Museum. So the Europeans have the original, and the Egyptians have a copy. Again, I want you to identify the copy because it is seamless. Okay, you don't see this broken segment here. Make a mental note of this slide because I'm going to refer to it a little bit later on. Okay, next slide. Now, this, sisters and brothers, is a sphinx. This is a Greek sphinx. The word sphinx is a word, if you were to go home this evening, pull out your dictionary and look up the word sphinx, you'll find that the word sphinx means the strangler. The word sphinx means to strangle or to hold. The story of the sphinx comes from the Greek and the story of Oedipus Rex, King Oedipus. The story of Oedipus is the story of this winged monster that had the head and breast of a woman and the body of a lion that was perched on a cliff alongside of the road that led to the city of Thebes in Greece. And this sphinx would ask a question of every person who wandered down that road. And that question was known as the riddle of the sphinx. This riddle was nothing more than a metaphor for the human experience. The riddle was what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs in the evening. And the more legs that it walks on, the weaker it becomes. Whoever this sphinx put this riddle to, when they could not answer the riddle, they were strangled by the sphinx. Hence the association of the word sphinx meaning the strangler or to strangle or to hold. Why does the sphinx have the head of a woman? Because the Greeks believed that women were inherently inferior to men. The Greeks believed the women were evil. The Greeks legitimized the concept of homosexuality because they believed that the greatest love that a man could ever have is with another man. And still believe that, yeah. Unfortunately, so do some confused brothers believe that as well. But listen, according to the story of the Sphinx, this monster killed everyone, strangled everyone who could not answer the riddle. The only person who successfully answered that riddle was a man by the name of Oedipus, who, realizing that the riddle was a metaphor for the human experience, thought about it and said that the correct answer is man. Man, as a child, in the morning of his life, crawls on 4 legs. As an adult, in the afternoon of his life, stands erect on 2 legs. And in the evening, as an elder, walks with a cane on 3 legs. So after having given the correct answer to the riddle, the Sphinx then commits suicide by jumping off of a cliff. Oedipus then goes into the city of Thebes, where he proceeds to murder his father, marries and has sex with his mama. Now, this is the Greek interpretation. And to this very day, those psychiatrists who follow Freud's line of thinking have classified a psychological disorder called the Oedipus complex, and they mistakenly believe that every man wants to have sex with his mama. That's European garbage. That's nonsense. I want you to take note here of another reality. Brother, can you fine-tune this slide again? Here, in this profile of the Sphinx, you see that the tail of this lion does not end with the ball of fur like it does on the statues of Thematic and Kemet. The tail on this Sphinx ends with a serpent's head. So here we see the first interpretation of women with the serpent and both being evil. This is where the concept comes from. And it's also important to understand that even today in the medical profession, they describe muscles in the body that restrict the flow of something. They call them, after this statue, they call them sphincter muscles. The pupil of your eye is a sphincter muscle. When you walk from a darkened room outside into the light, your sphincter muscle or your pupil contracts to limit the amount of light coming into your eye. You all right now are sitting on a sphincter muscle, an anus. And if you could think about it from another context, what the Europeans have successfully done is taken a symbol that represents the Son of God and have reduced it to an asshole. We're talking about serious business. We're talking about understanding the need to begin to reevaluate everything that impacts upon our lives. Everything that impacts upon our lives. Next slide, please. Now, I spoke earlier about Heru. This is his daddy, Asar. Asar, the first individual in the recorded history of humanity, the first crucified Savior, the first resurrected Savior. The story of Asar and his wife, Aset, and their son, Heru, is the first story of a trinity. See, because after Asar was murdered, his spirit came back and impregnated his wife, Aset, who was a virgin. And then 9 months later, she gives birth to their son, Heru, who was born coincidentally on December the 25th, the same date as his daddy. This is a story that was written by African people over 4,000 years before the story of Jesus the Christ. Those of you who travel to Kemet can see these scenes painted on the temple of Luxor. You can see these scenes carved on the Philae temple. You can read the writings. You can see it for yourself. Next slide. That's Asar. This is his wife, Aset, and their son, nursing their son, Heru. We know them all now by their Greek names, Osiris, Isis, and Horus. But it's important to realize that this statue here is the prototype for the Madonna and Child. The prototype. There were thousands of these images which were carved in the Nile Valley. They were later taken throughout the world. It's also important for us to understand that after Kemet was conquered by the foreigners, during their initial stay in Kemet, they worshiped these African gods. It was only later when they began to return home, they realized that they couldn't take African gods back to their European brothers and mothers and fathers, so they Europeanized these African gods. In the next slide, we see the Greek interpretation of this couple. The next slide, please, brother. We see the Greek interpretation of Aset and Heru now as Isis and Horus. After the Romans ran the Greeks out of Egypt, the Romans also worshiped the African gods, and just as their Greek predecessors could not take African gods back home with them, so they Latinized Isis and Horus. In the next slide, we see them portrayed as the Madonna and Child. Next slide, please. So this is the image that we mistakenly accept as the real story of the Madonna and Child. when it is in fact nothing but a pale imitation, literally, nothing but a pale imitation of an African original. Next slide. Now, in terms of understanding the depth of the knowledge which came out of ancient Kemet, we've got to begin to realize that one of the reasons used to justify our enslavement was the fact that we were heathens and had no concept of God. It was the Portuguese who first sanctioned our enslavement. It was the Pope who deemed us as soulless individuals, who stated that it is through our enslavement that we would have an opportunity to know God, and if we are good slaves, maybe we will go to heaven. Well, I want to share with you an image, a scene, that can be found in numerous temples and papyri in Kemet. A scene that is referred to as the weighing of the soul. It is one of the first images of the resurrected Savior, Asar, seated on the throne of judgment, making a determination whether or not the soul that comes before him will go to heaven or to hell. All of these steps are carefully identified, and let me walk you through them. Here we see the image of the soul that comes before Asar. We see that this image is dressed in white because for thousands of years before the world was turned upside down, white was the color associated with death. White represented the absence of the life principle. And you all know this. I mean, subconsciously, I'm not telling you all anything new. Think about this next month, on Mother's Day, when you go to church. If your mother is alive, you will wear a red carnation. If she is deceased, you will wear a white carnation. Because we still know, that white is the color associated with death. Nothing racist about it, it just represents the absence of life. Black is the color associated with life. Life comes from blackness. So here we see the soul of this man, dressed in white, standing before two dual images of Ma'at. Ma'at is the counterpart, the wife of Jehudi. Ma'at represents the principles of truth, justice, righteousness, balance, harmony, and reciprocity. We see the symbol associated with Ma'at, the ostrich feather here in her hair. We also see the brother clutching the ostrich feather to his chest. In the next part of the scene, we see Impu and Heru standing before the scale of Ma'at. It is at the scale of Ma'at where on one side of the balance we see the feather. On the other side of the balance we see a symbol which represents the heart of the deceased. Why the heart? Because in the African tradition it was believed that the heart was the seat of the soul. Hence the title of this scene, The Weighing of the Soul of the Deceased. So as the soul of this man is weighed opposite the feather of Ma'at, he recites the 42 admonitions of Ma'at. He declares his innocence to God. He says, I have not stolen. I have not robbed. I have not committed adultery. I have not spoken ill of God. 42 admonitions of Ma'at. And if he is telling the truth, then his heart will be as light as a feather. That's where the concept comes from, meaning that he has lived a righteous life in accordance to the principles of Ma'at. And this event, the weighing of the soul, is recorded in the book of judgment by Jehudi, the husband of Ma'at. And then Asar, seated on his throne, makes the final judgment as to whether or not the soul of this man goes to heaven or hell. Powerful concepts, sisters and brothers, that were developed by African people thousands of years before they resurfaced in the Christian world. Next slide. Again, can we have some fine focus on that slide, please? Here's another image of Ma'at. Now, I want to play the role of a psychiatrist for a second. You know how when you're in therapy, trying to put the pieces of your life together, psychiatrists will sometimes show you images and will ask you what memories those images jar. So I want you to look at this image of Ma'at. See the ostrich feather in the hair, you see the ostrich hands and the wings. Look at that image. What memories does it bring to your mind? What thoughts does it trigger? The ego, Native American, Brother on the back hit on it. Next slide. The concept of the angel came from the image of Ma'at. Here is a 15th century painting of the Archangel Michael. Here you see a human figure. Can we focus that, brother? Human figure with wings, holding in his hand the scale of Ma'at, the balance of truth and justice and righteousness. On one side of the balance, you see the soul that is to be weighed. On the other side of the balance, you see the forces of evil tugging on the balance for this soul. An African concept. Again, that's why I say it's important for you to understand not only the history, but the symbols associated with that history, so that you will then be armed to go anywhere in the world and resurrect your history by reclaiming and identifying your symbols. They're all over the world, sisters and brothers. Next slide, please. A couple of things I threw in just to talk about the vastness of the knowledge that was developed in the Nile Valley. Here's a photograph of an object that was once on display in the lobby of the Cairo Museum, right in front of the statue of Imhotep. This is not Imhotep, Zoser. This object was originally labeled the bird of Saqqara. It was found in Saqqara, in the region where the Step Pyramid is. This object was originally found the latter part of the 19th century, and it was aptly described a bird. It wasn't until the early 1970s that two aeronautical engineers from the Goddard Space Flight Center right outside of Washington, D.C., saw this object on display, looked at it, and then looked at each other and smiled, and thought it looked similar to planes that they had seen in America, specifically the C-41 aircraft, military aircraft. And so what they did was to receive permission from the Egyptian government to take the measurements of this bird of Saqqara. They came back to the States. They made a scale model of this bird. They put it in the wind tunnel, and they found that it had the capacity to fly. So this bird has now been relabeled the glider of Saqqara. All right? Now look at it. When was the last time you saw a bird with wings on top of his body? When was the last time you saw a bird with a vertical as opposed to a horizontal tail? And what is so fascinating is that they have been unearthing other objects such as this in Saqqara, and is now leading many scholars to possibly question the existence of aerodynamic thought in ancient Kemet thousands of years before the Wright brothers. Okay? Next slide. Here again is another image I wanted to throw in just to give you an extent of the technological greatness, technological accomplishments that were made by African people. This, you all know, is a castle, correct? And unfortunately, because of our miseducation, as we grew up, whenever we saw castles, we would think of jolly old England. We would think of castles in Germany. We would think of castles and, Knights of the Round Table and all of this nonsense. But how many of you all realize that this drawing, this reconstruction, is of a castle that was built in Nubia 1500 BCE, complete with drawbridge, moat, towers, a city within a city. Architectural styles, again, developed by African architects and engineers thousands of years ago that most of us know nothing about. Next slide. Now, one of the reasons why we don't know about this was beautifully written about in a book by Professor George G.M. James entitled Stolen Legacy. Professor James talks about how the Greeks first came into Kemet under the leadership of Alexander, the so-called Great Macedonian, who conquered Kemet. And as he went up the Nile, he closed down many of the temples, many of the universities in Kemet, confiscated thousands of books, burnt other books. This information was then brought to the northernmost part of Kemet, or Egypt at that time as it was known, and was deposited into a university that was created after the death of Alexander, the University of Alexandria. It was deposited in the library in his honor. It was then that Greek scholars, would-be mathematicians, would-be physicians, came to Kemet to study the accumulated wisdom of the ancient Africans. It is because of this knowledge that was already available that Hippocrates went on to become the so-called father of medicine, even though he lived over 1,000 years after Imhotep, the first physician in the recorded history of humanity. It's important to understand that Euclid studied mathematics in Africa. And if you understand these historical footnotes, you then will be able to understand how why it was possible for Aristotle, Alexander's former tutor, to write over 300 books on 40 unrelated topics, which it was impossible for one man to do in his lifetime at that point in time without the aid of a computer. But it was a very easy thing to do if the information already exists, and all you have to do is to translate it from Medu Neter into Greece. And then you can pass these creations off as your own. So it's important to understand this book and what it represents. It's also important to understand something about the mindset of a thief. The mindset of a thief today is no different than the mindset of a thief 2,000 years ago. Whenever a thief steals something, they would do their best to cover up their tracks. So the Greeks were no different. If you travel to Kemet with Dr. Ben or Dr. Hilliard or myself, you will see that approximately 75 to 80% of the statues of the African kings and queens and other personalities, 75 to 80% of the statues are missing heads, noses, and lips in an attempt to disassociate African people from that culture and civilization. But the statues that curiously have their heads and noses and lips in place are the statues that look like Europeans, are the statues that were carved during the Greek and the Roman occupation of Kemet, very late in the history of ancient Kemet. Next few slides speak for themselves. Statues missing noses. Next slide. Statues missing heads. All over the land. But it's also important to understand that not all the statues were destroyed. Next slide shows you one statue that wasn't completely destroyed. This is a statue of Ramesses II from his temple at Abu Simbel. Even though that nose is missing and the top part of the lip is a little shattered, you can still tell that brother may look like your Uncle Joe or your neighbor from down the street, still is a brother. But it's important to understand the extent to which Europeans had to recreate the images of the ancient Africans. Next slide shows you an image of the same king that was built during the Roman occupation of Egypt. Y'all thought Michael Jackson was the first person that underwent a drastic nose job? No. Greeks have been doing this for years. And this process continues to this very day. The next slide we see National Geographic, 1966, gave us this image of a Caucasian Ramesses. Now we know that these people were African. So how can this institution dare to portray him as Caucasian? They can do it because we let them get away with the lie. You have to challenge them at every turn. See, because they're not going to stop. They're going to continue to claim everything that is yours, as long as you continue to let them get away with it. The next slide shows you this same process, the Europeanization of Africa. This is from, believe it or not, from Ripley's Believe It or Not. 1983 says here the Pharaoh Ramesses II, who ruled Egypt for some 67 years from about 1292 to 1225 BC, often rode into battle with a trained lion which fiercely attacked his foes. That statement is true, but the portrayal of Ramesses as a Caucasian is a lie. Here you see Ramesses as a Caucasian fighting Africans. Ramesses was an African. He did fight other Africans, but he also fought Asians. There's a very famous battle, the Battle of Kadesh, which is painted on the entrance to the temple at Luxor and the temple of Abu Simbel, that describes his battle in Asia, fighting Asians. So if you don't know your history, sisters and brothers, you all will not be able to exercise the option that Mr. Ripley gives to you when he tells you to believe it or not. You won't know what to believe. Next slide. Now, remember the image of the two beards of Haremachit? And I showed you how to discern the original from the copy. I want to do the same thing with this image of Nefertiti. Now, I ran across this image at a bookstore in London, directly across the street from the British Museum. It is a German publication. This is on the cover of this publication. As we know, the bust of Nefertiti was an unfinished sculpture that was found on the floor of an abandoned artist studio. It was never finished. It was unlabeled. So the German Egyptologists who discovered it didn't have the faintest idea who it was. They just assumed it was Nefertiti. Assumed that it was Nefertiti. So this image was doctored up, and I want to show you how to identify the fact that this is the original image of Nefertiti. You see here a crack that runs down the entire crown, runs past the ear, which explains why the ear is damaged. It also extends down beneath her neck, which means that this statue was originally broken into at least 3 different pieces. You see here a gash above her eyebrow. You see here a hole in her ear where an earring once was. This is the original bust of Nefertiti. Now, sisters and brothers, what the Germans did is the same thing that the French have done, the same thing that the English have done. Whenever they find something that's a little bit too black, they'll take it in the back room and they'll doctor it up. Copy. But also what they did in making this copy was to lighten the skin and then make the nose and the lips smaller than the original. So we have to understand what has been happening to our history, to our culture, and to our images over thousands of years. Next slide. Now, I want to take you back to this temple of Ramesses II in Luxor, and I want to focus your attention specifically on this object here. This is called a tekken. Many of us know it by its Greek name, an obelisk. This is a symbol that was created in Kemet, a symbol that was designed to represent the resurrection of Asar. Remember I told you earlier, and you all should be familiar with the story, Asar was murdered and was later resurrected. And so this symbol here, the tekken, came to represent the resurrection of Asar. There were at one time over 1,200 of these structures throughout all of Kemet. Wherever you saw there was at one time 2 of these structures flanking the entrance to this particular temple. Almost every temple had 2 tekkenu. Wherever you see 2 tekkenu standing in tandem with one another, they represent the masculine and feminine complementary aspects of the Creator. All right? But it's important for us to understand that in 1833, after Egypt was then ruled by the Arabs, Muhammad Ali, the Turkish ruler, Muhammad Ali, who was then the ruler of Egypt, who didn't have any affinity with the culture of the ancient Kemites, saw nothing wrong with giving this other tekken to his good friend, King Louis Philippe of France. Gave it to him as a gift in exchange for a clock which Muhammad Ali put in his mosque. And the next slide shows you this clock that was given to him by King Louis Philippe, a clock that never worked, all right, stands at the citadel at the mosque of Muhammad Ali in Cairo. And King Louis Philippe's gift, the next slide, now stands majestically at the Place de la Concorde in Paris, France. Now, understand what this structure is. It is a symbol. It has a variety of meanings, but I want to focus on just one interpretation tonight. It is a symbol which represents the resurrection of Asar, the first story of a resurrected Savior. It is a symbol of an African God. Today, there are probably less than a dozen of these structures in Kemet. The rest have been scattered all over the world. Next slide shows you, yeah, there's one right here in Central Park. That's right. It's growing. And there's a wonderful story. As a matter of fact, the next volume of this series, Exploding the Myths, is going to deal specifically with the European theft of African monuments. It's tentatively called An African-Centered View of Washington, D.C., Masonry in the United States, in which we're going to talk about the European lust for African monuments, their attempt to recreate the essence, the spirit of ancient Kemet in the United States of America. Here is an African Tekken that stands in the center of St. Peter's Square in the Vatican. Every Easter Sunday, the next slide, every Easter Sunday, as the Pope stands, okay, I don't have it. Every Easter Sunday, as the Pope stands on his balcony delivering his Easter sermon, he stands before a 6,000-year-old monument that represents the resurrection of an African god. The Pope knows that. That's why the Pope prays to images of Aset and Heru, the African Madonna and Child. Every time the Pope goes to his homeland in Czeskowa, Poland, he prays at the shrine of the Black Madonna and Child. He knows what the real deal is. African Tekkenu in England. Next slide. Everywhere you go, you find African symbols. Here is a symbol. This is in Charlestown, Massachusetts, right outside of Boston. A memorial built to honor the European Americans who died fighting in the Revolutionary War. Now think about this reality. They are fighting the British for the control of the land that they took from the Native Americans. And in honoring their dead, they do not use a British monument or a French monument or a Greek monument. They use an African monument. Why? Because of the secret reverence they have for those things that sprang from the minds of African people. This is an important reality that we have to understand. Next slide, please. Here, all right, my hometown, my current hometown is Washington, D.C. We have a tour, an African-centered tour of Washington that I created back in 1986. And it was a tour that I did. I had just come back from my second trip to Kemet. And I kept, the trip was fresh on my mind. And as I drove around the city of Washington, I kept getting flashbacks to things that I had seen in Kemet. And then, it suddenly dawned upon me that there were a host of objects in Washington, D.C. that were similar to things that I had seen in Kemet. So what I did was to identify a number of these objects and to develop a tour that dealt specifically with the design of Washington, D.C. based upon African concepts of city planning, African concepts of monumental architecture. And so what I want to show you in these next few series of slides is the extent to which those responsible for creating the capital of the United States of America borrowed from your ancestors. Here is, wait, go back, brother, go back. Don't jump in now. This is the Washington Monument, the tallest Tekken in the world. Again, realize that this is a symbol that represents the resurrection of an African god. This symbol is now the symbol for the most powerful nation on the face of this planet. Here you see the reflection of the monument in its reflection pool. And all you have to do is to study the architectural styles developed by our African ancestors to realize that this is nothing but a pale imitation of an African original. The next slide shows you the Apet Sut or Karnak Temple in Kemet, two standing Tekkenu and their reflection in their reflection pool. Every temple in Kemet had Tekkenu. Every temple in Kemet had a sacred lake. So you can begin to see where these ideas came from and how they influence your European masters. Next slide. Here's a photograph that I ran across a couple of years ago. In 1912, a committee was established to build a memorial to Abraham Lincoln, okay? And John Russell Pope, one of the most famous architects of Washington, D.C., designed a number of really famous structures, submitted this drawing as a memorial for Abraham Lincoln. This is a drawing of a scale model of Khufu's pyramid as a memorial for Abraham Lincoln. Now, the members on that committee rejected this drawing because it was, quote unquote, unoriginal and would have been a little bit too obvious as to what their inspiration was. So they rejected his design, and they opted for the more traditional Greco-Roman style architectural structure, which you see in the next slide here. all right? They opted for this structure here. But what's interesting to note is that the artist, the sculptor that they hired to create the statue of Abraham Lincoln in the memorial borrowed from an image that can be found in the Nile Valley. The next slide shows you Abraham Lincoln sitting on his throne in the Lincoln Memorial. That was inspired by the next slide, Ramesses II seated on his throne in Abu Simbel. Again, if you understand the symbols, if you know how to interpret the symbols, you can find your history anywhere. You can walk down the street, any city in the United States, and see your historical greatness. Next slide. Memphis, Tennessee, 2 years ago, built this scale model of Khufu's pyramid, a 33-story pyramid. They're even talking about, or should I say, there was talk at one point in time about putting Elvis's body in this pyramid at what would be the equivalent of the king's chamber. But it's significant for us to understand something about the history of Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis was founded by Andrew Jackson along with 2 other individuals. He designated that site in Tennessee alongside the Mississippi River because the Mississippi reminded him of the Nile River in Egypt. You all are aware of the fact that the city of Memphis is a Greek interpretation of an African name. The African name is the city of Mennefer. It was renamed Memphis. It was the capital of Kemet. It is where the king of Kemet lived in his palace, his royal palace, which was called the Double White House. Okay? So Andrew Jackson built Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis, Tennessee, to this very day, has a sister city relationship with Memphis and Kemet. If you were to go up the Mississippi River to my home state of Illinois, you'll find at the tip of Illinois an African city named Cairo, Illinois. They got that southern twang. It should be Cairo, but they call it Cairo, Illinois. The whole southern region of Illinois is referred to as Little Egypt because the people who settled there saw a similarity between the Delta region of southern Illinois and the Delta region of Lower Kemet. In this region of Little Egypt, you'll find the city of Thebes, the city of Luxor, you'll find Lake Ramesses, you'll find Lake Egypt, a host of cities that were renamed after Egyptian cities. Next slide. San Francisco, California, you'll find pyramids. Again, I want you to understand how we have inspired people throughout the world and what these structures actually represent. The next slide, please. One of the pages in my book deals with this whole concept of architecture, in which I trace the origins of the Doric, the Ionic, the Corinthian, the Etruscan, and the Composite columns of Greco-Roman architecture are nothing but variations of a theme that were developed in the Nile Valley 2,000 years before the birth of Greece. All of these styles can be traced back to our African ancestors. You see these styles, the Ionic, specifically the Ionic and the Corinthian columns adorn most of the buildings in New York, in the world. This is an African-inspired style. Next slide, please. Here's a photograph of Imhotep, the world's first multi-genius, individual who is also referred to as the world's first Christ. Understand the meaning of that word. The word Christ means the anointed one who is endowed with certain talents and abilities. The first physician, the first architect, philosopher, prime minister to the king Zoser, a man worthy of his title. Next slide, please. These are symbols that came from the Nile Valley. The caduceus is a symbol that can be found in ancient Kemet, a symbol associated with Imhotep, the original father of medicine, a symbol associated with Jehudi, who is the Netcher of medicine. Jehudi represents the process of divine articulation of speech. He was a Netcher of science and writing and medicine. So this symbol that we call the caduceus, the symbol of medicine today, was derived from the Nile Valley and has been modified and used by the National Medical Association, the American Medical Association, is the symbol associated with veterinary medicine, all right? Associated with dentistry, the RX symbol for pharmacy. The RX symbol for pharmacy was introduced to Europeans by the Roman physician Galen in the 2nd century, who used to write prescriptions for his patients in medunecha. All right, so the RX symbol comes from the Achit eye, or the eye of Jehudi, the eye of the necha associated with medicine. The symbols are everywhere. Next slide. The gods, even the gods of Greece and Rome, can be traced back to their African counterparts. And what I did here is to show you just one example. Here we see the Roman god Mercury, who was copied from the Greek god Hermes, who was copied from the African god Jehudi. Here you see Jehudi, the necha of science and medicine, holding in his hands 2 staffs with serpents intertwined around them, one wearing the crown of Upper Kemet, the other wearing the crown of Lower Kemet. You see the same symbol has been modified. It is now being held by Hermes. It is called the caduceus, and you also see Mercury holding this same symbol. Again, if you understand the history and the symbolism, you can reclaim your heritage. Next slide. Again, another image out of the book, something as simple as the alphabet. You can trace back every letter of the Roman alphabet, which we use today, can be traced back to its Greek counterpart, which can be traced back to its Phoenician counterpart, which can be traced back to its Semitic counterpart, which can be traced all the way back to a Kemetic prototype. Every instance, they're the same. Even the meanings of these symbols are the same. Next slide. Now, the artist in me, looks for examples everywhere, all right? Here is the eye of Heru, the son of God. The right eye of Heru, the eye of the falcon. The eye of the falcon is important because the falcon flies above the earth, has keen vision. Falcons are birds of prey which have over 1 billion vision cells in their eyes, in contrast to humans that have approximately 1.5 million vision cells. So falcons represent, like God, the ability to see everywhere instantaneously, keen insight. And so the eye of Heru was modified and used as the symbol for the logo for CBS. I just discovered this past summer that it was a brother at CBS who designed this logo and later quit after they refused to pay him for his creation. This symbol represents the lens of the camera, which, like the eye of Heru, the eye of God, has the ability to see everywhere instantaneously and to transmit that information in a matter of seconds. The same concept was incorporated into the logo for HBO. Hollywood Pictures uses a modified version of Harry Market and the sun for its logo. And there are many corporate entities in America and throughout the world that have embraced elements of African symbolism, of Nile Valley symbolism, and they will never give you credit for that. Next slide. Now let me just share with you another mind blower, all right? Another mind blower. And I can't take the credit for this. I was in Houston, Texas last April, and after my lecture, a brother came up to me and dropped this on me. He said, "Man, have you seen the image of Ptah?" The image of Ptah is exactly the same as the image of the Oscar. The Oscar is the highest award that is given by the National Academy of Artists and Craftsmen. All right? Ptah was the patron god of Menepher, the city of Memphis. He was the patron god of artists and craftsmen. All right? They didn't even bother to change the concept. They didn't even change the pose. Our images, our culture is everywhere. That's why they don't want you all reading this stuff. That's why they don't want you all coming to these lectures. That's why they don't want you all teaching this stuff in the classroom. Next slide, please. Here. The front of the Great Seal of the Great Seal of the United States. Again, another important reality is that when this country was founded, 1776, when the quote-unquote official birth date of this country, 1776, they established a committee to design a great seal that was to represent the heart and the soul of this nation. There were 3 committees that met over a 6-year period from 1776 to 1802. Nope. Yeah, 1782, all right? 3 committees that met to determine everything that is incorporated into this seal that you see before you. So I want you to understand from an artist's perspective, I want you to understand that everything that you see on this seal has a meaning. It is there for a specific purpose. You all may not understand the purpose, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't have some significance for the people who created it. So if you look at this symbol, you'll see that the reverse of the Great Seal has an eye, which is the eye of Heru, the eye of God. You see here a pyramid. Now let me ask you a question. Where are pyramids? Any pyramids in France, Germany, Scotland, Ireland, Switzerland, Nova Scotia? The only place you'll find pyramids is in Africa. There's approximately 72 pyramids in Egypt, about 15 pyramids in the Sudan, and about a dozen pyramids in Ethiopia. The only other place outside of the continent of Africa where you'll find pyramids is in Mexico. And those of you who are familiar with the writings of Dr. Ivan Van Sertima know that Africans from the Nile Valley navigated the Atlantic Ocean somewhere between 600 and 400 BCE, 900 and 600 BCE, and brought with them knowledge of pyramid building, stone construction, math, and science. Wherever African people have traveled in the world, they've left their mark. They have built civilizations. They have not destroyed them as others have. So understand what this symbol means. It is the symbol of greatness. So when those responsible for creating this nation chose to pattern themselves after great nations in the past, they had to look to Kemet. It's also important that you understand how to interpret this symbol. Let me just take a moment to run this past you, because if you were to tour the Department of State where this symbol is displayed, the guide there will tell you that the pyramid here is comprised of 13 courses of stone, which represent the 13 colonies which form one nation in the year 1776, which is inscribed in Roman numerals at the base. The inscription Novus Ordo Seclorum means that this was a new order of ages that was created in the year 1776. The eye above the pyramid represents the divine eye of providence. The inscription Anua Coeptis means that God is pleased with the creation of this new nation. Now that is the official Department of State interpretation of this symbol. But now, if you understand that this is an African symbol, if you know how to interpret the symbol, and if you also correctly interpret the Latin, you will get a deeper meaning of the symbol. Novus Ordo Seclorum, the word novus means new, the word ordo means order, the word seclorum means secluded or hidden. So it represents the new secret or hidden order, which was founded in the year 1776, that was based on knowledge and information which came from Africa. The eye above the pyramid and the inscription Anua Coeptis. The word annuit means annual. The word coeptus means unlimited wealth. So the unlimited wealth that this nation received was not due to the blessings of God, but to the fact that they kidnapped the descendants of the people responsible for creating this structure and used them as a free labor source for over 400 years. If you ain't got to pay somebody for 400 years, you will become wealthy. That is what this symbol represents. The front of the Great Seal. Brother, can you focus that again? The front of the Great Seal is a symbol of the eagle, the symbol for the United States of America. And again, this symbol is symbolic. Every component in this symbol means something. It means one thing to you, it means something else to the people who designed it. If you study this symbol, you'll see that the eagle has on its chest a shield with 13 stripes. It has in one claw an olive branch which has on it 13 leaves and 13 berries. It has in the other claw arrows. It has in its mouth a banner with the words E pluribus unum, which is comprised of 13 letters. It has above its head a cluster of 13 stars. In total, the number 13 is repeated 13 times on the dollar bill. So a question that you have to begin to ask yourself is, what is the significance of that? Particularly if you've grown up in an environment that tells you 13 is an unlucky number. Friday the 13th is an unlucky day. Most theaters don't have a 13th row. Most buildings don't have a 13th floor. So if 13 is an unlucky number, why is the history of this country linked to the number 13? If you study something about the people responsible for developing this country, they were Masons. And Masonry represents nothing more but an attempt to recreate the educational system of ancient Kemet. You'll begin to understand that they had a different interpretation of numbers. Numbers are a language unto themselves. Every number represents profound concepts and ideas. For example, the number 1 has always been associated with God, the Creator. The number 2 represents man and woman who comes from God. Number 3 represents the union of man and woman, which creates a child, the Trinity. Every number represents something profoundly significant. The number 12 represents the completion of a cycle, as in 12 hours of day and 12 hours of night during the time of the equinox represent a complete day. 12 months represent a complete year. The number 13, therefore, represents the process of spiritual transformation. That is, the number 12 represents the completion of a cycle. The number 13 represents the energy from that completed cycle moving into a higher spiritual state. That is why this country was founded with 13 colonies. That is why the slogan that was used during the Revolutionary War was the spirit of 76, the spirit of spiritual transformation. Look at your history. And you see examples of it throughout your history. Jesus the Christ had how many disciples? 12 plus Jesus. King Arthur had how many knights in the round table? 12 plus King Arthur is every Christmas. Those of you who celebrate Christmas will sing a song about 12 days of Christmas. And the 13th day is January the 6th, which is celebrated by Catholics as the day of the Epiphany, or the day of the spiritual transformation of Jesus the Christ. So 13, there's nothing unlucky about the number 13. It represents a different way of seeing reality. What's the significance of the birthday to this country? The United States, the official birthday of this country is July the 4th, 1776. What's the meaning of that? 7 and 6 is 13. What's the significance of July the 4th? July the 4th fell exactly 13 days after the summer solstice, which fell on the day of June the 21st in the year 1776. So this whole country is rooted in a level of scientific and philosophical and spiritual information that the average person knows nothing about, and the wealth of that information comes from you. Comes from you. So this symbol here is a copy of the symbol of Heru, the resurrected, the son of the resurrected God. And if I were a patent attorney taking the United States to court, suing them for copyright infringement, I doubt seriously if a judge and 12 people in the jury would not rule in my behalf. Again, I also show you here that the stars above the eagle's head form 2 pyramids. These 2 overlapping pyramids represent the masculine and feminine complementary aspects of God. Ain't nothing Jewish about these symbols, sisters and brothers. They represent the masculine and feminine complementary aspects of creation. Next slide, please. Here again, I want to take you back to Hayamaket. Again, I want to play the role of a psychiatrist. I want you to study this image. More specifically, I want you to focus your attention on this stone tablet, the stela in between the paws of Hayamaket. The next slide shows you an enlargement of that. Can we have the next slide, please? Again, I want you to look at this image, and I want you to go back now. And I want you to tell me what thoughts come to your mind when you see this image. 10 Commandments, all right? Good idea. And again, when you all think of the 10 Commandments now, you must be aware of the reality that Moses was born in Egypt. Moses was a very common Egyptian name. It says in the Bible, Moses was learned in all of the wisdom of the Egyptians, which meant that he went to school in Kemet. And Moses, when he led his people out of Egypt, gave them laws, 10 laws, called 10 Commandments. But what they don't tell you is that Moses left 32 behind. These 10 Commandments were a part of the 42 Declarations of Innocence that Moses studied when he was in Kemet. But it's important to note that one of the commandments that he did not give his people was one that said, "Thou shalt not lie." And it's also important to understand the psychological difference between a commandment and a declaration of your innocence. See, because in Kemet, we knew we were godlike. So all we had to do was to attune ourselves to the Creator, and we would become godlike, so that when it came to our day of judgment, we could declare our innocence to God, as opposed to these other folk that had to leave for questionable reasons. They had to be given commandments because of their savage nature. Thou shalt not do this. Thou shalt not do that. That attests to their level of savagery. We need to understand the differences. Next slide, please. What about this? The stela, the tombstone, another African monument which represents a profound psychological need that Europeans have to surround themselves with African artifacts and activities pertaining to life and death. Even in death, they want to take a part of Africa with them because of what it means to them, because of what it meant to you. Your knowledge of death, your knowledge of the continuation of the life cycle was important enough to them to surround their graves with these monuments. And if you were to move around in any cemetery, next slide, you'll see other African structures. What about that? Do you all realize that you are the best kept secret on the planet? Folk have more knowledge about your history and culture than you do. Folk want to be more African than you do. Do you realize what this means? This is their desire to try to be African. And because of our brainwashing, most of our people, unfortunately, they're not in here tonight, but most of them don't want to have nothing to do with Africa, when the world cannot get enough of what African people created. Very important reality. Next slide here. Now, in the process of resurrecting our history and our culture, there are those who are going to set roadblocks in your way, who are going to tell you that to claim Egypt as African is to fabricate history. They ought to know because they fabricated it enough to know the fabrication when they see one or think they see one. And so they even will print in their publications stories mocking history, the Afrocentric myth, and take an image of a Greek philosopher and put a Malcolm X cap on it to make a mockery of your struggle for liberation. They ain't got no respect for you. Next slide shows you even in Newsweek, they gave you this image. Was Cleopatra black? Image of Cleopatra and put a red, black, and green African earring in her ear. Insulting you at every turn. When in reality, this question is irrelevant. Who cares about Cleopatra? Cleopatra was Cleopatra was a product of miscegenation, of the Greek invasion of Kemet. She came hundreds of years after, or literally thousands of years after all of the great monuments had been created. All of the great literature had already been written. Cleopatra is insignificant. If they want her, they can have her. Let's talk about African personalities that are purely African. The next slide shows you an attempt to deal with that issue, all right? The New York Times did a story on our African struggle. And they questioned the legitimacy of Afrocentricity. They contacted a number of scholars. Asa Hilliard was one of them. And Asa talked to them about the Nile Valley origins, the African origins of the Nile Valley, and suggested rather than bringing up this issue of Cleopatra, he suggested that they show an image of Nefertari, of Queen T, of Queen T. And he said that there are dozens of images around. Why don't you show an image of Queen T? And that will settle the debate. So what did they do? They got this image of Queen T. 3/4 of her face missing. They had that image of Queen T, and this was in the February the 4th, 1990 issue of the New York Times. The title of the article was, "Africa's Claim to Egypt's History Grows More Insistent." The caption accompanying this photograph said, and I quote, "Sculpture believed to be the head of Queen T of Egypt, who lived in the 14th century BC. Revisionist historians argue that she was descendant of black Africans." Given the option now to tell the truth and to come clean, they continue to lie. They showed you this image of Queen T, next slide, instead of showing you this image, which would have answered the question. But they continue to play games. Let's just spotlight one African family. This is Queen T. Let's look at her husband, Amenhotep III. This is the brother, again, even though his nose is missing, you can still tell this is the brother. Let's look at their children. Next slide shows you their oldest son, Amenhotep IV, or Akhenaten. And I like to call this brother Lionel Richie, because if you see the statue in Kemet, the brother got a profile similar to Lionel Richie. And what about his younger brother? Next slide shows you his younger brother, his baby brother, King Tut. You all have seen this image dozens of times. I dare say hundreds of times. But how many of you, those of you who haven't gone to Kemet, how many of you have ever seen the back of the mask, back of this statue? Probably very few of you. Why? Because if you see the mask, the back of the mask, it will answer the question as to the ethnicity of the ancient Egyptians, not the Greek Egyptians, but the ancient Egyptians. Next slide shows you the back of the mask of King Tut. Braids, cornrows, dreadlocks. Who wears their hair like this? Next slide shows you other images that you will find of African kings, other hairstyles. You never see these images when they talk about the ancient Egyptians. Even though the nose is missing, you still can't get around that hair. Can't get around it. If you go in the Cairo Museum, the next slide you'll see in the Cairo Museum on the second floor, wigs that were worn, next slide please, wigs that were worn by the priests of ancient Kemet. Hairstyle is similar to those worn by sisters today. Ain't no difference, you're the same people. Next slide. This is what they use to comb their hair. Looks like that pick y'all used in the 1960s, doesn't it? When you see these images, you realize who we're talking about. We're not talking about an Elizabeth Taylor version of Cleopatra. We're not talking about a Charlton Heston version of African history. Or Yul Brynner, thank you. Next slide. Now, let's deal with a very important reality. Let's ask the question of what happens to a people who have continually been denied their history and their culture, who have been written out of their history and their culture, who accept the lies that they are nothing more than heathens and savages, who believe that they had no concept of God, who believe, as a result of their miseducation, that their dark skin is unattractive, believe that their kinky hair is inappropriate, believe that their good old juicy kissing lips are too big, and this nose that takes in the most important object that you'll ever take in, precious air, that this nose is too wide. And if you buy into the miseducation over periods of time, then you will believe that you are worthless. And if you have enough money, you will eventually pay a plastic surgeon to do to you what Napoleon did to Herr Market. Change your nose and your lips in order to become like your oppressor. But we have to realize that this process did not begin with Michael Jackson. There are numerous entertainers that supposedly have made it, but have lost a portion of their mind in the process of crossing over. Okay? Next few series of slides will share with you this reality. Here we see Patti LaBelle before her change. The next slide. This is Patti after. Now I want you to realize, I want you to understand the pattern that you're seeing. You're seeing images of Africans who, as a result of their miseducation, are now cutting off their noses, cutting off their lips, and frying their hair in an attempt to become more European. All right, let's go forward, brother. Here is George Benson before his change. Next slide shows you George today. Next slide. Stephanie Mills. Stephanie Mills before. Next slide shows you Stephanie after she saw the Wiz, right? Next slide shows you Michael Jackson when he was a normal human being, when he exhibited normal human behavior, when his friends were other human beings and not chimpanzees or drug addict white women. All right. Michael when he was a normal human being. Next slide shows you Michael after reconstructive surgery on his chin 3 times, plastic surgery on his nose 4 times after he's had his cheekbones surgically heightened, his eyes surgically widened, permanent mascara tattooed around his eyes. And you all can remember back in 1984, 1985, when he got a little bit too close to the hot lights and that electricity caught his jerry curl on fire. So we've got to realize what happens to our people who buy into the lie, who try to become something other than what God created. See, because, we say that we're very spiritual people, and we say that we believe in God, and we say that we believe that we were created in the image of God, but miseducation is a powerful thing. It will make you deny your God by denying yourself. Next slide, please. Now, this issue, this concept was so important that an organization called the Black-Owned Communications Alliance published this ad. And they asked a question. They submitted this question to parents. What's wrong with this picture? What happens to the mind of your children, particularly your male children, who will grow up in a society that will never reinforce their self-worth? What happens to those children who see images of other people as great heroes, but the best that they can see is images of them as drug addicts, as people lying on the ground with body bags being pulled over their bodies, as worthless, ignorant buffoons? What happens to that child? That child will say, I will reject all of those images, and I will accept any image that looks good to me. So if you as parents don't understand your obligation to your children to protect their minds, their fragile minds from the negative images in the media, then your children will continue to turn on you. As a parent, I felt that it was my responsibility to do what I could to help my daughter, to bring her to the lectures, to introduce her to Doc Ben and Dr. Clark and Asa Hilliard and Lynn Jeffries and Rosalind Jeffries and Frances Welsing and Shashi McIntyre, so that she could see strong African men and women and feel proud about herself. So on one occasion, she kind of threw me for a loop when she came home from school and said, Daddy, they're having a Halloween party at school, and I want to go to the Halloween party at Snow White. I had to stop and think about this. Now, why would she say she wanted to go as Snow White? And I remembered that the movie Snow White had just been re-released. So there were commercials running on television every day. There were advertisements in the newspaper every day. There were images on the back of the cereal boxes. So she is constantly being bombarded with these images, and it's my responsibility to tell my child, baby, if I'm going to allow you to participate in a pagan holiday, pagan celebration, then I'm going to at least let you dress up in a costume that will reinforce some sense of your cultural identity. So I remember going down to the store with my daughter to look for some costumes, and all I saw were images of Batman and Superman and Kermit the Frog and Miss Piggy and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, figments of other people's imagination, but nothing that would reinforce within the mind of my child some sense of self. So I said, well, no, I don't see anything here that I'm comfortable with. We will leave. But Daddy, I need a costume for the party. I said, baby, I will make you a costume. And as I'm driving home, I'm kicking myself in the butt. Now I'm thinking, you know, you take these stands, you don't have time to make a costume, but you got to do something. And so I thought of images that I had seen on my travels to Kemet. I thought of appropriate female images for my daughter. So the image of Newt that I had seen in the ceiling of a tomb in the West Bank came to my mind. So I created the costume. Next slide shows you the costume that I made for my daughter. Took a leotard. I painted the sun in the leotard. I painted the stars on her body. She had a little purse with a name tag that said Newt. I drew a description of Newt and a brief definition as to who she was. And I said, baby, when you go to school, for that Halloween party, don't let anybody call you Nut. You are Newt, and you represent an African goddess, all right? Next slide shows you the inspiration for that and why this scene is so powerful, why we need to realize that there are images all around us that we can take, that we can modify to use for our own personal interests. Here's a painting of Newt that shows you this African goddess with her feet and her hands touching the earth and her body stretched across the sky. This is an image of Newt representing the nighttime sky. So here we see her mouth about to swallow the red disk of the sun as it sets in the western horizon. So the sun is now swallowed by Newt, swallowed by the sky, and it then moves through her body. Here you see the little stars in the nighttime sky. The sun moves through her body, and it emerges in the east now as a golden ball of light coming forth from the womb of this African goddess. I said, that is a powerful concept. It's powerful because our ancestors saw the sun as a symbol for God, and they had enough respect for their women to show a woman giving birth to God. Powerful information, powerful images that you all have at your fingertips. So what we've been doing every year since that point in time, while she still celebrated Halloween and they had Halloween parties at school, is that every year she went dressed as an African personality, all right? The next slide shows you an image of her. Let's see. This is when she went as Queen T, all right? Won first prize at the Halloween costume at school. All right? And what's so interesting is that as a result of our exchange, there are other sisters and brothers who are now coming to school, Halloween, dressed as African person. I saw a little brother come in one day as Imhotep, the first architect in history. All right? Queen Nzinga. We've got, see, stop and think about it. Why, what person in their right mind would allow their child to go out of the house dressed as a witch, dressed as a monster, dressed as Freddy Krueger, and then you wonder why your children are acting like beasts? You reinforce that madness. You have an opportunity every day to give your children something that they can hold on to, something that will allow them to resurrect their African personalities. I took my daughter to Egypt with me on one of my study tours in 1989. I took her because I wanted her to see what I had seen. I didn't want her to wait until she was 28 years old to begin to see the truth.
I wanted to understand why Daddy was spending so much time traveling over in Kemet or traveling, lecturing to different people. And so what we did was, when we came back, my daughter was 8 when she made that trip to Kemet. And so what we did when we came back was to sit down and write about her experiences. And the end product was my daughter's book entitled My First Trip to Africa. All right? We made an extended homework assignment of that book. Worked on it every evening. We talked about what she had seen. We talked about why we went to Kemet. We talked about how we got there. We talked about what she did when she got back. And as a result of having written that book, my daughter, who is now 10, she was 8 when she wrote the book. My daughter now lectures. She's lectured with Dr. Clark in Cleveland, Ohio 2 years ago. She travels all over the country talking about her experiences as a young author. And so, my daughter and I have this working relationship. And that working relationship is my commitment to her that wherever you travel with me outside of the country, we're going to write a book about your experiences. And the proceeds from the sale of your book is going into a trust fund to pay for your college tuition. So the deal is this. It's very simple. Allow my daughter to keep 10% of the sales of her book, 10% of the honorariums that she receives, and she uses that money to pay for school-related expenses. She doesn't go out, don't buy no Nintendos in my house. You take that money, you want to take piano lessons? Okay, baby, you can take piano lessons. Your piano lessons cost $10 per half an hour, but you have got to pay for your piano lessons with the money that you earn. So there is no better feeling that comes over her at the end of that half an hour piano lesson when she reaches into her pocket and pays her piano teacher with her money, all right? So the deal is that we're working on our second book now. We went to West Africa this past summer, Ghana, Senegal, Gambia, and the Ivory Coast. We're working on our second book, which we'll have out by Kwanzaa, the end of the year. And the deal is by the time my daughter is 17, by the time she's ready for college, she'll have at least 6 books to her credit and $100,000 in the bank. Very realistic. I'm teaching my daughter the reality that she does not have to go to school to get a job. I'm teaching her she is a job. That is the reality, and that's how we've got to deal with our youth. Next slide, please. This issue is so vital. Let's have the lights, please. Let me kind of bring things to a close. This issue is important for us because, as I stated earlier, we're fighting for our lives. We're fighting for the lives of our children. We have a responsibility to see to it that they are properly educated. The information is available to you all. The information should be available to our children in the classroom. You're tax-paying citizens of the United States. Your money pays for those schools. So you have a right to insist that the books that are now available outside on the tables that the vendors have are books that need to be in the classroom, need to be taught to your children. We had an interesting experience with my daughter's book. A woman who lived in Bowie, Maryland, a suburb of Washington, D.C., gave a copy of my daughter's book to her 10-year-old son. This brother went to school, did a book report on my daughter's book, turned it in to the teacher. The teacher later reprimanded this 10-year-old brother in front of the entire class and told him that his book report was unacceptable because it was entitled My First Trip to Africa, and the book report was about Egypt, and everybody knows that Egypt is not in Africa. 2 years ago. Fortunately for this young brother, he had a parent who was truly interested in his education. And when the son told the mother what happened, the mother came up to school, and I don't have to tell you, she went off on the principal, she went off on the teacher, she gave them both a history lesson and a geography lesson, had the teacher apologize to her son in the classroom, and insisted that it never happen again.
So when I was working on my latest publication, Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization, I wanted to design a publication that could be used for the classroom, a textbook, specifically for those teachers that want to teach about this information but don't have the books. Don't have the books? I use my skills as an artist, I use my knowledge of history, and design a book for you. I talked with Dr. Clark last June. We were at a conference in New Jersey last June, and Dr. Clark was asking me about the book, how the sales were going, and he mentioned to me that the book should be used in the textbook, in the classroom, and that he said, you need to do a study guide for that because teachers don't like to do a lot of work. So if you can do a study guide, then you can ensure that the book will be used by more teachers. So, never one to disrespect any advice that I get from Dr. Clark, I said I'll work on it. During the summer, I had two brothers, two sisters and a brother, friends of mine, school teachers in the Washington area, work on a study guide. The study guide came out in January. Lesson plans, every chapter in the book, information that can be Xeroxed and passed out to the classroom, answers to the questions, all right? So there's no reason for people not to gain access to this information. We also just recently developed a videotape, and we've put together what we refer to as a multimedia educational system, all right? So that we're developing information that can be used specifically for the classroom. Information that can be used in the classroom, information that can be used at home, information that can be used in the study group. So that there's no reason for us not to begin to access that information and then not to begin to use that information to liberate ourselves and our children. Sisters and brothers, we're at a very critical point in our history. So pleased to see that as one president is being buried in the United States, a new president is being resurrected in South Africa. We need to understand that we're about to see the nature of the world change. And the question that we have to ask is, where are we going to be when the world changes? I want to leave you with a poem from my first book, the Browder file. The poem is entitled Transition 13. And now that I have explained to you the symbolic and the spiritual significance of the number 13, hopefully you can interpret this poem as it was meant to be interpreted. Transition 13 states, in the beginning we knew not, and we studied, and we learned all there was to know, and we taught others. Then we forgot what we had learned, and then forgot that we had forgotten. Now we are taught by those who were once taught by us knowledge that we already have. So we study, we learn all there is to know, and we teach others. And the question that we must ask ourselves, sisters and brothers, as we prepare to move into the 21st century is, will we forget again? Thank you. Get these things out the way. Pleased to be back here and to have an opportunity to share with the New York community information dealing this time with my latest publication, the second volume of Browder File Essays entitled Survival Strategies for Africans in America, 13 Steps to Freedom. This book comes out, it's essentially a work in progress because in detailing these survival strategies, I went from 7 strategies to 10 and decided to make it 13. Those of you who've read the Browder File can understand why I made it 13. But the idea behind putting this information together has a lot to do with the work that I've been doing over the last several years, traveling across the country and sharing with audiences information about African and African American history and culture, and really trying to do my part to help raise the consciousness of our people. And several issues became crystal clear to me. One is that we need to become aware of the crises that is confronting us as a people. And we need to move beyond just coming together just to talk, coming together just to meet. And we have to put together some clear-cut plans of actions in order to ensure that we will be able to survive, whether it's in New York, whether it's in Chicago, whether it's in LA or anywhere. And so in this particular book, what I wanted to do was to try to articulate as best I could specific issues that I thought were of vital importance for African people, wherever we find ourselves, to begin to become aware of, and then to process within our procedure to reclaim ourselves. The book is broken down into 3 sections. The first section focuses on the African mind. The second section focuses on the African body. The third section focuses on the African spirit. And I believe wholeheartedly that it's important that we reclaim our minds, begin to heal our bodies, and to reconnect with that African spirit within all of us in order for us to begin to do the great work that stands before us. It's also critically important that we realize that we are truly unique people, but we can't continue to talk about what we've done in the past if we are seeing our cities and our communities being destroyed every waking day. We're going to have to begin to do some work. And there's nothing wrong with work. Once you understand the benefits behind work, you begin to develop a greater understanding and appreciation of the time that it takes to begin to develop strategies that will not only benefit you, but benefit the lives of those who will come behind you. And I'm a firm believer that everything that we do, everything that we say, everything that we think has to be done for the sake of those who are coming behind us. Now, I won't be around for another 60, 70 years, but the things that I do will set in motion a process which will benefit my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren. And so we have to begin, as the brother said, we have to put our eyes on the prize, and the prize ain't us. You know, the prize is like 7 generations down the road. And when we can begin to shift our focus, shift our consciousness, and then to have that focus begin to affect every aspect of our being, then we can begin to see some specific changes come about in our thoughts and our actions and within our communities. And then we instill those beliefs and that motivation into another generation who now has a foundation upon which to build. And so my latest publication, Survival Strategies, is just my contribution to that effort. One of the things that motivated me to put this book together comes out of an experience that I had 7 years ago. I was invited to do a presentation during Black History Month in Washington at a government agency. I speak for a number of African organizations throughout the city, and one particular organization entitled Blacks in Government has an annual conference, usually in Washington, D.C., and I've been doing that conference for a number of years, and then members of that conference who work within various government agencies throughout the country will usually invite me to come out and do a presentation. So February of 1990, I was invited to come and do a presentation for this government agency. And it wasn't until I arrived at the facility that I was informed that it was a subsidiary of the CIA. It was a real interesting experience. And we got brothers and sisters working in all branches of the government, as well we should, because they have access to knowledge and information which we need to be aware of. But in this particular instance, I was very conscious of where I was and who I was talking to, but I also felt that I needed to do a good job. And whenever I'm speaking at a governmental agency, I'm always interested to see how I'm going to be introduced. Not so much a matter to hear what they say about me, but hear what they don't say, what things they don't include in my bio. But in this particular instance, the guy who introduced me, the head of that facility, a little short, Peter Lorre-looking European guy, came up to the podium and he introduced me to the audience and recited my bio from beginning to end, okay? The interesting thing was that he was not reading from anything, all right? And then he changed one last sentence in my bio, in my introduction. He stated that, saying to the audience now, Tony is in the same business that we're in. The only difference is rather than gathering information crucial to the existence of the United States, he gathers information crucial to the existence of the survival of African Americans. And I thought about, the impact of that comment didn't hit me until a couple of days later, once I began to really get a better understanding of information gathering agencies, whether it's the CIA, the FBI, Army Intelligence or Navy Intelligence. Intelligence gathering agencies exist primarily to gather data on their enemies. That data is then analyzed and then disseminated to people within the agency who would then determine how that information is going to be used in order to ensure the survival of that agency, of that nation, and of those people. And so when I thought about his comments from that context, I said, well, essentially that is what I'm trying to do, trying to gather information, document information that is crucial to the survival of African people. It's also important that in the process that information be used not just to help us survive, because an animal can survive. We need to move beyond just functioning in survival mode and begin to map out processes of thinking, map out changes in our behavior so that we can achieve this elusive thing called freedom, all right? And we can begin to raise our children within an environment in which they, as free people, will be able to do the things necessary to ensure their development as human beings. All right? And it is a process that we have to go through in order to do these things. So what I'm going to do this evening is to go through these survival strategies and to use some visuals to help illustrate some of the themes, concepts, and ideas that I'm going to be introducing to you this evening. I am, by formal training, an artist, a designer. I have a PhD in nothing. I'm not trained as a historian. I began to develop an interest in African history and culture only after I graduated from Howard University and realized that I had been miseducated. Realized that all of my life, even though I had gone to predominantly black schools, I was learning about other people's history, culture, philosophy, other people's God concepts. And it wasn't until late that I began to realize that I had a history, I had a culture, I have concepts of God that I felt were crucial to my development as a person. And so when I began to shift my focus and study our history and our culture, my life was transformed. Specifically, when I made my first trip to Egypt with Dr. Ben in 1980, my life has not been the same. And so I'm eternally grateful to Dr. Ben and other scholars who have paved the way for me to do the work that I'm doing now. And so as a result of my coming to that level of awareness, then I have sought within my own being to seek out information that is going to help me perfect my essence as a person of color, as a person of African descent. So I submit these survival strategies to you this evening. The method through which I'm going to present this information is through lecture as well as through visuals, because through my training as an artist, as a designer, my experience in the field of advertising, I understand the power of images to speak to the subconscious mind. And so it's quite helpful to use some of those images to convey concepts and ideas, to reinforce some of the concepts and ideas that I'll be sharing with you. So let me begin by going through these 13 steps, survival strategies for Africans living in America. First step is that racism and white supremacy are the most persistent problems confronting African people in America, okay? For those of you all who live in New York, you know that to be a fact. So it's critically important that we understand some basics. One is that, first of all, there is no such thing as race. The concept of race was created by racists in order to devise a system that would categorize humanity by color and assign the lowest ranking of intelligence and accomplishments to people with darker skin. German scholars at the University of Göttingen in the latter part of the 18th century literally created this concept of race, created the term Caucasian, and developed an educational system which set in motion problems which we are still experiencing today. All right? We need to realize that while there is no such thing as race, and as Professor John Jackson says in his book, Introduction to African Civilization, there's only one race, the human race, which had its origins in Africa. And so if we are familiar with the research done by geneticists and anthropologists and paleontologists, we know that everyone on this planet is of African descent. We were the first human beings. So it becomes critically important that we understand that, but we also must begin to understand that there is such a thing as racism and white supremacy. And I agree wholeheartedly with Dr. Francis Welsing's theory, notion, that racism and white supremacy are synonymous, and that they represent an attempt by people who are a minority on the planet to shift the consciousness of people into believing that they are the minority, and to accept the fact that the true minority, the European, is the most intelligent, is the most spiritual, is the most gifted people on earth, which is nothing but a lie. And so when you begin, let me just share some information with you that comes out of a book written by Brother Kwame Ntambu entitled Egypt and Afrocentric Geopolitics. This one paragraph surmises the essence of what I want to offer you with regards to this topic. He says, in 1492, Europeans controlled only 9% of the world. Within 300 years afterward, they colonized 1/3 of global humanity. By 1880, Europeans ruled over 2/3 of the globe. By 1935, they were in political control of not only 85% of the planet's resources, but also 75% of the world's population. In the 1990s, Europeans now control 85% of the world's population through its weapon of geopolitics or the New World Order. Now the question is, why have they done this, or how have they done this? Because they have been blessed by God with the right to go out and control and dominate people in the world? Or has it been because of the creation and implementation of these systems of racism and white supremacy? That is, to convince the world that white is supreme, white is right, and to educate us, to train us within religious institutions to believe that lie, and then to submit to these people continually with our minds, with our bodies, and our souls. It is this submission which keeps them in power. And so one of the things that we have to realize is that racism and white supremacy are realities, but they should never be used as excuses for failure. All right? They exist, just like gravity exists. But if you understand the nature of gravity, then you can design a craft that will defy gravity and move you from one point of the planet to the other, all right? So we have to begin to understand the nature of racism so that we can devise strategies to go around it, to go through it, to go over it, to do whatever is necessary to accomplish our objectives. Right? So let's be clear on that. The racism and white supremacy are the most persistent problems confronting Africans living in America, but these problems can be dealt with and can be overcome. Right? The second step advises us to become aware of the power of the media. Why? Because the media, television, film, radio, video, is the most powerful, they are the most powerful forms of communication and mind manipulation the world has ever known. Through the media, you have the ability to influence the thought and the behavior of millions of people throughout the planet in a matter of seconds, okay? Now, if this powerful form of mind manipulation has been devised and primarily utilized by people who are racist and white supremacists in their thinking, then they will use this tool to expand their control and their power and their stranglehold on people. So we have to become aware of these realities and then begin to develop strategies to protect ourselves from the media. Okay? Now, what I wanted to do at this juncture is to share with you some images, drawing upon my experience in the field of advertising and design, and share with you some images that will help to make you keenly aware of the pervasive nature of racism in the media. I want to share some images that some of you may have seen before, but help you begin to process how this information should be analyzed in order to insulate yourself from the negative effects of images that you'll see in print, on television, and we'll talk a little bit more about how to deal with that. A couple examples, and let me just slide this over here. Let me share with you this image, which some of you may have seen before, all right? When O.J. Simpson was arrested, the LA Police Department took this mug shot of him. This picture appeared on the cover of Newsweek magazine, June the 21st, 1994, okay? That same picture also appeared on the cover of Time magazine. Here is the same picture on the cover of Time magazine, okay? Now, what happened is that the people at Time intentionally manipulated the image of O.J. Simpson, intentionally darkened the image of O.J. Simpson in order to project in the minds of the public this ominous image of a black man, in order to convince the world that by virtue of the fact that he is black, then he is automatically guilty. Now, what was interesting is that the editor of Time magazine received so much flack for the intentional manipulation of this picture that they wound up apologizing in the second issue. And the editor, Jim Gaines, apologized. Essentially, in stating his apology, he says, to the extent to which this image offended anyone, I apologize. But it was not our intent to portray him as black and to suggest that black was evil. Now, the important thing that we have to become critically aware of is that whenever Europeans whenever their racist intentions in the media are exposed, they will issue a standard apology. And we need to be aware of that apology and know how to deal with it, to be able to realize that the apology is unacceptable and yet be able to formulate significant plans of action. Now, let me share with you some other images that have also come out in the media that represent how others see us. Okay, and it's important to realize how others see you, all right? Because what you will see in the images created in the media is their impression of you. And that impression, again, has the ability to influence millions of people throughout the world. In September of 1993, AT&T published in their newsletter 300,000 copies of this newsletter was circulated to AT&T employees throughout the world. And it wasn't until the African American employees at AT&T received their newsletter and registered their complaints that the management at AT&T began to apologize for this illustration. What you see here is a cartoon depicting various people using the telephone equipment which is manufactured and produced by AT&T. You see in North America, a Caucasian on the telephone. In South America, a Caucasian on the telephone. In Northern and Central Europe, 2 Caucasians on the telephone. But in Africa, what do you see? A gorilla on the telephone. Now, let me explain something to you about the process that material has to go through before it is exposed to the general public. You usually will have an art director, a photography director, an editor, and teams of people sit around a table and determine every single component that the public is going to see weeks, sometimes months, before it is finally put out into the public's eye. So this is no accident. For weeks, everyone sitting around that table saw this image and had no objection to an African, to a gorilla in Africa on the telephone. But when the African American employees registered their complaints, then the editors of this particular newsletter apologized, and they said that they didn't realize this image was offensive. Sound familiar? But what it tells you is how they see you, how they see all people of African descent. All right? It's important to know, it's important to have a strong perception of self, but it's also important to understand how others see you. All right? Several months later, in Indiana, an organization entitled the Indiana State Medical Association, which sponsors an annual conference and reception, they sent out 5,000 copies of an invitation for their reception to every member of the Indiana State Legislature, as well as all of the physicians in the state of Indiana. And again, it wasn't until the African American members of the Indiana State Legislature received the invitation for the reception and registered their disgust that the person responsible for creating the invitation began to apologize. Here is the invitation. It consisted of 3 basic components. The theme of the reception was jungle fever. It had a monkey sitting on a stack of bananas. Another component within the invitation was a depiction of an African dressed as a cannibal with a bone in his nose cooking 2 white people in a pot. All right? Just so happened that the person responsible for designing this invitation happened to be of Jewish ancestry. All right? And when complaints began to come on a consistent basis, he apologized and issued the standard apology and said, I didn't realize that this image was offensive. Right? They wound up canceling the reception, and he issued apologies to literally thousands of people, and I hope he lost his job. But again, what it does is reinforce the point that others see us in a specific light, and they will use the power of the media to project those perceptions into the minds of other folk and to influence how they see you too. Let me give you another quick example, and then we move on to some other issues. Again, I'm showing you these things because I want you to realize how subtle and not so subtle these attacks are against your being. They exist all around you. And the challenge is you cannot afford to take anything for granted. Everything that you see, especially here in New York, where the media reigns in New York, you all are constantly bombarded by images and billboards and all kinds of things that assault your senses and your spirit 24 hours a day. You have to be aware of the assault and then begin to do specific things to insulate yourself from this barrage that is designed to demoralize you, whether you are conscious of it or not. And the worst thing that you could do is to participate in your own demoralization. All right? So you have to be aware of what is happening. Let me give you another example, again, using two photographs of the same, reflecting the same thing that also reflect 2 different interpretations, 2 different ideologies. In June of 1991, Spike Lee released his then latest film, Jungle Fever, which was about an interracial relationship. And the week that the film was released, 2 nationally syndicated publications featured the lead actors in the film, which was about an interracial relationship, featured the lead actors in the film on their front covers. Now, if you just saw the magazine covers independent of one another, you may not have thought very much of them. But when you compare the 2 side by side, you begin to see that there are things that you have to take note of. All right? Here's the cover of Jet magazine on the week of June the 10th, 1991. Okay? Here's the cover of Newsweek magazine the week of June the 10th, 1991. Okay? Now, so I take it you all see, you get the message, right? Now, let me share something with you. Let me share something with you about images in the media. Everything that you see is important, has a meaning. As I mentioned earlier, the art director, the photography director, the other designers determine where every single component is going to be placed within any advertisement. So what you see here is no accident. What you see here reflects the mentality, the philosophy of the editorial staff of that specific publication. All right? Another thing that I want you to be aware of is that in photographs, particularly, placement is critical. particularly when you have two people next to each other, height denotes power, importance, okay? Look at this image, Wesley Snipes. He's placed in a position which suggests that he is inferior, subservient to the European female. What this image does is to support the unspoken hierarchy which exists within this country. That hierarchy is white male, white female, black male. Contrast that positioning to this positioning on the cover of Jet magazine. Huh? Okay? But also, Brother Brown, can I ask you, is it possible to shift that light a little bit so that we can see the images a little bit clearer? Because I want you all to take note of a couple of things. Look at their pictures here now. They're smiling, they're snuggling, which supports the philosophy of Jet magazine. Jet magazine says, we're all human beings and we all should just learn to get along and be happy together. One big happy family, right? That's Jet's philosophy. Jet is a nice Negro publication and we have to understand it for what it is. Contrast that positioning to this one. Now you have to see it. You have to see it because you have to learn how to analyze what you see. Analyze what you see. You'll notice that Wesley Snipes is in a subservient position, but you also notice that the artist, he's not smiling, exactly, all right? The artist darkened his face and lightened her face. Why? In order to reinforce the title, the theme of this particular issue, tackling a taboo. Taboo is the largest word on the cover. That is a design. It is a design. All of these elements, all of these decisions were made by people who have a specific agenda. All right? So you can't afford to drop your guard for 1 second if you're living in a racist and white supremacist society which uses media as a tool to denigrate you every single second of your life. One of the things that we've done in the book, Survival Strategies, each of the steps is broken down into 3 components. The first component is like an inspirational message which introduces the step. The second component is the historical data which substantiates that step. The third component is like a prescription that gives you the information that you need in order to overcome this problem, right? The whole idea is to give you tools to overcome the problems and the obstacles which face us every single day. And I believe wholeheartedly that we can't just come and talk about problems without beginning to offer solutions to those problems. And so the book is structured in that manner. The third step is perception precedes being. You are who you believe you are. All right, that's important because our perceptions of self were given to us by people who have historically hated us, devalued our history, our culture, our God concepts, our women, our appearance, our hair texture, the shapes of our noses. All of these things have been made to be undesirable. So if these perceptions have been given to us, then one of the things that we have to begin to do is to take responsibility for changing our perceptions of reality. It becomes critically important then, because of the fact that we live in an English-speaking nation, to understand the power of words to influence our perceptions. Ozzie Davis raised this issue in an article that he wrote in 1967 issue of the Journal of the Negro History Bulletin. Article was entitled "The English Language is My Enemy." And he spoke specifically on the fact that this language denigrates blackness. He stated that there's approximately 124 adjectives for the word black, and over 50% of those adjectives are negative or derogatory. And when you think of the terms that we use on a regular basis, when you talk about the fact that somebody was blackmailed, somebody was blackballed, somebody was blacklisted, you talk about the significance of Black Friday or Black Tuesday, you talk about a black cat. Everything that is black is negative, is derogatory, is evil. White, on the other hand, represents virtue. A little bitty lie is called what? A white lie, right? Black cake is called what? White cake is called what? All right? Something as simple as food reinforces negative stereotypes, or reinforces lies if you buy into the perceptions. So then it becomes critically important that we change our perceptions, particularly since we are people of a darker hue who have sometimes called ourselves black. We have to realize how blackness has been portrayed. I'm getting ready to go back to that. Sorry. We have to realize how blackness has been used in the media, all right? Black is evil, black is undesirable. And share with you a couple of ads. This one particular ad comes from Benetton Company, an Italian clothing company, which has as this campaign the slogan, "The United Colors of Benetton." And in all of their ads, they usually show a person of African ancestry and a person of European ancestry, the two extremes of the color spectrum, in order to sell their products. Here is one particular ad. Okay? Okay? Here you see a very angelic, blonde-haired, blue-eyed European child standing next to an African brother whose hair has been cut in the shape of horns, reinforcing the lie that black is evil and white is good. So if your children don't understand this, then they're going to begin to see this and accept this as a normal fact of life. We have a responsibility to do everything possible to change our children's perceptions of themselves. Another example of this theme of black being evil and white being good. Here is an ad from a short-lived television program on ABC about 10 years ago. The program is entitled Good and Evil. It's about two sisters. Good sister is dressed in white. The word good is written in white letters, has a halo over the G. The evil sister is dressed in black. The word evil is written in black letters, has horns coming out of the E and a tail coming out of the L. Again, reinforcing the lie that you all, blackness is evil, white is pure and godly. And so when we begin to become aware of these issues, begin to become more sensitive to these issues, and try to raise the level of consciousness, raise the level of sensitivity among our folk, they often tell us, you know, you're just too black. You know, how can I be too black? It's what I am. I've never heard anyone accuse a Korean of being too Korean or a Jew of being too Jewish. You are who you are. You are who the Creator made you to be. So it is your obligation, it is your responsibility to be the best person you are. So even within my family, because my life is essentially no different from yours. You know, those of you who come to the lectures here, who hear the various speakers talk about our history and our culture, and they go back home and try to share this information with your husbands or your wives, your girlfriends, your boyfriends, family members, they look at you like you're crazy. And where you coming here with that African stuff, you know? We don't need that, right? They don't want to hear it because they have been conditioned to accept European perceptions of Africans, of blackness. But we've got to work overtime. We've got to love those folk because they've been brainwashed, just as we have been brainwashed, just as we are still brainwashed, all right? But we've got to work overtime to change our perceptions of self, our perceptions of the world. In one particular instance, I had an opportunity, a very wonderful opportunity, to share with my family members the value of understanding who we are and protecting our images. In this one particular example, we had a birthday party for my mother, a surprise birthday party for my mother. Family came down to Washington from Chicago for a surprise birthday party. And friends of my mother who had worked with her in Chicago, who were not able to come, sent cards and sent gifts. And as we were sitting around the table opening the gifts, she opened a card from two white co-workers that she had known for years, for over 20 years when she worked in Chicago. And they sent her this card. All right? Card reads, card reads, no gifts, no drugs, no sex. It has a picture of this fat black woman wearing a black dress with horns on her head and a pitchfork, holding a pitchfork. Okay? Inside of the card reads, the front of the card reads, no gifts, no drugs, no sex. The inside of the card reads, welcome to birthday hell. But to make a bad situation worse, my mother's good European friend wrote a note. And the note said, Annie, this is such a terrible card for such a great occasion, but the devil made us do it. Huh? So my question to her is, now these are your good friends. These are people who like you. All right? And they sent you this card insulting you, insulting your family. Do you think for 1 minute that they would send this card to a white person? No. Because of their perceptions of us. It's all right to denigrate us, and we're supposed to laugh. It's funny. And see, that's part of the problem. We laugh too much at stuff that ain't funny. We need to begin to understand the power and the value of determining what our values are and holding everyone accountable for maintaining those values, whether they want to or not. All right? So, as we begin to become aware of ourselves, of our history and our culture, we begin to understand the power of information, the ability of information to transform consciousness, which leads us to the fourth step. The fourth step is information is power, but power is nothing without control. As a result of seeking out information, coming to lectures, reading books, we're able to begin to expand our perceptions of selves and our perceptions of the world. But one very critically important component that we have to begin to look at is that everything that we've been exposed to comes out of books, comes out of tapes and lectures. We have to begin to question the sources of that information. See, because if the information that we're accessing, if the information that we're using to liberate ourselves is flawed, then it means that our attempt to liberate ourselves is also going to be flawed. The information can empower you if it's accurate information and if it's used correctly, but it can slow down your progress, your development, if you aren't truly able to understand the quality of the information that you have. Information is power, but power is nothing without control. So you have to begin to control the sources of information that you have at your disposal. Right? There's an ad that I saw that I think really gives heart to this term, to this concept. Information is power, but power is nothing without control. It's an advertising campaign that was produced for Pirelli Tires, the Italian tire company. And they have opted to use Carl Lewis as the spokesperson for their product. And so they have a series of ads where Carl Lewis in the ads, and here's just one example, Carl Lewis in the ads is the personification of the tire. He's even wearing a jogging outfit that has on it a tread design. So he is the tire, he is the Pirelli tire. And they show him performing impossible feats, which suggests that these tires will allow your car to do similar things. And again, the tagline is, power is nothing without control. The power of your vehicle means nothing if you can't control it, if you don't have the right tires when the rubber meets the road, all right? And in this particular instance, Carl Lewis is shown running on water. And the line underneath it says, Pirelli tires handle water in ways that you've never imagined, which suggests to the viewer that these tires will help your car prevent the hydroplaning when you drive on wet surfaces, okay? That's significant. When I was traveling in England a couple of years ago, I saw an ad that was a part of this advertising campaign that I had not seen in the United States, okay? Had Carl Lewis selling Pirelli tires, but showed him in a very unflattering light. Power is nothing without control. Shows Carl Lewis with 5-inch high heels. All right? It was his butt stuck up in the air, right? Reinforcing those rumors about Carl's sexual orientation, right? But the issue is this. It's a disgusting ad that was prominently displayed on billboards all over Europe. All over Europe. But it's significant to understand why Pirelli executives made a decision not to run the ad in the United States, because they were afraid that this ad would be offensive to you and that you all would boycott their products. So they made a decision, a very clear decision, to only run this ad in Europe, where Africans living in Europe had no power. Okay? So they're telling you very clearly, if you can't control your power, then others have no reason to respect you. All right? So as we move forward with the acquisition of knowledge and information, we've got to empower ourselves with that information. If not, no reason for people to respect us, because we are not acting, we're not moving in a manner that commands respect. See, respect comes not necessarily as a result of what you say, because talk is cheap, and we've been talking too long. Respect comes from what you do. Respect comes from the legacy that you established and pass on to those who come behind you. That lets people know, that sets down a record of your seriousness. All right? So we've got to begin to understand what it takes to use knowledge and information to empower ourselves to change the world. Now, as we begin to do that, as we begin to change our minds, we will begin to understand the value of this fifth step, which is to empower your mind and begin to learn to see the world through African eyes and learn to appreciate the view. Because of the fact that we live in a society which denigrates everything that is African, we have been programmed, our people have been programmed to reject Africa. Why should I travel to Africa? I can go to Europe, I can go to France, I can go to England, I can go to Germany. What's in Africa? Right? We don't understand the value of Africa. Right? And so, as a result, even the things that have come from Africa, the perceptions of the things that have come from Africa have been changed by non-Africans in such a way to drive us away from it, even on a psychological level. So let me ask a question of you. Let me just do a little survey in the house to find out the extent to which all of us have been affected by conditions of racism and white supremacy. Can you make out that image? You know what that is? What is it? Wait a minute. I'm hearing different things. Some people saying it's a Sphinx, right? Everybody says it's a Sphinx, raise your hand. All right. Everybody who thinks it's something else, raise your hand. All right. So most of the people in this room think that this is the Sphinx. All right. What we have to realize is that this is not a Sphinx. You've been taught, you've been trained, you've been conditioned to believe that it's a Sphinx. How can you call, Sphinx is a Greek word. How can you call something that was created by Africans over 3,000 years before Greece was established, how can you call it by a Greek name? And what is the significance of that name, and how does it affect your perceptions of this thing? All right? Let me show you. Brothers and sisters, that is the Sphinx. That's a Sphinx. Okay? Sphinx is a Greek word which means to strangle or to hold. All right? It's a Greek word that means to strangle or to hold. And even in many of the words that we used in the language today, many of the words are derived from Greek. Matter of fact, in the medical profession, there are muscles in the body which are called sphincter muscles, which do what this Greek sphinx did, to strangle or to restrict the flow of something. The pupil of your eye is a sphincter muscle. Every time the brother turns on this light, my pupil shrinks in order to restrict the amount of light coming into my eye so that I can see. All right? You all are sitting on a sphincter muscle right now. All right? When you get diarrhea, it doesn't work, right? You understand? You understand the value of certain things being able to control the flow of certain things, right? But the whole concept of the Sphinx comes from a story written by the Greek playwright Sophocles around 450 BCE. He wrote a play called Oedipus and the Sphinx. And in this play, in this story, and it's very important that we understand this story and its relationship to us as African people. In this story, which is a story of Oedipus Rex, became the prototype, the blueprint for all the Greek tragedies. It is the quintessential Greek tragedy. In this story, there was this Sphinx, this monster that had the head and breast of a woman, the body of a lion. The reason why it had the head and breast of a woman was because the Greeks didn't think very much of women. They believed that women were one level above scum. Greeks believed that women were inherently evil. All right? Women were a necessary evil used only to bring other male children in the world. All right? We have to begin to put this history and this culture in its correct context. The Greeks were the first so-called civilization to legitimize the concept of homosexuality. They believed that the greatest love that a man could ever experience is the love of another man. All right? And so they demoralized women at every given opportunity. And so they made the Sphinx a woman. And the Sphinx was a woman which was perched on a cliff alongside of a road which led to the city of Thebes in Greece. And the Sphinx asked the question of every person who wandered down that road. That question we now know today, it's been handed down from generation to generation, coming from the European tradition. The question we now know today is the riddle of the Sphinx. And in essence, that question is a test of one's higher order thinking, one's cognitive abilities. All right? The riddle of the Sphinx was what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs in the evening. And the more legs that it walks on, the weaker it becomes. All right? The test, the riddle was a test of your cognitive abilities because you weren't supposed to take it literally. You have to learn to read between the lines to understand the hidden message, and then to determine your response based upon your own personal experiences. But everyone who tried to answer, well, it's a 3-headed monster for so-and-so, everyone who couldn't answer that riddle was strangled by the Sphinx. Hence the word Sphinx means today to strangle or to hold. That's the history behind this word. The only person who successfully answered the riddle was this man named Oedipus, who was leaving his homeland in the northern part of Greece because he accidentally discovered, when he talked to the oracles, he discovered his destiny was to murder his father. And he was raised in the household of the king. His father was the king and loved his father so that rather than fulfill his destiny, he decided to leave his homeland and go someplace else. And as he was traveling to Thebes, his destination, he came upon this monster, the Sphinx, which said to him in a booming voice, what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs in the evening. The more legs that it walks on, the weaker it becomes. And Oedipus knew that if he didn't answer that riddle, he would be murdered. So he thought about it, gave it some serious thought, and then gave the only conceivable answer based upon examining his own personal life, and came up with the answer, man. Why? Because in the morning of his life, man as a child crawls on 4 legs. In the afternoon of his life as an adult stands erect on 2 legs. In the evening of his life as an elder walks with a cane of 3 legs. So after having given the Sphinx the correct answer, the Sphinx then committed suicide by jumping off of a cliff. Oedipus then was free to continue his journey to Thebes. He came to Thebes and told the people of his encounter with the Sphinx and how he answered the riddle and the Sphinx committed suicide. And the people of Thebes were so happy because the Sphinx had been terrorizing the countryside for years, and they decided to honor the bravery of Oedipus by allowing him to become the new king. Because their king, Laius, had left to go on a journey and never returned, and they assumed that he was killed by the Sphinx. So they allowed Oedipus to become the ruler of this land. They even allowed Oedipus to marry the widow of the former king, Jocasta. So Oedipus married Jocasta. They had a couple of kids. They were doing well. I mean, things were really rolling in Thebes for a number of years. And then things began to fall apart. Everything started going wrong. Oedipus called the oracles to come and let him know what the problem was, tell him what he could do to solve the problem. The oracles told Oedipus things will continue to go bad for you and your city until the murderer of King Laius is found and forced to atone for his sins. So he sent men out to scour the countryside to find out who killed King Laius. Right. A few weeks later, a guy came back in and said, King, I got some good news, got some bad news. Good news is I found the murderer of the king. The bad news is it's you. Okay? So remember, you said the oracle told you that you were going to kill your father, the king, in the other land? And so you left so that you wouldn't fulfill your destiny? And as you were traveling to Thebes, you encountered this man and got into an argument with this man and killed him? Well, that man was Laius. Laius was your true father. See, because when you were born to him in Thebes, he consulted the oracles, and the oracle said that his son would kill him. So he gave you to a man who was supposed to kill you, take you out into the countryside and kill you, but the man couldn't bear to kill you, this innocent baby, so he wound up taking you to this kingdom far away, and you were brought up in the household of this king, the man that you thought was your father, okay? So when Oedipus found out the truth, when his wife/mother found out the truth, she committed suicide. And Oedipus, upon discovering that his mother killed herself, took 2 pieces of glass and blinded himself, stabbed his eyes out because he could not bear to see the world that he created. Murdered his father, married his mother, and produced 3 children, Okay? So we have to begin to understand how certain concepts come into being and have been passed down from generation to generation. We have to begin to understand those concepts and how they affect us. We have to determine what is valuable to us and what needs to be flushed down the toilet. The story of Oedipus, Laius, and Jocasta is a story of European family values. All right? It represents European family values. Let me give you some historical data. I'm not just making this up. I looked to a very prominent Jewish psychiatrist named Sigmund Freud, father of modern psychoanalytical thought, who worked with nothing but European patients. And in having his patients lay down on his sofa and describe their problems to him, he saw a pattern. And the pattern that he saw, he referred to as the Oedipus complex, which was a desire on the part of his male patients to murder their daddy so they can have sex with their mama. I'm not making this up now. So we have to begin to look at that and put that issue in its correct historical context. And we have to be able to contrast that issue and that image with this one. So you should never, as long as you live, ever refer to this as a Sphinx. You do your ancestors a disservice. One of the names for this statue, one of the African names for this statue is Heremaket. H-E-R-E-M-A-K-H-E-T, Heremaket, which means Heru on the horizon. This statue is one of the oldest statues ever made by human beings, 240 feet long, 66 feet high. It is a statue that has the head of a man, specifically the head of Heru. Who is Heru? The son of God. All right, so let's look at this African family for a second and then contrast it to the European family and determine whose view of the world, whose perception of reality, whose perception of family values should we follow, okay? Within the story that came out of Kemet, Heru's father was named Asar. His mother was named Aset. So we have Asar, Aset, and their son Heru, who we know better by their Greek names. Asar was known by the Greeks as Osiris. Aset was known by the Greeks as Isis. Heru was known by the Greeks as Horus. Okay? So Asar and Aset and Heru. Asar was regarded in the myth of ancient Kemet, the country that we now know by its Greek name, Egypt. Okay? He was the first ruler of Kemet. He brought civilization, he brought writing, he brought agriculture to the people, and was loved by everyone except his brother, who had a problem, who was envious with his accomplishments. He was murdered by his brother, Set. Body was cut into 14 pieces and scattered throughout the land. Asar's wife, Aset, went out and found all of the pieces of her husband's body, wrapped them in a shroud, buried it. It took her 72 days to find all of the pieces and to adequately memorialize her husband, prepare his body for burial. That 72 days is the length of time that the ancient kings of Kemet used for the embalming process, 72 days, based upon this story, all right? And so Aset buried her husband and honored his memory and grieved over his loss, not only because of the fact that he was a great king, but also because of the fact that she was a virgin. They never consummated their marriage vows. And so Asar, the spirit of Asar, saw his wife grieving. And so one evening, his spirit came and impregnated his wife, Aset. And then 9 months later, she gave birth to a son, Heru, who was born on the same day as his father, same birth date as his father, December the 25th. Okay? He was born, this is a story which comes out of Africa over 6,000 years ago. Okay? Heru was born specifically to avenge the murder of his father and to reclaim his father's throne on earth. He did battle with Set, and if any of you have ever gone to Kemet at the temple of Edfu, you'll see on the side of the temple a panel, 12 panels of Heru doing battle with Set. And then in the 13th panel, then Set is chained, is confined, and then Heru is prepared to ascend to the throne of ancient Kemet. So Heru then becomes the model for the hero, the model of virtue, the model of one who preserves the family honor. And then he then becomes the legitimate heir to the throne of Kemet. He becomes the symbol for divine rulership in Kemet. And then after Asar had done these things, after Heru had done these things, Asar then, being vindicated in death, is resurrected from the grave. He is resurrected, and then he takes his place on the throne of judgment and determines whether or not the souls who come before him on judgment day will go to heaven or to hell. All right? So you see within this African story, love between a woman and her husband, undying devotion on the part of the woman, love for the husband to come back and plant his seed in his wife so that their child could then come forth and continue the legacy of the family. And then a son honoring his family's legacy, his father's legacy, restoring his father's name. Those are African family values. Those are the issues that we should be focusing on and passing on to our children, and not the Greek freaky concepts and ideas that have been destroying our spirit for so many years. So when you begin to see the world through African eyes, you learn to appreciate who you are and the legacy of those who came before you. First 5 steps are a treatment for helping you reclaim your African mind. The next 4 steps deal with the African body. And let me run through them rather briefly, because I really want to focus on the 4 steps that relate to the African spirit, okay? Step 6 is become aware of the uniqueness of your African body. Now, essentially what I mean by that is the fact that we've been led to believe that since we all are human beings, that we're all the same, which is not true. There is a fundamental difference between humans as they evolve from one stage of life to another, And there's also a fundamental differences between humans of other ethnic groups, various ethnic groups. We are not all the same. Sunlight does not affect us the same way it affects Europeans. Certain foods do not affect us the same way that they affect Europeans. So then it becomes critically important for us that we begin to understand those fundamental differences that make us who and what we are, and realize that those differences are not things that make us less than someone else or better than someone else. They just make us different. So when you begin to understand what those differences are and build on those differences, then you truly can be the best person possible. But you cannot expect those who've been responsible for miseducating you, for enslaving you, to tell you what those differences are and to show you how to accentuate your being. It's not in their best interest to do so, all right? It's our job, it's our responsibility. And once you begin to become aware of those differences, then step 7 tells us to develop cultural and holistic approaches to health. Because there are ways, specific ways that we must address specific problems that we have. There are specific things that we need to be aware of in order to maintain our health. Certain foods that we should not be eating. Certain things that we should not be drinking. As a result of us understanding what those foods and those drinks do to our bodies. Step number 8 is to become aware of our mind-body relationships. This is important because within the medical community, predominantly the European American medical community, there is a newly emerging field of medicine, which is mind-body medicine. European physicians are just now beginning to acknowledge the fact that the mind affects the body. What you think, how you think, determines your body's ability to defend itself against illness. What you think and how you think determines your body's ability to heal itself when you are ill. Okay? Now, this is knowledge and information that African healers, the Native American healers, that Asian healers have known for thousands of years. But it is just now being rediscovered by Europeans. And so, again, we have to begin to understand the power and the value of seeing ourselves through our own eyes and empowering ourselves, healing ourselves by utilizing this knowledge and information for our own personal benefit. Now, let me share with you some images that speak to this issue, particularly with regards to health. What is that image? Caduceus, okay? It is a symbol for medicine, right? Now, I would bet you $100 that if you went to your doctor, next time you go to your doctor, and ask him or her if they can tell you what this symbol is, I guarantee you they can't. They don't know, because they've never been taught the meaning of the symbol, the true meaning of this symbol. They use it, but they don't know what it means. They don't realize, number one, that this symbol is African. It comes from Kemet, from Egypt. They also don't understand that this symbol is a symbol for the human body. It represents you. All right? The various components within this symbol, the ball at the top of the symbol represents your mind. The staff that extends from the ball is a symbol which represents your spinal column. The two serpents intertwined around the staff represent the flow of energy, whether it's electrical energy that moves through your spinal column, or whether it's the flow of blood, the circulatory system through your body. It represents the flow of energy through your body. Your body is comprised of several systems. And in order for those systems to function adequately, they must be able to move from one point to another without any impediments. When they are able to do that, then your body will be free from illness. And so the wings represent the body's ability to liberate itself as a result of it being whole. But when there are obstacles, when you eat the wrong foods, when you think incorrectly, then you begin to establish blockages within your body, which impede the flow of blood, the flow of electrical energy, the flow of hormones within your body, which then causes a blockage. And then illness to become, it literally breaks up the ease which exists within your system and creates a condition of dis-ease. And you become ill at the sight of that disturbance. And then you go to somebody who doesn't understand the significance of this system, doesn't understand the significance of your body to heal you. And you wonder why you keep getting sick. You wonder why doctors practice medicine? All right? Why they practice, right? But let me share with you. Let me share with you the importance of this symbol and help to put it within an African context. Again, because one of the beautiful things is once you begin to get on the path of learning to understand and appreciate your history and your culture and those things related to your culture, then you can find things everywhere you go that will reinforce your value as a person, okay? Here is a drawing of Jehuti. Jehuti is the Kemetic or Egyptian Netcher or god who is associated with science, medicine, and healing. This particular drawing comes from the temple of Seti I in Abydos. And on the wall is this carving of Jehuti holding in his left hand 2 staffs. And intertwined around each staff is a serpent. And each serpent has on his head a crown. One crown represents Upper Egypt, the other crown represents Lower Egypt. Each staff has a flower at its top. One flower is the lotus flower, the other flower is the papyrus flower, symbols of Upper and Lower Kemet. So these 2 symbols represent not only the nation of Upper and Lower Kemet, but they also represent the regions, the upper and lower regions of your body. So Jehuti is holding both of these symbols in his left hand. And in his right hand, he is holding an Ankh, the key of life, the symbol of life. And he is holding this Ankh to the nostrils of the king, Seti I. He is giving life to the king, making him whole, making him stable so that he can continue to rule his body and the land, okay? So the symbol of the caduceus, the Greek symbol of the caduceus, is nothing more than these 2 serpents combined into one particular symbol. Now, let me take you on a historical journey. Jehuti was the African Netcher associated with science, writing, medicine, healing. When Kemet was conquered by the Greeks in 332 BCE, the Greeks then took this history, took these symbols, Hellenized them, and then incorporated them within the Greek system of science, of medicine. And they took this image of Jehuti, Hellenized him, and he became known to the Greeks as Hermes. Hermes is the god of medicine. And you see Hermes holding on his shoulder the caduceus, the staff of Hermes, the symbol of the medical profession. You'll also see that Hermes has a hat with wings on his head, and also wings on his feet, representing swiftness of thought and swiftness of the body. All right? The 2 regions of the body that are moving with speed, moving with direction, moving with a purpose. So the essence of the caduceus has been embodied in the symbol of Hermes. When the Romans conquered Egypt in 30 BCE, they took everything that the Greeks had taken from the Egyptians, Latinized it, and then made it their own creation. So then the Greeks took Hermes and made him Mercury. Okay? Same personality is going through two different transformations, right? And you see Mercury. Mercury is the same as the little FTD man, okay? Mercury is also the messenger of the gods, right? He's carrying the same symbols. These symbols also speak to you, speak to processes which take place within your body. And if you begin to understand how to interpret these symbols correctly, then they can be your keys to a long and healthy life. Because they are telling you that there are certain ways that you have to begin to see your life as an African person in order to be whole, in order to be healthy. The 9th step is entitled Familiarize Yourself with the Mysteries of Melanin. All right? And this step is designed specifically to help us deal with a very important aspect of life, which for so many years, knowledge of which has been intentionally withheld from us, right? Based upon the fact that every person, every living being on this planet has melanin in their bodies. Those who have greater degrees of melanin are going to be darker. Greater degrees of melanin in their skin are going to be darker. But you not only have melanin in your skin, but you also have it in every vital organ within your body. There are melanated centers, black centers, where melanin comes from the Greek word melanos, which means black. So there are black centers within your body which regulate the growth, development, and function of those organs, your brain, your heart, your intestines, the reproduction centers, are all centers within your body that are energized with melanin, energized by melanin. Within your brain, there's an organ within your body called the pineal gland, which sits in the center of the brain and regulates the secretion of hormones. Hormones are those chemical messages which flow from your pineal gland and pituitary gland, which regulate practically every element within your body, every function within your body. Hormones are described as chemical messages from the brain. The word hormone is derived from the Greek word Hermes. Hermes was considered to be the messenger of the gods. All right? And what that allegory refers to is the fact that Hermes represented the flow of knowledge and information from God to the lesser gods and to men. Hermes then, hormones represents the flow of information, the flow of knowledge, chemical substances from your brain, God, to the lesser gods, the various organs within your body. All right? Now, the pineal gland was for decades considered by European physicians to be a gland within the body which served no function whatsoever. How did they reach that conclusion? They reached that conclusion because for years they were studying the pineal glands of white folk. Just like Sigmund Freud came to the conclusion of the Oedipus complex based upon studying white folk. And then they tried to impose that view on everybody else in the world. You can't accept that. Europeans, and 85% of the European population, the pineal gland is a small calcified organ. Calcified, it is turned into a bone because of the lack of the flow of blood and other substances into and out of this organ. It wasn't until the 1970s when an increasingly larger and larger numbers of African Americans were sent over to Vietnam, died in the war, and every person that died, an autopsy was performed on every person that died. And it was only when military physicians were performing autopsies on the brains of these brothers that they began to realize that the pineal gland wasn't calcified in these brothers. And they saw, wait a minute, something is happening.
It's calcified within 85% of the Europeans that they performed autopsies on, but it's not calcified within 85% of the African Americans. So they began to do some research on the pineal gland, and they began to rewrite the functions of the pineal gland. So if you look at medical texts before the 1970s, they would tell you that the pineal gland is a calcified gland and serves no function within the human body. You look at medical texts today, and they would tell you now that the pineal gland is one of the most important glands within the body. It is regarded by many as the master gland within the body. Regulates the secretion of essential hormones that are critically important to your development as a person. But it does not function within 85% of the European population. All right? Pineal gland secretes two hormones. It is the presence of sunlight on your skin, the presence of sunlight that travels along the optic nerves in your eye that stimulates the pineal gland to produce and to secrete two very important hormones, melatonin and serotonin. Melatonin is manufactured during the day. The presence of sunlight causes your body to manufacture melatonin. It is manufactured during the day and is secreted by the pineal gland in the evening. Serotonin is a hormone that is manufactured during the evening and is secreted during the day. These two hormones and their relationship to one another are essential for human development. Europeans only 2 years ago have developed a way to synthesize melatonin. So you'll notice within the last 2 years, melatonin has been touted as this new wonder drug that can readjust your body clock, the circadian rhythms which affect your mood. The melatonin can increase your sex drive. It is an anti-aging hormone. It has all of these attributes which cause it to be heralded as one of the most significant substances that the human body needs in order to survive. It's something that 85% of the European population does not produce, but it's something that all of you all create every single day. Okay? So, the key is that you have to begin to realize that you don't need to buy melatonin. Number one, it is a synthetic drug. And you all don't need to put anything artificial in your body. All you need to understand is that there are certain things that you can eat. Greens, huh? All right? Certain vegetables, certain fruits that you can eat that enhance the production of melatonin within your body. It does it naturally. All right? And then you need to begin to understand something about what this secretion of melatonin does within your body. It allows you to experience a greater state of calm and ease. It allows you to literally reconnect with the level of spiritual consciousness. Melatonin accounts for this thing that we call soul, that makes us walk, talk, act, sing, and perform on the football court, football field, basketball court differently than folk who don't have it. This is a real functioning component of your body, right? And so in this particular step, in the 9th step, we talk specifically about what we need to know about this substance, how we can enhance it, how we can utilize it in order to help us improve the quality of our lives. And I mentioned before that melatonin accounts for this thing that we call soul, this thing that allows us to have this very special relationship, this intimate relationship with God. Go to a black church, go to a white church, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay? Look at our relationship with our ancestors. Something that we realize is real. They refer to as necromancy, voodoo, hoodoo, some superstitious stuff. But there is something that happens when this hormone is secreted in the evening hours, primarily between the hours of 3 and 6 a.m., that enhances the quality of your dreams and allows you to communicate with your ancestors, allows them to come to speak to you, to guide you, to direct you, to help you move through life. Now, people who don't have this ability are naturally going to tell you that it's evil, that you're engaging in something that is superstitious, something that is going to be detrimental to your well-being. But this is what I believe accounts for every one of you being in the room today and having your minds intact, because there are those who came before you, your ancestors, who speak to you at night, who guide you and help you make your decisions, who protect you in life, all right? And we cannot afford to turn our backs on them. If anything, we need to strengthen that bond, strengthen that relationship that we have with them, all right? And make it a more internal part of ourselves. Moving to the next component that deals with the African spirit. Step 10 employs us to begin to understand and to interpret religious imagery. Talked before about the power of the media to influence our thoughts and our behaviors. When you look at the fact that by virtue of the fact that our ancestors were enslaved by Europeans who were primarily Christians, then as enslaved Africans, we took on the religion of our enslavers. So many of us are still Christians because of this connection. But when you begin to research the history of Christianity, you will find that the essence of this spiritual system came from Africa. As I was telling you all the story of Asar and Heru, as I was talking about the spirit of Asar coming back and impregnating his wife Aset, and then she giving birth to a son on December the 25th, the same day as his father, all right? And as I talked about Heru moving through earth to restore his father's kingdom. And after he had done that, then his father was resurrected from the grave. All of these elements within the story sound very familiar, don't they? And they should. Because this is a story that comes from an African tradition that has been co-opted by Europeans. Not only has the story been co-opted, but the images associated with that story have been co-opted. Think about this. Think about this. If the Bible is a book which talks about the relationship of men and women to God, and many of those relationships took place in Africa, Egypt and Ethiopia are mentioned in the Bible more than any other country, then what you're reading about is a story of African spirituality. But how is it that all of the images of those very same people in that book that we have been introduced to, how is it that all of those images are now white? Okay? Now, just follow the train of thought. Follow the train of thought in order for you to begin to do the work necessary to move forward and to liberate yourself. If someone would break into your home, murder your people, enslave your people, sell your people, then how qualified are they to teach you about God?
Go ahead, brother. I like that.
I mean, just think about the basics. How qualified are they? Because their very actions are ungodlike. Why, if the European just followed 2 of the 10 commandments, we wouldn't be here. We'd still be at home in Africa, enjoying a quality of life that we can't even imagine. So not only did they distort the story of African people, but they changed those images in order to sell you a lie. And if someone would lie to you about God, then the question is, what won't they lie to you about? So we have to begin to learn to interpret religious imagery for our sake, for our spiritual sake. Okay? Step number 11 tells us to learn to honor the memory of our ancestors. Why is that important? It's important because when our ancestors were murdered, were enslaved, when we were brought over on the ships and forbidden to speak the language of our people, to practice the history and culture of our people, we were also forbidden from attempting to reconnect with the spiritual memory of our ancestors. And we were told that it was evil. Such practices were superstitious. Such practices were ungodlike. And so as a result of us internalizing these lies and distancing ourselves from our ancestral sources of power, we have been suffering like never before. Think about it from the standpoint that every people who have come to this shore, to America, everyone outside of the indigenous inhabitants, I don't even like to call them Native Americans because that name doesn't even relate, doesn't even do them justice. Everybody who came here basically came with their own free will, except us. They came with their history, their culture, their language, their philosophy, and their God concepts intact. And they understand the value and the power of honoring the memory of their ancestors. So they have holidays or holy days set aside to honor George Washington. The Irish have St. Patrick. The Italians have Christopher Columbus. All of these folk here, all of these Americans here understand the value of honoring their European ancestors. Why? Because that is their direct connection to a spiritual force which allows them to continue to exist on the physical level. Basic information necessary for your survival. And so as a result of us not learning to, as a result of us being, number one, miseducated, and not understanding the power or the value of reconnecting with the story of those who came before us, then we forget about what happened to our ancestors. For those of you who've ever gone to West Africa, to Ghana, Senegal, forget about these images which should be etched in our minds. The millions of men who were chained in the slave dungeons. And it wasn't until I went to West Africa several years ago that I began to understand the importance of what happened to us and honoring the memory of those who died. I saw in those dungeons, and it's very clearly marked, rooms for the men. And again, I remind you now, these were families who were stolen from their homeland. I mean, it's just like us sitting here in the theater this evening, having a family meeting, a family discussion, and thugs busting through that doorway and putting us all into railroad boxcars and taking us to God knows where. And you never seen your home again, never seen your children, your wives, your family members again. This is something that happened to us for hundreds of years by the millions. There were dungeons where the women were placed for weeks and months on end until those ships came. And they were led from those ships into the door of no return, and they were never to see home again. It's important to understand historical reality that the first slave ship that took our ancestors away from home was a slave ship called the Jesus. It's important to understand that when those enslavers filled up those ships with the Africans, they would make it a point to load first on the ship one man and one woman who they would record in the ship's log as Adam and Eve. And every other person that boarded that ship was given a number, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that ship was packed with as many people as that ship could hold. It's important to understand that when these ships set sail for North America, Mexico, or South America, it was believed that if these ships set sail on a Sunday, the Lord would bless their journey. This process went on for over 400 years. One particular image I want to share with you, and these last two images we got from Haile Gerima. They were stills from the movie Sankofa that we incorporated in my daughter's book, Africa on My Mind, Reflections of My Second Trip. This particular photograph is key. This is a photograph that was taken in the late 1800s, a photograph of a captured slave ship. It was an Arab slave ship, okay? And can't really see it clear enough, but there's about 50 people, Africans, on the deck of the ship. This ship was commandeered by British, who then took these Africans back home, all right? But they took these photographs to document what was going on in Africa at that particular time. So there's a group of about 50 people on the deck of this ship. Now, it's important to note that all of these people are children who range in age from about 4 or 5 to 17, 18, and 19. All children. You realize nobody was spared. Matter of fact, they had a desire to get children because children were easier to break. Didn't have to worry about resistance for them. Plus, they would last longer. Because all we were labor. We had no rights. They didn't even see us as human beings. They didn't even see us as possessing a soul. Still don't, huh? So the question is, what do we see? Because of the fact that many of us have accepted their indoctrination, their interpretation of us, many of us don't see a person of value when we walk down the street and see our brothers or sisters. So we have to begin to understand the power of honoring our ancestors and begin to realize that when we come to gatherings and pour a libation and call on the ancestors to be in our midst and bless our gatherings, you all got to realize that you can't continue to call the ancestors and then not do anything with their power. Because if you do, they'll realize that you're just playing around, wasting their time, and they will stop coming. And you think you in trouble now, you ain't seen trouble until they turn their back on you. Okay? Step number 12. Almost done. Step number 12 is entitled, Learn to Prepare Yourself for War and Peace. Essentially, what we're saying here is that if you understand the 11 previously stated steps and understand the reality of those steps, then you'll begin to realize that we have been living under conditions of war all of our lives. We have to begin to realize that war is not always a direct physical confrontation. There are many types of warfare. Psychological warfare, economic warfare, biological warfare, mental warfare, spiritual warfare, economic warfare, educational warfare. We have been under assault. Our ancestors have been under assault from the moment they set foot on these shores. So then we have to begin to realize where we are and then determine specific strategies to allow us to exist in this point in time. And it's important, it's critically important because of the fact that 99.9% of us ain't never going to Africa. We're gonna spend our lives right here. So if you're gonna stay here, then you need to be aware of everything that is happening so that you can make the most of your time on these shores. And so in this particular step we talk about, I make reference to an ancient Chinese book entitled The Art of War. A book that, Sister is correct, that everybody should read, but it's important to note, I ran into a friend of mine at a presentation I did, a friend of mine from college, who now works for one of the military departments. And she shared with me after the presentation, she said, Tony, you know, at the War College, they still use the art of war. Right? They also use the battle strategies of Hannibal are still being taught in the War College. I want you to understand this now. They have a military university in Washington, D.C. called the War College, where they study warfare. Okay? And in the book, The Art of War, the writer talks about specific things that you need to know in order to fight a war and win. All right? And he references, let me just briefly highlight some of these steps so that you could begin to become aware of the essence of war and how it exists on several different levels. And I just referenced only 8 points, but there's a number that bear reading and studying. One is to know your objectives. You always must have a clear vision of your goal, or your life will have no purpose. 2, you have to develop a plan, and you have to be consistent with the strategies and methods inherent within that plan. 3, you must master deep knowledge of the universe, knowledge of your relationship with everything within the universe. 4, you have to begin to become invincible. The key to invincibility means that you must know and understand your enemy better than your enemy knows and understands you. 5, you must be invisible. By that he means you got to keep your mouth shut. Keep your plans secret until you are ready to execute them, and then move with all deliberate speed, okay? 7, they talk about being strong. Being strong is more than just physical strength. You do have to deal with physical strength. We all need to exercise. I don't need to be out walking or riding your bikes or jogging, getting some fresh air, getting some exercise. You also need to exercise your mind. Turn off the television. Turn off the radio. Pick up a book or engage someone in a meaningful dialogue, because your mind, just like any other muscle within your body, atrophies through non-use. All right? And it will not be able to serve you if and when you need it. The last point that I reference here is strive to win without fighting. And he states that it's always best to win a war by not fighting one. Huh? What's he saying? You know, you win a war by not fighting one. What that means is that you so totally prepare yourself to defend what you have that your enemy knows not to mess with you. Those folk are crazy. I want to have no parts of them. All right? Now, how do you begin to cultivate this ability to appreciate what you have so that you're willing to give your life to protect it? You do that by cultivating peace, harmony within yourself, finding peace within your soul. So you begin to truly love and appreciate who and what you are. Love yourself such that you understand that you aren't going, that you understand, first of all, that we are spiritual beings with a physical body, and that our bodies are temples. Temples are sacred structures which should not be violated by vile speech, thought, or substances. Okay? So when you begin to honor your body in that regard, then you will begin to find the center of peace that exists within you. And that peace then will guide and direct your thoughts and actions. And you will be able to tap into this unlimited reservoir of knowledge and power, which has always been available to you, always at your disposal. Once you begin to tap into that realm of consciousness, then literally you are able to remove yourself from illness, from mental and physical distress, from poverty. Because we live in a universe where there is no poverty. And when you understand the fact that all money is a tool, money is an instrument to transform your life. Money is not the end, it is a means to the end. And that when you are living in harmony with your Creator, and the Spirit of the Creator flows through you, then money is never a problem. You will always have the money that you need to do anything that you need to do, as long as it is the right thing. Huh? Along that same line, if you understand the nature of your relationship, the potential of your relationship with the Creator, then illnesses and diseases are practically non-existent. If the Creator dwells within you, then you have within this body everything you need to heal yourself and stay strong. Illnesses are a physical manifestation of your separation from the Creator. Huh? So it is by finding peace and allowing your true spirit to manifest itself in everything that you do, that you will then be able to cultivate the ability to create heaven here on earth. That's the divinity that exists within you. That's the power that every person in this room has. And so when you can create this paradise here on earth, beginning first with your body, then next with your home, then your community, then your city, then you will begin to understand the value of doing whatever is necessary to maintain the peace. Which means that if someone comes in to your household, to your community, to threaten what you have, then you do whatever is necessary to take them out. You're crazy not to. It's bizarre that as a people, we're the only ones who believe that we have to love our enemy, turn the other cheek. I ain't never seen the United States, never saw the United States love the Vietnamese, never see them love the Japanese during World War II, never see them love Germany or Italy. They understand that sometimes it is necessary to go to war to maintain peace. All right? So we've got to understand that. We strive to achieve peace, but we also have to be ready to protect ourselves. The last step, the 13th step, is to learn to live in the new America. This country is changing dramatically. Okay? So much so that there was a report in the newspaper 2 weeks ago that reinforced what I had referenced in this book when it was first published in December, and that is within the next 10 years, Hispanics will be the #1 minority in the United States of America. By the year 2025, Asians will be the #2 minority in this country. Which means then, by the first quarter of the next century, if you all have not attained your rights and freedoms guaranteed to you by the U.S. Constitution as the #1 minority in this country, you sure ain't gonna get it when you fall down to the #3 slot. Okay? So this country is moving in a direction which will ensure either the death, the annihilation, or the re-enslavement of African people. Okay? But you ain't seen it. Look, let me tell you something. One of the things that Professor Clark, one of the first things that impressed me when I met Professor Clark years ago when he came to Washington, D.C. to lecture, was a comment that he made about history. History is a clock that people use to tell their political and cultural time of day. It's a map that they use to find themselves. It's a compass they use to find themselves on the map of human geography. It tells you who you were, who you are, and who you are to become. All right? History runs in cycles. And once you begin to realize that, the events which transpired 5,000 years ago, 500 years ago, 5 years ago, or 5 minutes ago have set in motion a chain reaction which will determine things that are going to happen 5 seconds from now, 5 years from now, 500 years from now, 5,000 years from now. All history is interrelated. So then by studying history, then you begin to study the record of the cycles of man in time. And you will see that history, the man's development follows specific cycles. So by studying this information, the person who studies history will know where they are at any given point in that cycle. They will know where they've gone to get to that point, and they will know what is going to happen at various points along the way in the future. And then they will use that knowledge to prepare themselves for what they know is going to happen. So all I'm submitting to you this evening is based upon where we have come from, specifically over the last 40 years. It's very easy to determine with 85% accuracy where we are going within the next 25 years. All right? We are about to see, brothers and sisters, a return to racism like you ain't never seen before. Like you have never seen before. All right? Not just the cops, but also legislation that is being passed, decisions that are being made. Just yesterday, I read in the paper yesterday that the Supreme Court moved on a decision that would allow for the further dissolvement of voting rights for African Americans. All right, so they have set the stage. What are they setting the stage for? They're setting the stage for 2007. What happens in 2007? 2007, the Civil Rights Bill comes up, the Voting Rights Act comes up for renewal. This time in 2007, 35 states have to approve the reinstatement of the Voting Rights Act. All right? So what's happening now, Proposition 209 in California, they're doing away with affirmative action. Denisha Souza and others are saying that racism is over. Racism is no longer a problem in America. The stage is being set to jettison all of the civil rights laws that were passed in 1964, the laws that have allowed many of us to get decent jobs, government jobs, to get a decent education, and to be able to have the quality of life that we will always do. Those things are about to be rescinded. And when they are, who are you going to have to fall back on? The reality of the situation will be then as it is now. And that is, you cannot expect the same people who were responsible for enslaving your ancestors to free you. Anytime your civil rights can be legislated into existence, they can also be legislated out of existence. Huh? Very simple. So you have no other recourse but to turn to yourself. That's the only alternative. Consider this. Consider the value of reclaiming your history and your culture, your God concepts, your philosophies, your family values, and using that knowledge and information to save your souls. Consider the fact that, as I mentioned before, every ethnic group that came to this country came here with their language, culture, philosophy, and religious system intact. Everybody except us. We're the only group who came to this country with an invitation. All right? We came whether we wanted to or not. We're the only group who came to this country with the guarantee of full employment, whether we wanted to work or not. All right? But we were not allowed to bring our language, our history, our culture, our God concepts. We were not allowed to maintain our family linkages. And as a result, the rug was pulled out from under us. All right? Let me just give you a couple of examples. When the British, because of severe economic depression, could no longer afford to maintain their fellow countrymen in the prisons, in the debtor prisons and other prisons. They couldn't afford to feed them, to pay for the guards who were overseeing them. And they decided, let's get them the hell out of here. They put them in boats and they shipped them here. Okay? What was the first thing these displaced Englishmen do? They started to ensure that they would be able to survive. And they did what free people always do, and that is to use their language and their history and their culture to help them maintain their quality of life. They knew nothing else. And so they came here, and as they began to develop this land and move about this land, they kept having flashbacks of home. All right? They saw certain regions in this state where we are that reminded them of York in England. So they called this area New York. They saw an area down the road a piece that reminded them of Jersey in England. They called that area New Jersey. The hills of Hampshire. Hills in one part of the country reminded them of Hampshire, so they called that area New Hampshire. This whole eastern seaboard is called New England, huh? What did they do? They recreated their land, their history, their culture, their philosophy right here, transplanted it, and used it to empower themselves. Koreans, when they come, stay in the Korean part of town, except when they open up businesses and they know where they go to get their money, right? They know that because of our miseducation, we will freely give our money to anybody. Believe that the white man's ice is colder than our ice. White man's sugar is sweeter than our sugar, huh? So we freely give up those things that will help us hold on to our essence as a people. Look at what, and I'm submitting this to you as opportunities for us to begin to find ways to solve the problem. See, because every problem has an answer. Every problem has an answer. You just have to be able to look deep enough within the problem in order to find those things that will give you the solutions that have always been there, And so our challenge as we begin to move into the 21st century is to begin to realize that we must reclaim our African minds. We have to begin to look at Africa as a place for economic investment, a place for our future, and not just as a unstable country. You know, for example, I was just listening to the news yesterday. There was a report on the news about Zaire, and everybody is hearing about the instability in Zaire. But the twist in this story was that while some people are fleeing Zaire for their concern for their safety, there's another group of people who are now going into Zaire. Groups of American businessmen are going into Zaire, going into Kigali, because now Kigali is the economic stronghold of Zaire. That's where the diamonds come from. That's where the other mineral resources come from. They're going into Kigali to invest in those diamond mines. They interviewed this European from Texas who flew into Zaire with a charter plane of other businessmen. This particular individual has a company where he sells cellular phones because he knows because the communication system has been destroyed in Zaire, people are going to need, these other business people are going to need cellular phones in Zaire. And so he was saying there are wonderful business opportunities here. You can make millions in a matter of months if you are willing to invest the time and the energy. All right? So we've got to begin to look to Africa as our salvation and realize that there's opportunities that we will never get here that are available to us over there. Many of us have skills, have degrees. Many of us have been trained well by white folk and about to be fired from our jobs. So who are you going to work with? Isn't it time that you started working for yourself? Or working for people who had your own best interests at heart, building something for yourself. I know of too many instances, I know of too many people, brothers and sisters, who've gone to various parts of Africa with a little knowledge, a little money, and a lot of hard work. And they have made fortunes. They have done well, better there than they have here. They have built a home for themselves. We're the only people who think that America is our only home. Africa is your home as well. And there are people on the continent who are looking to you to come back home. You realize Africans in America, specifically in the Washington metropolitan area, the African American population within the Washington metropolitan area is the best educated and wealthiest group of Africans on the planet. We have more money. We have more education than most people in the world. We have to begin to challenge ourselves to use what we have, not to make Donna Karen rich, but to make this sister or this brother wealthy. All right? Teach our children that they have to begin to develop business relationships with other brothers and sisters, that we must support one another. Why? Because our very future depends on it. And when I say our future, what I mean literally is the fact that everything that we do, everything that we think, we say, and we do, if we are truly aware of the circumstances that we're confronted with, we would do not just for ourselves, we would do for the generations to come. Specifically, any group that is going to survive will understand the necessity of preparing the next 7 generations. Why? You have the power by the things that you do, the things that you say, to influence the children under your care. And your children in your household will then pass on that knowledge, those values to their children. Their children will pass it on to their children. Their children will pass it on to their children. So then you, in effect, have the ability to determine the quality of life for the next 7 generations. We're talking about you exercising your right to influence the decision-making abilities of African people for the next 150 years. People who desire power, who are concerned about establishing a legacy for those who come behind them. Think 7 generations in the future is the only way that you can ensure your survival. So I want to challenge you all, brothers and sisters, to move beyond the limited range of just barely surviving in New York City, in the state, in this country, and begin to see yourselves as citizens of the world. Begin to realize that you have access, or you should begin to access knowledge and information which is available to you, which will allow you to transform the quality of your life and affect the minds and the consciousness of generations to come from you. If you begin to exercise those skills and those abilities, you will begin to see obstacles moving out of your way. And this work becoming easier and easier for you. As it becomes easier for you, it will become even easier for the generations who come after you. And we have to be willing to make the sacrifice. Not just for ourselves, again, but for those who come behind us. I want to leave you with the poem from the first issue of the Browder File, Survival, Transition 13, which talks about what I feel should be our mission for the 21st century. Transition 13 says, in the beginning we knew not. We studied. We learned all there was to know, and we taught others. Then we forgot what we had learned, and then forgot that we had forgotten. So now we are taught by those who were once taught by us knowledge that we already have. So we study. We learn all there is to know, and we teach others. And the question is, will we forget again? Thank you. That's all right. Thank you, brother.
Anthony Browder. Let's give it up. Anthony Browder. Let's give it up. Anthony Browder. Let us not forget as we leave. I want everybody to don't walk out. We're getting ready to hold hands. We're going out in fellowship. We're going to hold hands out in deference. Let us not forget as we leave to buy this book. It is serious. I've had an opportunity to read it. And he puts everything in perspective. He puts everything in perspective and from an African perspective. 13 steps for survival. You're going to need it. You're going to need it. If you are caught out there by the beast and you can't get home, we will know that you were there without this book and Carol Taylor's little black book. All right? You cannot afford to leave home without those books. Y'all hear that? That's real. And so we want to thank Brother Browder very much for coming out and being with us tonight and sharing this information and certainly picking up on this. I also want to indicate that I know that everybody enjoyed this. And if I asked you to raise your hand, you will raise it, right? Even though I know you're locked in right now with your friend. Well, I want you to imagine that we enjoyed it so much that everybody's going to put their hands up, acknowledging that they enjoyed it, put that same hand in their pocket and pull out a dollar bill and drop it in the can on your way out, and then we'll be all right. We want to thank you very much for coming out. I want to acknowledge Sister Camille Yarborough, who I believe was here tonight. Dr. Leonard Jeffries and Brother Smalls had to leave a few moments ago. We want to acknowledge them. And we also want to acknowledge the Queen, Sister Rosalind, Dr. Rosalind Jeffries, who's also in the back. And want to thank all of you for coming out. I will call all of your names, but a little bit after. Y'all excuse me for not calling your names tonight. We'll do that next week when we get out a little bit earlier, or maybe the week after that. I forgot Steve Coakley's coming next week, right? We're an African people, robbed from our homeland, robbed of our names, our languages, our cultures, our religions,